from every hill, until when Magog and Magog are let loose, and they hasten out of every mount. Like they're gonna come from every single mount. They're gonna be like so many of them. It's mentioned in the Quran. Yeah.
So where do you get yellow skin, long hair?
The description. Yeah, it's from the Hadith. Like it's like the prophet's description of them. That's been told from the Hadith.
It's in a different text.
Yeah, the Quran doesn't tell you the like physical description. It just like mentions them. Then like
someone later on gave the description after the Quran.
Yeah, then Muhammad the Prophet, he like described to the Sahabas like exactly what are they and.
All right, you see where I got a, I got a problem with stuff like this because you can never confirm everything, and
And the Hadith, I agree with you. Yeah, like, I can see where.
It's a kind of a subject where no one's going to get any answer, and then everyone's going to end up in an argument, arguing about what definition of words and why they mean something.
Yeah. But it is mentioned in the Quran, and like there's no debate.
Well, from what I heard, it just mentioned that a name of something and a name of something will come and come out and come from Mount. That's it.
No. It says Gog and Magog, and Gog and Magog is a known thing. It's like ask any Christian guy. Like it's,
you said that you said the description of Gog and Magog came after.
Oh no! Gog and Magog is a non-entity. Like throughout history, like you can just go to Google, just type in Gog and Magog. But like I said, like the Prophet gave extra description to the people, like what exactly are they? Because like you can find like in the Bible and Judaism, everyone like has the kind of description of them. I'm not sure from what, but like you can Google them. Gog and Magog.
Then we come to this is going to happen soon. You know what I mean? Like, how do you?
It is one of
I was asking that to him. What are the signs? Like you said, some of the signs.
Okay, there are two types of signs. There are smaller signs and bigger signs. The smaller signs are like about 100, and the bigger signs are like about 10. And when the 10 big start, they're gonna be like rapid.
No, what are they?
The small ones are like almost done. I'll tell you. Do you want the big?
Tell us all 100.
No, I'm just gonna tell you like a couple of the big ones. Like one of the big ones, which is probably it is like one of the last ones, is it says that the sun is gonna rise from the opposite direction, and it's gonna like.
No. You said earlier that you noticed that some of them are already happening. They've already happened, and that's why you think. And that's why
the small ones have happened.
Okay,
like
what are they?
The small ones happened.
Okay, just explain to me, what are those?
Okay, I'll tell you the ones that happened.
This could all happen on the flat Earth, though, right?
Are you googling it? Are you googling it right now?
It's a list. It's about it's like there's so many of them. Like the small ones, it's like I think more than 100.
Right.
Okay. One of them is when the Turks fought with the Tatar. It says the corruption of Muslims. The birth of. I wish I could just give you an English translation because my English is. I'm not that good at translating. But like what else? انحسار الفرات عن جبل من ذهب. A mountain of gold has to be found in Iraq. That happened. A huge fire. That's there's like so many of them, but like these are the small ones.
They're so broad.
Some of them are very specific. Some of them are general. Some of them.
What's specific though?
There's like you can Google this. Like it's not hidden. But
so you say the small ones have happened, but you've got 10 large ones, and have any of the large ones happened?
No, not a single one of the large ones.
You've still got 10 of these large ones to go, but you said it's happening soon.
Yeah, and when the large ones start, it's like they're gonna be consecutive, like really fast. And one of them is the Gog and Magog appearing. Antichrist comes to Earth. Which I have my own theories about. Which is, I ask, is he gonna be AI? Which I theorize it is. Different topic. But yeah.
When you say a mountain of gold was discovered, Was there a literal whole mountain, or just something someone calls a mountain, like a pile?
I think I don't want to give misinformation. I think it was a literal mountain of gold that was found.
It was Obama giving them all that money.
Nah. It wasn't even Obama. It was Trump, my guy. But okay.
I'm just fucking.
No, what do you mean, Trump?
What? Trump gives money.
It was definitely Obama.
Give money to Saudi.
What do you mean? The whole
Obama hated us.
It's been happening, but it's been happening the whole time. What do you think the contracts are? Do you think that only Trump put funding in? That's silly.
Didn't Obama give like a buttload of money right before he came out of office?
Yeah, so did Bush.
To who though?
Okay, guys, you gotta stop.
I know. All right, it's gotta be back to flat Earth.
Freeze. You say you know it's not a globe. So, how do you know that?
Because if it's a globe, like there's so many like things that wouldn't make sense. Like where is Gog and Magog? Like where are these millions hiding? Where are like so many things that don't make sense. And
underground on a flat Earth.
Okay, it's probably like a ball. Like it's definitely hollow, and there's some things underground that are happening, and I don't want to
Do you have any? You understand? You're not answering the question, really.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to ask again, Joyce?
No, I'm good. I'm already over this.
Okay, he's good. Okay, so guys, okay, I'm not trying to like evade any question. Just like
the problem is so you can still have a flat Earth and have cave systems and hollows and stuff like that. Like, what do you think? It just goes to a certain level and then stops? Like, what? Why can't you have a flat surface and cave systems?
Okay, I get what you're saying, but then, cause wouldn't we be able to tell if that was the case?
I don't know. Well, the deepest we've ever dug is 8 miles, so we couldn't get past that.
What do you guys think happened?
What? Wait.
Hang on.
Wait. You said 8 miles is the deepest we've dug?
Hey, didn't know that?
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean? No, that's incorrect. We've dug more than 8 miles.
Hold on. So the super deep Korla borehole in Russia only got to a depth of about Timbo's about right 7.8.
I think. Yeah.
7.6 miles. That's the deepest. That's the deepest hole that apparently has been ever dug that we're told about in mainstream media. I don't know if anything else has happened if we've dug further, but that's what we're told.
That is surprising to me, but okay. And supposedly, what's like the circumference of Earth?
Well, according to the heliocentric model, 24,000 miles, give or take.
That's interesting. Okay.
Why? Why is that interesting?
Because why aren't we able to dig more than 8 miles? Like why?
Well, the story is that it got down to a certain depth, and then the consistency of the ground changed, and it couldn't dig any further. So that was what we're told. And nothing else we can confirm, but.
All the predictions they had going down turned out to be false. It's also when they go to the bottom of the ocean, they find these patches of water underneath the water, and they try to put the submarine into it, and it just bounces right back out of it. And so they don't know what's actually below that stuff.
What do you mean, like water underwater? Like a patch of water?
Like super saline or something, yeah?
You mean like a bubble underwater?
Yep.
No.
Well, like once you dig underground,
I'll show you a video of it. I have a little video here.
Please, that sounds really interesting.
Yeah, it's really interesting too. They said the person that actually saw it was said that it had its own waves lapping up against the other water. And the mysterious thing is that guy died 2 weeks later in a helicopter accident in Australia. Yeah.
It's not the only not the only instance of it either. I've seen others. I saw one where there was like a tree in the middle of like an island underwater. It was like super weird.
Maybe that's where these yellow people are living.
Oh, yellow.
Yeah, there's got Michelle in here too. There's a person here, Michelle, that doesn't have any roles as well. Are you there, Michelle?
No. Guys, have you seen the Netflix documentary, The Apocalypse something? It's like pretty new. The guy that was in Joe Rogan.
Oh, you're talking about
The Apocalypse something. It's on Netflix.
We often see it in the world again.
We're basically talking about like ancient civilizations that existed before humans, before like the Ice Age and stuff.
Yeah, I saw that.
Was the Earth flat in the movie?
No, he's against flat Earth.
They say no. He's against it.
And Graham Hancock's his name.
But he did show some pretty interesting things, where he showed the pyramids and the huge hidden underground, like secret rooms.
Yeah, but let's go back to the flat Earth. Yeah, we were talking about why we couldn't have a flat Earth and still have something underneath us. Yeah, and so
once I think about it, that could be the case, because I don't have anything that would logically disprove that.
So for for a spherical Earth, we need curvature on the surface. Yeah.
How far down in the ocean was that picture taken?
Hang on. You know that we need curvature on the surface to have a sphere?
Yep.
Yeah. Has any ever been detected or measured?
No. I did do some research and that's kind of what started my me just questioning hope.
I think all this other stuff can so all this other stuff can take a backseat until you actually go, oh, well, I'm not telling you what to do, but, it can take a backseat until you can find curvature. Well, what did you say? The Earth's big.
Yeah, I mean, I said, it's a pretty basic thing to find curvature. That should have been the first thing you would find if it is low, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, correct. Oh. So everything that comes after that,
exactly.
so you start making assumptions like, well, the world, because these people are supposed to come from underneath the Earth must be a sphere. It cannot be flat. But that's not how you come to proofs. You're kind of making something that hasn't happened yet. Part of it. Are you trying to jump? Is that Jedi?
Well, if I'm making noise in the background, man, it's only because you're making noise. I apologise.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, so, you're using something that is coming from a book. I'm not saying it's not true or not, but as proof that the Earth is a sphere because this is supposed to happen. Now, that's not very logical, is it?
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, that's not my... I'm not 100% sure that it is hollow, but this is what I'm thinking, and what kind of things lead me to, because I've been hearing some stories and kind of researching only online, but I've just seen this interview with this pilot that claims that he went inside one of these hollow entrances, and he found the city, and it's you can find it on YouTube. But
yeah, you're talking about
Admiral Byrd.
Admiral Byrd.
Yeah,
and that's not a story from him. It's a story from a supposed diary that is his grandson or his son released after his death. So it's not really proof, is it?
Well, I think the interview which I've seen, I think the guy says that it was himself. Like I'm going to look this up.
The interview talks about him traveling to the south, where he sees, where he sees more land, rich in resources, and he believes it's going to be the new frontier. But this is just the words of a man. Like we need confirmation, verification.
But like the thing that makes me question this, like just like between me and myself, is like, what about the other planets? Like we can see other planets, like don't we?
Can we though?
Oh my god, guys, this just makes me like, can we? Like I don't even know anymore. Like, can we? Like,
no.
I'm just
think about what you've just said. Other planets. That would mean that there are things called planets, and are a bit like this thing that we stand on. Yes. No, there are no other planets because.
Your voice is cut off.
Did I?
Your voice is off.
I think he's going to re-enter, but he's back. Yeah, what he's getting at, I'm pretty sure, is you can't confirm these things. So you look up, you see a light in the sky. How do you get to this is a planet that you can stand on, terra firma? Where do you get this information from, and how do you confirm it?
Currently, the information I got from news, people, science books, and from people saying that they've used telescopes, which is a tool that can magnify the light.
Telescopes are a uniocular thing, so you can't see in 3D, you see in 2D. So you see a circle in the sky. That's a light. So how from that do you get to a planet in space, in the vacuum of space, which needs? Well, we can go into that later if you want.
Maybe if it like rotates and we see like all sides, that could describe a circular thing.
What do you think? What do you think you can see from a telescope?
Okay, I'm trying to think of this as we go. Imagine a telescope.
Yeah, that's right.
Light comes into the telescope. Light is going to show us something very far away. Let's say the face of a planet. Let's say.
How do you know how far away it is?
I think they analyze the light signals. The light signal that's coming.
Talking about spectroscopy.
Because I'm like not signed. Yeah, I'm like
that. Yeah, that's to tell. They use that to tell what the elements they're reading. But do you know how they get distances to things?
No, I don't.
So there you go. It's another belief. But with planets, so you have to say these things are solid things that I can land on. So you have to actually find out how they came to these things, where the source of information. So who started this? Who said that these planets are solid things that we can land on, and how far away they are?
I think it's started from early as very early astronomologists. I just misspelled that, but at least 1,000 years ago, at least they've been talking about planets, other planets.
Yeah, and then how do they confirm that these things are actually solid things that they can land on?
Pretty recently, allegedly claimed that they know.
So they had an idea thousands of years ago that they were solid things that they could land on, and then just by coincidence, they send rockets up into the vacuum of space, fly to these places, and land on them exactly as they were described by these people 2,500 years ago. How likely do you think that is?
I get what you're saying. Shit. Okay, I kind of understand. But what you telling me is you're describing a major a huge lie that must be happening.
People don't lie?
They do. Who has but that raises three questions. Who has enough power to do that? and why? And
well, how many people have to know a lie to perpetrate a lie?
Oh, yo, okay.
And if you've got an education system that teaches that these things are solid things in the sky, then when you learn it from a young age, you're going to be told that these things are solid things in the sky that are lit up by the sun that is 93 million miles away, and we can go to these places. And then you see these pictures that they show you that aren't actually photos or anything, they're just images. And then in your head, you solidify that these things are solid things in the sky that you can go to. So every time you think of Mars, every time you think of the moon, every time you think of all these planets, they are solid things in the vacuum of space that you can go to.
Yeah.
That just reaffirms what they teach you, and then you don't really need to. You don't really need explanations because that's what they are. That's the answer. So everyone just regulates themselves, and no one really has to keep lying about everything. Well, they have to keep lying about it, but you don't need convincing. Like, you're in school and they teach you about the solar system. What actual information did they give you about the solar system that confirms that you're in the solar system or the Earth is curved? Did they give you any evidence?
No.
You just believed it, yeah?
Like theoretical stuff that we gotta make, I guess.
We just believed it like everyone else. And if everyone else just believes it, then if you come up with a different idea, everyone else, the public's going to self-regulate and call you a stupid idiot. So you're going to regulate yourself.
Why, though? But why,
You're going to regulate yourself and call yourself, oh, maybe I am just stupid. I'm going to stop and go back to what they believe about space. So you don't need a lot of people to keep the lie alive.
Yeah, but that, again, just for me personally, it makes me have two main questions. Okay, why would they? Okay, how much power do they have, and why are they doing this?
Okay, so that's a question that I can't answer.
What's the motive?
But in order to solve this, you say, are they lying? Now, so we go to laser tests across the surface of water, which should be curving at a rate 8 inches per mile squared or thereabouts. There's another formula for it, but it works up to 1,000 miles, and we don't see any curvature. So our first thing to look for is, are they lying? So yes, we come up with a conclusion that they're lying. Now, why they're lying? I don't know. Why do liars lie? They lie to gain power, to deceive, to control. But if you're how are you gonna find out why they're lying? Are you gonna ask a liar why they lie? What do you think they're gonna do? You think they're gonna lie to you, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's the same in a court case. You've got a murder. You find the guy with a knife standing over a body. He said, "Yeah, I killed. Why? Can you convict him without the why? Of course you can, yeah?
Yeah.
You don't need to know why he murdered. All you need to know that he did. And then you bring the evidence forward that concludes that he did. You don't need to know the motive. Yeah, it's easier to know the motive, but you don't need to know the motive to see that the crime's been done. So if they've lied...
who are you going to blame it on? Who should be accountable?
It doesn't matter. You go back to the curvature of the Earth every time. Have they lied about the curvature of the Earth? Because if they're lying about the curvature of the Earth, then there's no globe. Know what I mean?
Yeah, and would I be right to assume that if we collectively understand this, and just at least acknowledge it, then change is gonna happen?
Definitely.
In this month, and truth might.
If everyone realizes that they've been lied to this whole time, what do you think is going to happen?
I don't know, because I'm in the
I don't know either, because I can't tell the future, but I can imagine that everyone's going to wake up, and go, oh my God, well, if this place isn't what they tell us, then what is it? and then that expands the horizons for full exploration and proper science, proper experiments, and then maybe society can move somewhere as a whole. I don't know. That's just my guess.
But if they have the power on them, they just don't let us.
But yeah, I think you're overthinking it. What do you think the people who perpetrated this lie are godly and they know everything and they're the same. They make mistakes as well, yeah? Yeah, mate?
If I may. What if we let them not let us? Like, it is our choice to let them prevent us from doing the things that we think they're stopping us from doing.
It's like brainwashing, though. It's like they have control over it. Like,
but people have to choose to sit down and watch the device that's used to control their minds. They sit there and stare at it all day by their own volition.
Yeah, you're not gonna change the sheep. They're gonna continue to be sheep.
I do believe
which is dead end.
Hope. Well, I believe there is hope, but belief is just something that makes you happy to think about.
Yeah. I agree, but I've got a pretty positive outlook.
I'm not trying to be a black pill or anything. I'm just pointing.
No, I know that either. Yeah.
I mean, I think there's hope. It's just everyone's a little too comfortable right now, and so kind of the lies don't really affect them, right? Like at least
they think they don't.
They think they don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, but then if something finally happens, right? Something has to happen.
It affects them. When people only pay attention when things start
negatively affect them. Yeah.
Yeah, affect their lives. Yeah. It's like when people vote.
Well, it is. It is affecting like them lives. Like now, like at this moment, and they're all kind of okay with it. Like, aren't they?
Well, here in America,
they don't know the lie. What if they don't know the lie?
Exactly. Like, I mean, just like look at the like reality, especially like in the USA. Like they can't even describe what a woman is. Like,
yeah, I know. It's weird.
And that is acceptable by the general public, and we like here debating like.
I don't think it's accepted. I don't think it's accepted by the general public. I think it's an internet meme that is happening in universities at the moment. But who am I to say? But I don't think it's a real kind of thing. I think it's just a social kind of thing. They put it out on the internet and act like everyone is talking about this issue and everyone cares about it. But in reality, no one really cares and no one talks about it.
It's kind of like the squeaky wheel gets the oil type thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't worry about the other wheels. They're not squeaking yet.
Yeah, it's just being loud.
But I think like knowing where we live is important.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But if it does, like I said, if it doesn't affect them, their daily lives in any significant way, then there's no need for them to change. I mean, I've tried, and when it comes to politics, trying to not convert, but maybe convince or like talk to people on the other side, and it's impossible.
Doesn't work, does it?
No, it doesn't work at all. That's why they're coming after our children. That's what it is, because that's when your mind is the most malleable and you can believe anything, right? Including the fact that you're not. And so that applies to flat Earth too, to globe Earth too. I mean, they're teaching the kids in school about globe, and I got taught about the Earth being the globe when I was a kid. And I mean, if it wasn't for like me getting into kind of conspiracy theories, like, and I'm not saying that flat Earth is a conspiracy theory, obviously, but that's kind of like where it led me, because I went from like believing in like the Anunnaki and
yeah, I went through that.
And Naribu and Planet X and all this shit, and
ancient aliens.
Yeah, I went through that whole phase, and then it kind of died down, right? And I started.
I remember that.
Yeah, I lived my life. I worked, and then and I got where I am today. And then suddenly, I don't know what. I mean, I just one day I see a video on YouTube, and it's a Flat Earth Dave video, and I'm like, let me look at that, and I just looked at it, and that's it.
Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Humble beginnings.
No matter how hard, no matter how long you go away from it, either. I had to take a break when I had my second son, and I got drawn right back in when I wasn't when all the chaos was over.
Yeah, there's people act like they were ex-flat Earth. I'd call bullcrap. You can't go back.
No, there's no such thing as an ex-flat earther.
Just a LARPer playing games.
Yeah.
It's just they're not ex-flat earthers. They just go underground. That's all it is.
No, I'm talking people. They openly claim that they no longer believe, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it just means they weren't a flat earther in the first place.
Yeah, that's so clear because they said, I no longer believe. Because it was never about belief at all.
Yep.
The first thing I noticed when I realized the Earth was flat is the amount of like globe propaganda saturation. How you don't notice that and just be like, oh, that didn't actually happen, and go back to being a glober, I don't know. That's literally like Mr. Regan, like, plug me back into the Matrix.
That gave me huge red flags when I started watching the Flat Earth videos on YouTube, and I was listening to some of the debates with like the Anthony debates and like Flat Earth Dave debates and Witsit debates, and I started watching all that, and I noticed that all those videos, they have like a warning underneath them, and I was like, dude, this that doesn't happen unless there's something they're trying to hide. Like
it's not just that. Go up, like, wake up tomorrow morning, go about your day, just like a normal day, and count the number of times you either see or hear a reference to a globe or space or astronauts or science or space fiction or something. It's like all day, every day. You can't get away from it. It's everywhere.
Oh, I don't listen to news, so I wouldn't know.
You don't have to. Just walk out your house. Put it this way: where I live, there's an electric company called Global Electric. Has nothing to do with the globe. Has nothing to do with space. They're electricians, right? They wire houses. But there's a big globe on their door. Why is that? They're only in Cambridge. You're not going around the world wiring people's houses.
Yeah, even if you just watch a movie, the globe's there. Even if you watch a cartoon with your child, the globe's there. It's everywhere.
Hypersaturated.
If I could throw in, I had a bill collector call me from Global Credit Collections. So I told him my Earth is flat and I'm not paying him. There you go.
Yeah, you're a fraud, mate. Yeah. Global.
You tell them you're on Mars and the check's in the mail.
Told him I pay him, we'll go back to the moon.
Yeah, otherwise you've got all my tax money. What still convinces you? Have you got any good information, Freeze, that still convinces you that you live on a globe? Like, after hearing conversations here, and do you want any good videos to watch? You know, we got some good laser test videos that will show you there's no drop over distance. Is he gone? Freeze.
No, he's not.
He was just muted.
Okay. And how are you going with everything, Teal?
Yeah, I'm good.
How are you going with everything? Yeah.
I'm good. I took a break from this a little while. Like I already thought like the world was flat, and I stopped looking into it. It was like a month, 2 months ago, and I
Couldn't stay away.
Again. Yeah, I mean, I got busy, but now I want to learn more. Like I actually, I was in another Discord, and sometimes I would just search in the search box because I already basically, I know it's flat. I just like questions about it, like with the Southern Cross and things like that. And I just saw like there was like a video link later. I am confused about that. Just want an explanation. I just want explanations.
The Southern Stars?
Yeah, like, you know how it rotates kind of at the end? I know there's a reason for it. Like, just, I don't know. It's not fresh in my mind, and I saw, like, someone posted a playlist.
Rotation is not an accurate description.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Well,
yeah, I know, it looks like...
Well, it doesn't look like a rotation, just a circle. Right,
yeah,
if you drew a circle on a piece of paper, you wouldn't call that a rotation, would you?
Yeah, no. I mean, like, some people say it looks like it's all going around a certain, like the Southern Cross stars. I don't know that much about it, because that's when I stopped, like, researching, and that was like, one of the questions I had. So I just saw, like, there's videos about it.
Well, Globers will say things like, someone in South America, Australia, and, you know, South Africa can all see the rotation of the stars. First of all, there's no stars rotating, and no, all those people can't see that. Do you know why? Because one of those places is going to be daytime.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's daytime here, and at the moment in South America, it's nighttime. So,
yeah.
And just remember, no matter what the sky is doing, it's not going to make the water curve. Go ahead, go.
Yeah.
I would recommend you check out Richard's channel. There are multiple ways to try to model all these things. We just generally don't try to do those things. It's better to just stick to the things that we can prove or verify or falsify.
Whose channel? Richard's?
Witsit.
I'll give you a link to his channel.
Witsit, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. There's also another one with the star with the Southern Star observations was I think it was Shane St. Pierre's Southern Star. If you look this Southern Star presentation, I'll try and find it for you.
Oh, thank you. That's like one of the things I'm very curious about.
I live in the South.
I know like you can never know completely how things work, but I was just curious about that mostly now.
Can you see the Southern Stars yourself from where you are?
Oh no, I'm in Florida.
Yeah. So what I would suggest, I'm not trying to be rude, but like that's something you can't verify yourself. So like, yeah, I know it sounds confusing. You'll get these anti-flat earthers telling you things, and you're like, oh yeah, like the way they describe it kind of makes sense. But then when you critically think about it, and you can't observe it yourself, so you can just discredit that straight off the bat because you can't see the Southern Star, so you can't confirm it yourself.
So here's something funny. You're in Florida, right? So there's a guy named Dave Marsh. He's been taking pictures of the moon. He's a flat earther going back, I don't know, like 5 or 6 years. He's got a photograph from Florida and somebody in Australia simultaneously of the moon. Okay, so Australia's supposed to be on the other side of the world.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be visible, and actually this was put to there's another guy named Wakey Wakey. He's from New Zealand, and he did like an ambush interview of he didn't know that he was a flat earther, and she's the head of an astrophysics department in Austria. Is it Austria?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, and he starts just asking her questions, and he says, okay, so this location in Florida, this location in Australia, they both took a picture of the moon, and she's like, how's that possible? And he
wow.
And she was like, I don't know. You're
like, crazy. Oh.
Yeah, she wasn't just like an astrophysicist. She was the head of the entire astronomy department. She was the head of cheese, man.
Wait,
wasn't it Sabine Hossenfelder?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't her. No, it wasn't her.
What was it that they asked her again?
How you could see the moon from Florida and Australia at the same time.
Oh, that's crazy.
Would have been wild. Would have been wild if she said refraction, right? Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're right. I did it with Hoss the other night. So
I just posted it. I just to let everyone know I posted it in the live stream, the interview.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I did it with Hoss the other night. So I had the moon. It was just going into evening for me, and he said it was early morning for him. He's in center of America there, and I'm on the south of Australia, and we're both looking at the same moon with the same little chunk missing, just from a different angle. And it was both for us 45 degrees in the sky. At the same time, we were talking on Discord and saying what we could see and sending photos.
And so let me get this straight. That wouldn't be possible. That wouldn't be possible in a globe, right? Because you would be on the other side of the globe, right? If you were in Australia.
Well, apparently, yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, but the Globers will tell you that's just refraction. It's magic refraction wherever they need it. So there you go.
That's what I'm saying. They always use refraction.
Yeah, and why would it be both 45 degrees in the sky as well? No, that doesn't make any sense either.
Mm-hmm.
You guys spoken to Freeze?
Yeah, we've been speaking to him. Apparently, this Svetlana lady also works for NASA.
Somebody works for NASA?
Yeah, the lady that Wakey interviewed both works for NASA Astrobiology Institute and has been appointed as the scientific director of Ayersole Instituto. Blah, blah. I don't know how to read all this.
This 1 hour.
Did you know that when Wakey did that interview with her, she had an addendum, or when he went to Germany, he had some other interviews too with some of the students that were following her too. So he has a part 2 to that, or at least an addendum, to what was going on there.
Is that 1 hour video that was posted right now?
Oh, is it the same?
It's the first part, but it's worth watching. Worth watching.
Thank you for sending it.
No, there's another video. The one that India posted, is that the full interview with the? I mean, it must be, but there was another interview he had with a couple of the students under her that talked to him as well. So let's see if I can find that one. I mean, YouTube. After that, YouTube got rid of his channel. So that's
my favorite part of that interview, Helio, was you could hear her mentally squirming a few times. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, of course.
She had no idea what to say to him. Sometimes it was hilarious.
But I mean, when he was in Germany, he also had another interview with some people that were fans of her or whatever, and it's like, tell me about what you think, and I mean, the Wakey is he's brilliant, man. The way he interviews people is just like, tell me what you think. All this kind of.
I missed you.
There was a don't miss me. I'm the worst.
No, you're my favorite, man. You're cool. You sound like Alex Jones. Remember?
You're the best. He's like if you combine Alex Jones with lots of the bear.
Yeah, he's like a cooler version of Alex Jones.
Don't praise me. I'm in the background.
Come on, Helio. Say their turn.
We miss you.
We do, man. I haven't seen you in a minute.
No. Sorry, Dave. My bad.
I just want Helio to say they're turning the frogs gay one time.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean.
Do you want me to say it in like the guttural voice that Alex Jones? They're turning the frogs gay. I can do that.
They're turning the goddamn frogs gay.
They're turning the friggin' frogs gay. No, but I know that. I remember when Wakey Wakey went to Germany, and he went under a pseudonym, right? And he was interviewing this astrophysicist. Right? If you have heard the interview, if you haven't, then whatever. And you could call him a piece of shit by pretending to be someone else. No. But he got the actual. He got her to say what she really thinks.
Yeah.
So
it's good.
So fuck what everybody else thinks. He came under a pseudonym as a reporter, asking her genuine questions and got her to say what she actually thinks. So fuck what everybody else thinks, whether it's he went undercover and it's just like, bitch, I don't care what you think. And that's why they took it off of YouTube, because YouTube didn't like what that he went undercover. It's like, bro, this bitch. I mean, I said bitch. Well, I can't take it back. Anyway, this woman, who was like, she's been on TED Talks and stuff. And so he was like, hey, I need to talk to this woman. Let me ask her about, the Earth.
Helio, this person just pulled up Bob the Science Guy. They didn't like that Wakey Wakey showed the recordings of their face.
Dude, they hate it. They hated that he used a pseudonym to come in there and ask her real questions.
That's just the excuse.
Sure. Well, I mean, that's their excuse. I mean, it's just like Wakey Wakey asked them real questions.
Yeah, but like the video above is still hosted on YouTube, but they can't take it down because it doesn't contain her likeness in it. And YouTube is, weird.
No, but we know who she is. I mean, it's just like generic terms and copyrights, and YouTube hates it, and freaking Facebook hates it, and it's like, bro, she said what she said. Not Tony. What's his name? What's that fucking Australia guy's name? I know. I just mixed it up.
Timbo.
That's Timbo. Well, I'd say it too. I'd say it just the same way Wakey Wakey did. I'm just like, all right, so you're saying this. I mean, just like, but he had a sort of mastery, just leading questions. Like, I'm leading up to a I know he came undercover, and then once she realized he was a flat earther, she was like, I don't want to have anything to do with this anymore. But she answered it perfectly the same way that we present it.
There's nothing wrong with undercover journalism.
Yeah, sure.
It was the simplicity of the questions, though, that I liked, because he was pretending to be a teacher, and these were his what was it?
Yeah, he presented as students' questions, right?
Yeah. And they were simple questions.
Sure. And I'm a student too. Everyone's a student. We're all trying to learn together, right? So, since you know something about astrophysics, I'm asking you questions. Let's move forward with the questions about astrophysics. And I think that's the platform he used to ask her those questions. And it was just like she moved forward in that vein. Just because he blindsided her doesn't mean that she had that we were wrong. No, he was wrong for doing that, because I mean, if she's an astrophysicist, she's a PhD astrophysicist, done TED Talks and shit, doesn't mean that she, just because I blindsided you, did he ask the wrong questions? I don't know. I mean, I thought we were talking about physics and science and shit.
Hey, Helio, time out. Do we have a new person on here? Should we be letting them talk? Was it Freeze?
Is he back?
He was talking, but he's been muted for a while.
There's also Scythe Slay. I don't know if anybody's spoken to them yet.
No,
yeah, sure.
I've never.
Hey, I said my piece. You guys introduce new people. It's all good.
See you around, man.
But yeah, I mean, I love that when Wakey, I love that. Even though it was a dive bomb, she deserved that shit. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, Leo, you're hot micing, bro.
Yeah, that was my last statement. Go ahead.
Let's allow Scythe Slay to respond if they want to. Hello, Scythe Slay. Welcome to the server.
I think Scythe Slay's been in here, Dave.
You never heard them talk, though.
I heard him talk just like, what was it, not even 10 minutes ago.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah. They were complimenting Helio.
The person that was saying, good to hear your voice, Helio.
Yeah. They sound like Alex Jones. I like good stuff. Come on, people now. Smile on your brother.
Everybody, you need to help one another.
You got to love one another, right? Good song.
That's it. When I,
oh man, we want some action around here. Where the freaking Globers at?
Step right up, prove the globe. Come on.
Yeah, there's got to be somebody listening on YouTube right now that wants to come in here and challenge us with our, whether they want to show us the globe. You guys go ahead.
Anybody?
There's some glober called Platter.
Platter. Who is he? He's a super freak. Super freak. He's super freak, eh?
This doesn't have to do with what we're talking about, but I remember I was on Discord a few years ago, and it used to be pictures. Did they get rid of
Teal, you're
connection's horrible.
Oh,
you sound like McDonald's drive-thru.
Do I sound better now?
Yeah, you're better. Yep.
Okay, I said in Discord, it used to be that if someone was talking, they used to show their profile picture, and now it's kind of like I have to scroll to talking. Is it not like that anymore?
You could choose.
Do you mean on their phone or computer? On the phone or the computer?
The phone.
Yeah, the phone you can enable. There's a setting in there that you can enable, and it pops up like a bubble on the top. If you're on Android, at least, I don't know about it.
On iPhone. Oh, but now that I know,
I'm on Android. There's a setting for that. There's a setting, and it shows you their picture. But I don't know if the iPhone has the same thing.
Never tried, but I just keep the screen on with everyone on it.
I haven't been on Discord and it wasn't like this.
Just have to learn people's voices.
I know they recently did a Discord update a couple days ago, but I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
No, we got 20 people listening on the YouTube live stream. 20. 20. And none of them want a challenge. Why?
I know, make him looks like out of 20 people, at least one person would have something for the globe that they want to come in here and present. I don't understand. It's obviously globe.
It's not bad for the live stream. We have 28 people in here, just hanging out.
So are those 20 people just flat earthers, and we just end up with 50 flat earthers here? Sad.
So far. Looks like anyway. But Andy Hold My Beer counts for like 2 because he's a big brain.
No.
Right, Andy?
I'm here to learn, dude. That's all.
Aren't we all?
Let's get Mr. Sensible in here. He'll provoke you once more.
Oh my God, the guy QE.
Well, hey, you guys see
last night.
You guys see?
Sorry, Elo. The guy who QE tore a strip off last night. The fucking what's his name? Dora, Bearded Dora. Oh my God.
Dora.
Yeah, I heard a little bit of that. Yeah,
he's seriously triggered Geo. I've never heard Geo triggered because you know what he's like. Geo's like cool as a cucumber. And
that wasn't here though, right? Because
he triggered him big time. And Geo, because he kept clipping him and talking over him. That's what I think set QE off actually last night. And I was just like, "Come on, dude, you gotta stop talking over people," you know. But then he was doing this whole vegan thing and saying how he was basically morally superior to the rest of the VC.
I mean, which version of moralism is superior?
Come on. We went over that. We went over that.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're not going to go over it again. Listen, right now we have someone in the live stream that is saying, "I am Chum Buckets, and I want to talk to you live right now."
In the lobby?
No, it's in the live stream voice text. Chum Buckets wants to open his microphone and talk to us.
We talked to him earlier quite a bit.
You guys changed that dude's name. Chum Buckets.
Well, was he talking about GeoServer? I mean, we don't necessarily want to fill up our live stream with, GeoServer stuff. I don't know what that was necessarily. I mean, sometimes we talk about, I don't know. You guys, have at it. I don't know.
Anyway, I was just going to say, by the end of it, Geo basically explained to him that how they clear these bits of land to grow the vegans' food, and they kill lots of animals to do this, right? It just made me laugh.
And now you realize why we don't talk about that shit on here.
Why?
We're talking about killing animals. We're not in a vegan argument. We're talking about the flat fucking earth.
I don't think you know what you're talking about, Helio.
Okay, well, maybe I'm not, but...
You're not.
All right, so what did I miss? Tell me what I missed then.
I think what they also do is they
No. I want him to tell me what I missed in whatever he just espoused. Tell me what I missed.
Will you be able to grasp it? Anyway,
I was listening the whole time. I was listening. Don't give me a huff and puff. Tell me what I missed about what you were describing about your experience on GeoServer. Tell me what I missed, and it had obviously had something to do with veganism, which we don't discuss over here. So tell me what I missed.
Okay, the same guy was trolling over here, and QE tore a strip off him last night. He was on Geo's today, trolling again. But this time, he was talking about veganism. And by the end of it, it was explained to him that he'd probably killed more animals through his veganism, which made me laugh.
See, guys, I got it. See, that's why I wanted to hear him say it. See, everybody continue.
I watched something about the bees as well. So they release like a whole hive of bees into these areas where they grow things like for avocados and things like that. And apparently after that, they can't find their way home and all the bees die. So they slaughter, they sacrifice all these bees, which we've got a shortage of bees. So
you got a shortage of bees?
Now you got a shortage of people that know where the hub is. It's like, a lot of these servers or whatever we're doing, there is no queen, but the
talking
queen,
about Pornhub again.
The queen is Earth, right? Earth is the queen. That's where we coalesce.
What in the actual cliche is going on?
Mostly masculine,
dude. I have no idea.
Okay, am I Pete Shaying? Maybe I am, but
I'll
this is.
I'll move you right back.
Can they just say that they're even deceiving the bees too?
They're killing bees and animals just to pollinate things.
The deceptions run deep even to the bees. That's pretty deep.
I hate when they do that.
Anyway, maybe I'm going too far. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah,
continue, gentlemen. Go ahead.
I think it was just everyone was making a point about that. Vegans come in with the moral high ground, but they're actually not. They're not doing any better for anyone else, and they're just punching out this ideology that we're the bad people because we eat meat, and they're exactly the same in how they produce their food. So I think that was more to the point than anything.
Yeah, thank you. None of us men have everything figured out, but we do the best we can. That's
definitely not. But I definitely prefer. I definitely prefer eating meat.
Well, what are we talking about? I'm actually just sitting here eating fruit right now, so it's perfect time for me to front. What's up?
Man, these strawberries are so damn good right now.
What are you guys?
It's like I got some grapes in my mouth. But when you taste the steak, oh god damn, this steak, man, tastes so good. I didn't kill the cow, but I bought it. I bought part of this cow, and this steak tastes so damn good.
You're like, but it tastes so good, I would have killed it. Shit.
Hell yeah, I'd kill it. I mean, it's easy to kill a cow these days.
That's my only thing, man. That's my only thing. I'm the true definition of a tree hugger. I have problems killing bugs. I honestly don't really see the difference between uprooting a plant, killing an animal, or killing a human. I don't judge people for it because honestly, there's no. I mean,
Eli,
I can't say it's unavoidable.
Plants eat bugs too, right? This is like sometimes humans eat bugs. Freaking all kinds of animals eat bugs. Humans eat animals. Animals eat animals. And it's just like, bro,
it is what it is. Yeah.
You do what it do. This is Earth, bro.
I feel like the Lion King song's about to come on. The circle of life.
The circle of life. We're on fucking.
Come on, guys.
I mean, steak. I mean, come on. Everybody knows.
And as far as everything goes, the mass slaughter of animals just for, for humans. There's a better way to do it, but there's almost nothing we can do about it right now.
Yeah, I dare somebody to try to guilt trip me for eating meat.
Are you about to summon Nathan Thompson? Nathan Thompson, summon to the chat.
I don't give a damn. That's my guy.
What are you guys doing? Nah, not after this convo. You'd be like, Elijah, what are you doing?
Okay,
what's going on here?
I was like, look at your body and look at mine. You're all green and I'm all meat. Remember that time? What was the difference? I was like, yo, let's get on cam right now.
Flexing.
Not right now because now I'm fat. But give me a couple more. I got my discipline going, and so now I'm like moving towards transitioning.
Yeah, I've met Thompson a few times, and he has been like he's like a flexor.
If I wanted to keep going, he just kind of
you're moving to transition.
Anyway,
damn's the trigger word.
What were you guys talking about? Was this what y'all were talking about? I was coming in here like,
let's get back to philosophy.
Great. I'm ready to fucking rip somebody's head off. Let's go.
Good.
We're just trying to provoke the chat for the Glober to come in here, but they're too scared. They want to type on their keyboards. They don't like coming in here.
Well, they think their globe is not philosophy.
Yeah, we have so much content. Look, and this is my mission for the rest of my life, is to get people to understand how rich they actually are if they could just, activate that. Like, because there is how many times have we all said it? There are so many hours of the most amazing conversation you've ever heard that nobody will ever even forget other people not hearing it.
Ooh, that's the magic. That's the magic of it.
Shut up. I'm rolling. Shut up.
Yeah, my bad.
So, that being said, see what I'm saying? It's like, what the damn you, Helio?
My bad. No, that's the magic, Eli. The globe is the philosophy. That's how they made the globe real to everyone.
The point is, there have been so many conversations that I've had with you guys, with all different kinds of people that come in and out of here, that I've forgotten most of the best conversations. You see what I'm saying?
Like for the live stream.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Miggy, do what you're doing, man, and I definitely support it, and also will help in any way I can, because I just want more people to see. Because they don't see the conversation we have, because for whatever reason, the algorithms and we think that these people are dumb. They are dumb. They came up with something as dumb as the globe, but they know people. Okay, so I don't know if it's with the CV9. I don't know if it was that or what it was, but the bottom line is, when this shit blew up. This topic, and it's still blowing up. You can't kill energy. What do you have to do? You have to redirect it, and that's exactly what they did. Because what do we do now? What do we do nowadays?
All right, let me ask you something on that point.
Am I being too for anyone else? Because I'll just shorten it and just say short and sweet stuff. I thought I was about to. I've been waiting to be able to speak with a normal mic to just go off and say what I want to say. But if I'm sounding long-winded to you guys and y'all aren't feeling the locker room talk,
I was waiting for the conclusion, bro.
Okay, I'll just set up.
No, I was just waiting for you to
then go ahead and do it.
I want to hear it.
Oh, okay. My only point is that, guys, we got mad content, and Miggy, you're doing the channels, right?
Yeah, currently. Yep.
Okay, so I would say Miggy needs 2 or 3 people that are dedicated to getting him the best conversations. Because if 2 or 3 of us don't volunteer to do that, it's not going to get done. It's going to get done, but Miggy doing it by himself is kind of unfair when you have all of this manpower in here.
Let's freaking go. Indio's willing to come in here. We're talking about teaming up.
I want to say something as just a short addendum to what what Elijah was saying, I really respect every time you come in, Elijah. Even though you're long-winded sometimes, I respect everything you say. I love you, brother. This is it's an explanation between logic, understanding, and now I freaking forgot my point. God dang it! It's like the short versus the long. No, I mean, talking about something. Well, I mean, it's just like math. It's just like shit. I really lost my point. I ain't gonna lie. Not the first time. You guys continue. I might think of it again.
Sorry, Elliot.
No. It's good, man. You stopped me, but I stopped you. So it's back and forth. But anyway,
well, I think Jedi and me would kick up some dust, but I think he's on a different. Well, I think
it's different.
I work at night. He works.
Oh, I remember
you work during the day, right?
It's the difference between logic and understanding, or logic and learning, right? It was like, and we talk about it a lot. It's like logic can be something that you might understand, and just by learning, you can't necessarily know logic, in that way.
I'll be right back. Give me like 10 minutes.
I mean, and we often describe that all day long. I mean, we do that all day long, but a lot of people don't. They don't get it. It's just like, well, everybody knows. Everybody knows. You know what I mean?
Jedi, were you gonna say something?
No, you're fine. I mean, I was just saying. Well, I was just going to agree with you and start, trying to answer your question. I'm all over the place and make shift patterns and stuff, so I'm in and out all over the place.
Yeah. That's what I figured. That's kind of what I figured. But thank goodness Mary Gillett is here. No, I'm just kidding. She just popped in. I'm just announcing.
Yeah,
how's it going, Mary?
Sorry, I just want to say, for the point, if I interrupted Elijah on that point, the point was lost after I interrupted, but it's just like I wanted to make I want to move in conversation when it works on a point, working conjunction together. But I think we get it. It's just like we all get it, but you can't all get it all together at the same time to make the logic and the conversation work. So I mean, it's like shit hits you like freaking razor sharp waves of craziness.
That's exceptionally profoundly deep, mate. Well done. I get you.
I know. It's just like, yeah, I love all you guys, man. You guys are, you're making a difference in the world. I promise you are. So, continue.
Meanwhile, I just want to see some globe proof. Anyone? Gotta come in here, please.
Show me the goddamn globe.
Let's see who's got their mask on today, Andy. Because I'm gonna take it off. Mask off. I'll go.
Mask on. Mask on.
All these wigs and masks you keep taking off people, Miggy. I don't know.
Yeah. I snatch a wig and then take off their mask. And you get to see the monster underneath it. It's a boogeyman. Got claws and fangs.
Mayhem, did you remove a bunch of videos? Because there's only 2 on your channel now. Or were there more before, or was I dreaming?
No. You hit the live section.
Okay.
Yeah, YouTube's kind of changed it up. You have videos and then live. So live is where you were live. I mean, it was really confusing at first for me as well. So if you go to someone's channel, you have to hit their live videos, which gives then you can find when they were live streaming.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm seeing
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's stupid. They should just combine the home screen with both.
Yeah, I think it's stupid too. All the videos should be other videos or
chronological.
You can tell it, by chronological. But now they changed it, and I think that's fucked up. I don't like it. But.
Now I got some really good clips of the guy who was in here. Was it yesterday or today? Anyways, he's not here anymore. But we got some really good clips off of him if you want to hear them. He went by the name Yeshua Saves.
Which guy's that?
You guys remember that guy? Yeshua Saves?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
I got 2 clips, so let me see. Simcord always sends me the latest and greatest. So if you
shout out to Sim.
Yeah, let me see. It should be in the bot. Go back to the bot. I'll look for him and then I'll play him. So sorry if somebody starts talking. Meanwhile, I'm looking for this and then. Here they are. All right, here we go.
Else, because like if we're saying that we see a horizon some of the time, right? Then we'd have to establish what is that. Is that an optical phenomenon caused by us not being able to distinguish the surface from the sky? Or is that a physical phenomenon caused by an obstruction by the Earth?
I would say probably both.
Both. So you have a thing that is physical, but then it's also not in a physical location.
And then I would say part of it, yeah.
Right, so it's part physical and part not in the same physical location. Is that your claim? That seems pretty contradictory.
I mean, part of it is that.
Well, I mean, if I have a neighbor like at 100 feet away from my house, is he gonna be 150 foot away from my house on some days? I don't think so. Right? I mean,
he could walk away.
But his house won't be, right? Unless he has to pick up and build and remove the entire house. Like, okay, he could do that.
Right.
But then I would be able to see, hey, he moved his house. I could go over and measure, hey, he moved it 250 meters. That's great.
Yeah, okay.
I can expand my garden. Awesome. So, but the point, right, is that you can measure that.
Yeah, and?
Okay, therefore it's physical, right? And now if you're claiming that thing is physical, but not in the same physical location, that's a problem.
So part of it is
you said both. That's a problem because there
is optical.
Yeah, but that's mutually exclusive though, right? And then you can't use one to prove the other.
Sake, you could assume only optical if you wanted, but I think it would miss some of the value.
Why do we have to assume anything?
Like what?
Now that young man was very confused. I got one more clip of him. But what do you think about what he just said? Anybody want to chime in? What was wrong with what he said?
What, the globe earther?
Yeah, Glober.
What, he wanted 2 different types of horizons, one physical and one optical at the same time, it sounded.
Yeah, but what's wrong with claiming both? Can any flat earther in here tell me why it's wrong to claim both, like the way he just did?
Well, if you claim both, you don't have a measurement for radius. And how did you get that in the first place?
Well, in his mind, all you have to do is assume. So if he's making a weaselly argument that he wants to have an optical horizon and a physical one at the same time, what's wrong with what he's doing there? There's something specifically wrong.
He gets to pick and choose which one it is based on.
He's assuming it's actually a thing that he doesn't even see.
Yeah. Because if it's physical, then what is it? What are the attributes of it being physical? A physical horizon, leading edge of the sphere.
Come on, boys.
You could. Yeah, I was gonna say, but yeah, go ahead, guys.
You can measure it.
There you go. So if it's physical, you can measure it. But if it's optical,
you can only optically measure it.
No, you can't. You can't optically measure it. It's not measurable in the optical.
No, I'm trying to use his logic, the global logic.
Oh yeah, but like in the instance of it being optical, it cannot be measured. So it either is physical and can be measured too, because it's somewhere that's static in, let's say, a known distance, and you can say, I know that when I stand at 6 feet, I know exactly where the horizon is, and it should be right where it should be at a certain distance away, because it is the leading edge of the sphere. It's physical. It doesn't move. It's always going to be there. But when it's optical, it's actually the opposite. That means that it doesn't matter where I see the horizon. It's going to be different tomorrow and the next day and so on. So it's going to vary. It won't be in the same place. So he was claiming both. You see. But what does that mean, though? Is the Earth getting bigger and smaller, like every day? Like, is it growing and shrinking? Because if it's optical and physical, that means that that's what's happening. The Earth is getting big and it's shrinking, getting big and shrinking, getting big and shrinking. It's never going to be something that's static. So then the numbers, which give like the radius, diameter, circumference value, aren't able to be derived if you don't know the exact distance to the horizon. That's why this is so important. When you talk to somebody about the distance to the horizon, if they don't know, then it's not physical. Something physical, like if you were to stand, let's say, I don't know, half a mile away from a giant, hill or something, you know exactly where that hill is. So when your friend walks to where that hill is and goes over that hill, they're no longer seen because the obstruction of the Earth, the hill would be in the way. And you could say tomorrow, when your friend walks over that hill, they would still disappear behind that hill due to the fact that the Earth is obstructing the view from you seeing your friend. Every day, it would still be in the same place. It's static. It's a known distance from you to where the hill is and where you can't see your friend anymore. Every single time. But if it's optical, that means that your friend could walk away from you and then all of a sudden they'd be behind the hill before they even got to the hill. So there's a lot of things wrong with the way he's trying to play both sides of the fence. You can't have it both ways. Does that make any sense, or does anybody have any objections to that? Or?
He'll probably, the guy in your scenario would argue that if the conditions were perfect, he'd be able to see his friend over the hill, though.
Well, that's the other thing that we can talk about, right? He either is seeing his friend with this refraction over a curve, but then with the curve actually being there, we'd have to know that if it's actually there or not. So in the first instance, that argument is built on the presupposition that the curve exists. Do you see?
Exactly.
So we have to prove the hill's existence in the first place.
That's right. Yeah, he can't claim that it's a refracted geometric horizon without proof of the geometry to begin with.
Yeah, geometry's first, and then that it's like x and delta x. Same thing.
Correct.
You're going to need a horizon first to have a refracted one. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly right.
Leading edge of the sphere first, and then you can refract something over that leading edge of the sphere.
Yeah, once it exists, once it's in physical reality, then maybe you can look at a refracted image of it. But you can't look at refracted ghosts or other things that aren't real.
So, yeah, if there's no geometry that's being worked on this Earth, then there is nothing to refract over it. Does that make any sense, guys? I'm just trying to clarify, like, when they do this, and that's the reason why I stopped, for a moment, because I want to play the other clip that he was talking about, but this one is, like, the most important. It's almost a sophistry that happens when you talk to these guys. You're not really aware. It sounds like it makes sense in a way in your mind, but that's the confusion. The confusion of it thinking that, well, it could have some strange meaning to have, like, it being seen over a curve, with light and all that. But he hasn't proved the first thing in the curvature. He hasn't provided evidence for that yet. He's talking like a derivative topics, delta x, about the refraction of something happening over a curve that he hasn't provided evidence for.
That's the irony of it. That's why he has to say it's refracted, because he can't provide the evidence for it, because there is none.
So hopefully you've seen the flaw in that argument, trying to hold both positions. So it's weird because they're dead in the water either way. They can't say it's physical because where's the measurement? They can't say it's optical. Well, they can say it's optical, but then it kills the globe immediately. When you go to optical, it kills the globe. That means they can't figure out how they derive the metrics of the art. So they're dead either way. Once they say it's physical, then they're gonna have to provide how they the measurement to it, and they can never do that.
And if they could do that, they wouldn't have to say it's refracted.
Sorry, guys.
Right. Let me play the other clip because he said some other interesting thing. I want you guys to hear.
You assume that for now?
Well, that's what you said.
The point is, if you assume that level is a tangent plane to a curve, and I said assume, so let's
it's a problem
with that basis. Just imagine with me for a second that it is curved.
Just imagine.
Yes.
That's not what we wanted to do, though. We wanted observations from reality, not imagination. We didn't want to imagine curve. We wanted to see it.
Just imagine with me for a second. Okay?
Is that all we can do for the globe? Just imagine it?
Just humor me for a second. Yeah, let's just pretend that this nonsense globe thing were true. Let's just assume. Okay, let's just pretend.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's just assume and pretend, and yeah. But I want to hear what you have to say now.
We're going to move forward on that premise, and we're going to say, okay, we've been using celestial navigation for, centuries. And it works, quite frankly.
Can we assume to move forward and just not move forward at all?
What do you mean?
Well, we're imagining this globe, so can we just imagine that we're moving forward, but we don't move forward? We just stick to the fact that there's no curve?
No. Let's just, for argument's sake, look. If we assume that it's globe and there's a contradiction, then either one, there was an assumption made that was wrong, or two, the contradiction disproves the globe. Okay, so let's just
okay. So for example,
there is a contradiction.
If we have, like, say, if the Earth is a globe and then we have a horizon's distance that doesn't match, then we would have to question the assumption by the same logic, right?
There's an assumption that the horizon distance, though, is, a lot of people assume
is a certain distance away based on your observer height and radius of the globe. Yeah.
Because, you could have elevation, because all your elevation.
Yeah, I said that observer height and radius of the globe. That's what determines the horizon
observer height, but nobody accounts for elevation in observer height either. So
sure they do.
Saying there's a horizon.
I've seen dozens of people account for observer height.
But observer height, where they include the elevation, it's kind of just this vague concept where you end up not having a definite horizon for any given location.
So then you don't have anything to obstruct things in the distance, right?
Well, what do you mean by that?
I mean, if you don't have a horizon, then things obviously can't be blocked by it, right?
Things are definitely blocked by it, but horizon, as most people understand it and how I understand it, the horizon is where the sky meets the land or the sea. That's how I understand
it's basically the line where at which, I would say it's the line at which the surface and sky are indistinguishable from each other.
Yeah. So if that is the horizon, we have to assume. Again, I use the word loosely.
Well, I don't know. I think we should start. I think we should start somewhere else, because, if we're saying that we see a horizon some of the time, right? Then, we'd have to establish what is that. Is that an optical?
That was it. I bet you couldn't. You're pacing back and forth, Jedi. Like this freaking guy. If he was here right now. Yeah, it's just these young people, man. It's just
crazy. These super vague altitudes, apparently. What the fuck? What's he going on about?
He's loosely assuming things. he's not even sure he's assuming things. He's just loosely assuming them.
What was this guy's name? Can you remember?
Yeah, Yeshua
Be
saves.
vigilant.
Or be
that was
vigilant, yeah. But he quit the server. I mean, he's skedaddled.
He wrote a breakup note in the lobby.
Yeah, Dear John letter.
Oh, really? Did he tell us what we'd done?
Damn, I haven't seen that name in a while. What's up, Breck? What up, broski? Yeah, it's pretty super cringe, by the way. Yeah, Simcord put it in the live stream voice text if you guys want to see the letter he put.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Wow, he did write a letter, didn't he?
I don't know if that's a letter he left when he left the server, but that's one that he had in there prior. If there was another one contrary to this one, it might have been, but
yeah, listen, it's like his entry note. I get you.
Yeah, that's his entry note.
At least he was polite.
Mic check 1 2.
I hear you.
Yeah.
What up?
Yeah.
Yo?
What's up?
Ready to crack some skulls?
Oh yeah. When I'm done biting my knuckles from cringing from that video.
That usually gets your goat. You just want to take your keyboard and just smash it into the computer screen now. Just keep whacking it until there's no more computer screen.
It makes me feel bad for like humanity.
That's funny as hell, bro. I'm not mad anymore. I'm just disappointed.
Yeah. Like, how did you make the cut, man?
Yeah.
Like,
where did we go wrong? Who moved the freaking rock? Come on, guys. Where did this guy come from? It's like epic levels, of like the worst argumentation you can possible. And he says it with these smooth tones. Okay, guys. Okay. Let's just assume. Okay. Let's just bring it down a notch and assume. Right? Can we just assume?
For the sake of argument.
We keep saying it over and over. Freaking Indio is tying that white hair bun. He's putting his hair in a bun, and he's getting ready to do his kung fu moves.
Right, just like eat some fish heads at this point.
It's
second helping of those fish heads. Too cringy.
I need something to. I gotta punch something. Freaking wall or some shit. I can't believe humanity's doing this. It's just crazy, bro.
I don't know. Is it the public school? Is it their parents? Like, what's going on? I don't get it.
Probably a veritable potpourri of all kinds of shit.
Yeah, it's like, are you like third generation single mothers or something? Like,
And just you can't believe somebody could actually think like this. It's incredible.
They're not thinking. They're just like, I don't know what it is, man.
Because you obviously know they know what the word assume means. So why would you use it in a way to describe reality and continuously say, okay, guys, I know we can see reality for what it is. Just imagine with me for a second, right? Like, why? We don't have to. We can just go out and check it out. Like, that's just a simple way to do it, right? Why are we...
As soon as you invoke assume, you're saying, I don't have proof.
Yeah.
You're conceding right away.
You might as well just say, I kind of guess.
Yeah, or I feel, or something.
Yeah. Well, it is.
I feel like the Earth's a ball.
So it is.
Yeah, I feel better if it's a ball. Flat Earth gives me anxiety.
Oh, we know it gives people certain amounts of anxiety, that's for sure.
Big time.
Now, all of this has to do with them presenting the information of how they know the Earth is a globe. So therefore, and I don't know mirror image what that was a reference to, but I'm talking to people that coming in here want to describe how they know the Earth's a globe. So this isn't a debate, right? A debate is when you say I like purple and I like orange, right? We can debate about that. This isn't a debate. You go outside and you can test the very Earth that people are in question. Is this thing curving or not? How is that a debate? It's not a debate. And so when you say assume, you think that's a good way to start it? Like that's not even logical. Like how is any logical thinking person thinking that that's even in the realm of like a great discussion? That's not. When you have to preface the discussion with, okay, let's just, for this argument's sake, let's just assume. Can you assume with me? Like, why?
Well, yeah, it's like, why were you even having a discussion? Let's just assume I have proof that the Earth's a ball. Okay, game over.
I win. Indeed.
Just weird to me. I don't know. I must have been born in the wrong generation.
There really is generation to freaking.
Yeah, the really is generation. We're like, where the rubber met the road. You don't get to live in your own head.
Exactly. Some people actually were deferred to coming here from TikTok, so maybe TikTok's a good thing. It's not all about China, So we got some people that came in earlier. They were like, "Well, I saw somebody speaking of this server on TikTok." I'm like, "Damn, we're getting around." I don't know whoever's putting out stuff on TikTok. Kudos, whether it's good or bad. I think they were still led here, so. But Dave McKeegan's got one coming though. Indio, at some point we do have to tear that guy down.
Oh yeah, I'm game.
Because
from what I've seen, it's just all straw man nonsense. So
I know, but that's what's so fun about it. That's what's so fun about it. I love how arrogant and egotistical they are when they're just so prideful and they think they know the globe. That's so funny. They have no idea.
If the Earth is a globe, how can it be flat? Yeah, that's what we want to know. Because it is flat. It makes it not a globe.
Let me pull up some thumbnails. How about that?
Yeah, I'm struggling a little bit with this, actually. What this guy said, C. Science cannot prove anything with 100% certainty. Okay. It is only used to describe something you are observing or experiencing. So it's got the first bit and is only proof to a reasonable doubt, meaning it is repeatable. So he's saying it doesn't prove anything, but then he said it does prove something to a reasonable doubt. Which is it? I mean,
let's just try to mix and match legalese with, it's reasonable doubt in court. It isn't reasonable doubt.
Oh.
What's the burden of proof in England to convict somebody?
Innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, there's a standard of proof. Like, so in criminal cases, it's proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the person's guilty. And in civil cases, it's like more likely one than the other.
Pretty much the same standard if you're talking about proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Yeah.
But at the top he says, I'm a globe earther. He says, I am a globe earther. And then he says, the earth is round and the center of the universe. The earth does not spin, and rather the universe revolves around us. When he says round, does he mean round like a coin? I don't know, because he obviously means a sphere from his first statement, I'm a globe earther. So, it's got to spin, dude. If you think it's a globe, it's got to spin.
I think he's talking about, I believe this is a geocentric, like he believes the Earth is stationary and everything else revolves around it, is what I think he was trying to say. There was one guy that was saying that anyway, that might have been the one.
Well, the reason the courts, at least in America, they say reasonable doubt's the standard because they say that in human affairs, right, and that's usually what a court case is, has, there's humans testifying and stuff. In human affairs, nothing can be above all doubt. Right? Because you always have witnesses, and the witnesses have to testify to what they saw or what happened and all that stuff. And memories are not 100% accurate and are confused or, whatever. So nothing can be beyond all doubt when it comes to human affairs. But that doesn't say anything about, what the shape of the earth is. Liquid water's wet. Pretty sure there's no doubt in that. But they just like that. This is like a 99.9%er, right? When they say, science doesn't prove anything. Right? They're leaving their out. But the problem, and I've said this lots of times, they want to say on one hand science doesn't prove things, but they want people to think of science as the truth. At the same time, they want to say, well, science is the truth, or science says this, or science says that, and they want to appeal to science on one hand to like stifle any debate. So you have a debate about one thing, and one party goes, well, the science says blah 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 blah. And that ends the debate because the science says blah 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 blah. But on the other hand, when they're pressed, right, when their feet is held to the fire, they'll go, well, science doesn't prove anything anyway.
They're fucking idiots.
They try to have it both ways. It's really that simple.
What are they actually saying by that statement that science doesn't prove anything? Like, one day the heat will not make the water boil, it will just be its normal temperature. That's what they're saying. The cause one day won't actually be the cause. Stupid, right?
Well, I mean, they're really, what they really mean is modern science, like the modern inductive method of science. Yeah, that doesn't prove anything because it's affirming the consequent. So,
let's see if this video plays in here. I'll see if this video plays, and you guys, we can comment. Well, I'll stop it so we can comment it like along the way, so Helio won't get a strike or anything. So let's see if it plays.
I've been experimenting recently with tracking different objects over a flat Earth map. The results are quite eye-opening, I think. There was a recent video from Eric Dubay who, well, he claimed he was reading an essay by William Carpenter from 1895, But I can't actually find any record of this essay, so I don't know if it's Carpenter's words or Eric's. Either way, they're quite ironic.
The astronomers now teach that the sun's distance from the Earth is from 92 to 93 million miles, whereas it is proved to be under 2,400 miles. Modern astronomy and its crafty or most deluded sycophants teach that the sun is stationary and the center of the planetary or celestial bodies, and that it is over 1 million miles larger than the Earth, whereas it is not 1,000th part of its size.
From people who say you shouldn't just believe what you're told to believe and that you should do your own research, comes 10 minutes of random assertions with absolutely no evidence to support them, just claims, opinions, and random memes, basically telling people what they should believe.
I paused it on purpose.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
And I'll be right back too, but I paused it. But yeah, go ahead.
So, well, I was just going to say, he starts off with a poisoning the well. He struts right off, challenging or impugning Eric Dubay's credibility. That's the first thing he does. Oh, he said it comes from William Carpenter's essay, but I couldn't find the essay, implying that he's a liar, right? Yeah. So he's trying to poison the well right off the bat. Right off the rip, dude. So once the well's poisoned, anything you say, now you automatically have that bias, right? You're imparting the bias on the audience. This guy has questionable credibility, so pay attention, real close attention to what he says. Right? So Eric Dubay goes on. And I do agree with him on the sense that Eric should have provided evidence for his claims. But, you know...
He's already made one assertion. See, I know we're going for the global guy, but even Eric Dubay has said that the sun is a certain distance away and used the word provable.
Yeah.
I mean, really? Really, Eric? Are you sure?
I just saw Wakey's undercover interview.
Yeah. So what'd you think of that?
It was interesting. I mean, I kind of figured as soon as she figured out like what was going on towards the end that she was gonna get all
why should be offended?
Defensive. Yeah.
But that's the thing, is why should she?
Well, I mean,
why should she? But listen, they say the globe is proven. It's scientifically proven. Why be offended? Like, listen, if you have truth, right? I learned this like when I was freaking 16 years old. The truth is like an immutable brick. It's unassailable. Doesn't matter what anybody says or does, or they can use tricks, sophistry. They can do whatever. The truth is immutable.
You know what the problem is, though?
Well, if the truth is astrophysics or astronomy proves the globe, it shouldn't bother her at all that he's an undercover flat earther. That should actually be like, awesome. I'm going to change his mind, or I'm going to teach him something, or like, it shouldn't matter the questions, whether the questions are gotchas or not. Because no gotcha question should even exist.
Yeah, but we live in a society now where there is no one truth. There is my truth. I see that a lot.
I just threw up in my mouth, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't agree with it, but that's what I see.
Well, I'm just saying, when I hear that, when I hear my truth, dude, I'm just like, ugh.
Yeah, I hear it a lot.
Let me show, like, let's go to this guy Dave McKeegan's video. We'll comment a little more, and I'll stop it if you guys want to at earlier point, or I'll just find a place to stop it at.
Yeah, I'll be laughing.
Yeah, I'm laughing at his tracking.
But there was one bit in particular that sparked my interest, where they were talking about how seasons would work on a flat Earth.
Is constantly moving in spiral orbits, round and over the face of the motionless Earth, increasing the latitude of those orbits about 10 or 11 miles every day, from June to December, and decreasing them in the same proportion from December to June.
Now, this alone I find quite amusing, because I've seen flat earthers argue that space can't be real because having an atmosphere next to a vacuum with no barrier would apparently break Newton's second law of thermodynamics.
but having a sun that can not only drift
Did he
its
just
orbital
say,
path,
pause
but
that.
also speed.
What? Newton's second. What? Who is this idiot?
Newton's second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, but let me just. I gotta
What
say
the-
this. 'Cause hang on, let me get to this video. Where is this stupid home button? Okay. So he said on that one part, he said analyzing the trackable paths of the objects and how they defy physics. Correction. I made a small slip up there. At 1 minute 45 seconds, I said Newton's second law of thermodynamics. Newton did not come up with the laws of thermodynamics. I had Newton on the brain because I was about to reference the laws of motion. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Bullshit.
Okay, mea
Anyway.
culpa. Anyway.
Yeah. It just, because I'm not defending him, but like he did correct himself on the title of the video and whatnot. But
That's
I
fine
just-
if he wants to go on.
yeah,
That's fine. Like, I get it. But he wanted to go on to Newton's laws of motion, which have also been debunked as well. Fine, that's not a problem.
okay, let me roll on through.
Speed up on a larger orbit directly breaks Newton's laws of motion, unless there are some forces acting up on the sun to repeatedly change its movement and its speed. A force that isn't gravity, since, that apparently doesn't exist. But the bit that really caught my eye was that in both of those clips, the moon remains directly opposite the sun throughout. And this is something I've seen in many different flat Earth examples before. Except we've all seen the moon in the middle of the day. So the moon can't
Jesus
remain
Christ.
directly opposite the sun at all times. Otherwise, we'd only ever see it at night, and it would always appear in exactly the same point in the sky at exactly the same time. Now, Eric does at least sort of address this by including a very subtle hint of a disclaimer stating, quote, "This does not necessarily represent the exact paths." So I went and mapped it out for myself, and it turns out his disclaimer would have probably been a bit more accurate if it had been worded along the lines of, "This isn't even close to accurate." Now, the great thing about all of this is anyone with just a little bit of time can map these things out for themselves. There are plenty of websites and apps out there that track and map out the positions of where things like the sun and the moon not only are, but have been and will be. So it's very easy to verify. Just pick a random time and date in the future, look where the sun and the moon are supposed to be in relation to you, and then at that time go outside and see if they're there or not. Photographers use tools like this all the time to plan out very specific shots. For example, when they want a moon rising up over the horizon and they want people on a hill to be appearing like they're right in front of a big moon, they don't just randomly guess and hope for the best. They use apps like PhotoPills to work out exactly where the moon is supposed to be rising up so that they can make sure that they're standing in exactly the right spot to put whatever subject they want in the foreground to be exactly on the path for the moon's rising. Now, I used the tracker on timeanddate.com, and I looked through the whole of December for this year in 6-hour intervals. And you can see, yes, the sun is following a pretty stable path around the southern hemisphere, but the moon, the path wavers quite drastically, starts in the north and finishes in the south over the course of the month. So I mapped these out, these 6-hour intervals, for about the first 3 weeks of December. And yes, at the start of December at 10:16 UTC time, the sun and the moon are indeed opposing each other, with the sun in the southern hemisphere and the moon in the northern hemisphere, just like Eric's clip suggests. But once they start moving, it becomes very apparent that the moon's path isn't consistent, and even its speed is appearing to change, with the sun actually gradually catching up to it and then eventually passing it. It becomes even more apparent if you look at the 4-week intervals. This is a map showing the sun and the moon's position at 10:16 UTC time every 4 weeks, starting from the beginning of January 2022 until around summer 2023. And you can see the sun at 10:16 is always directly over Africa, but it varies in latitude, which is explained on a flat Earth model by the sun's orbit changing, and is explained on a globe by the Earth's tilt varying. But the moon at 1016 not only changes latitude, but also longitude. It follows a wave, which can be explained on a globe by the fact that the moon is orbiting the Earth on a different orbital plane than the Earth is orbiting the sun. So their positions relative to each other can vary. Not quite sure how it's explained on a flat Earth though, since it would require the sun and the moon to not only have forces acting upon them to vary their paths and speeds, but they have to be completely different forces because the paths aren't even the same. I'm sure they'll just chalk it down to being a projector or something. So I then looked at the International Space Station. Now I know flat earthers will argue that the ISS is fake and it doesn't actually exist. But again, you can easily test this. There's trackers that tell you where and when it should pass you by, and you can go outside and see it pass you by. Again, photographers use the trackers like this to plan out the shots to know when the ISS will be transiting in front of the moon or even the sun. Hell, flat earthers have even done this. Jeranism did it a few years ago. Claimed the ISS was fake, used a tracker to work out exactly where and when it should pass in front of the moon.
My alarm went off on my phone and I knew I had 10 seconds. I counted down in my head, 3, 2, 1. I remember waiting, like what? And then sure enough, there it was.
And then later deleted the video. Even everyone's favourite flat earther Bob Nodal has admitted the ISS exists.
Is this will tell you you're able to enter in your location, your zip code, whatever, and it will tell you when the ISS is going over you, and it's going to where it's going to rise, how long it's going to stay in your visual sight, and when and where it's going to set. It tells you everything you would need to know to be able to spot this ISS light in the sky.
During a live talk on stage he was doing all about how the ISS doesn't exist.
Now, our Glober opponents would love to tell us, and they would love to validate NASA by saying things like, I know the ISS is real. I've seen it with my own eyes. It's absolutely there. You can't deny it. We can take pictures of it. It's there. You guys are just idiots, right?
He even then asked a room full of flat earthers if they've seen it as well.
Witnessed an ISS transit over the top of you. So show of hands. All right, well, quite a few of you. And like I said, if you haven't, you can spot the station. You can go and do this for yourself.
Thanks, Bob. So regardless of whether or not you think the ISS that's shown on the live streams from NASA is real or not, seems we're all in agreement that there is something orbiting up there that is shaped like the ISS and sits closer to the Earth than the Moon is, and it appears in the skies exactly where and when the trackers state it will. So I went to try and plot out the tracking positions for the ISS onto a flat Earth model. A little bit more complex, to be fair, than the Sun or the Moon, because it's got a much shorter orbit time and it covers a much greater area of the Earth's surface on a given day. Fortunately, though, I was able to find a fantastic video that's modelling the ISS's orbit over both a globe and a flat plane done by Janosch Gaia. I do apologise if I've just butchered that name. But it's the ISS tracked over the course of about 5 days and displayed on both a rotating globe and the flat Earth. Now, you can see the globe's path. The ISS is orbiting in a straight line, but it's slightly off of the Earth's axis of rotation, which is causing it to drift over which part of the Earth's surface it's orbiting as the Earth rotates. But flat earthers say the Earth doesn't spin. So I've corrected the flat Earth video to keep the flat Earth static, and this is the path that the ISS takes. I have no idea what forces could be at play to cause that sort of a spiraling orbit, unless the firmament is literally a giant kid's spirograph set. And again, with huge...
Okay. I had to pause that for a second. I don't even know where to begin with that utter nonsense.
It went straight to the ISS.
I mean, where should I start? Should I start at the beginning, like what the first stupid shit he said, or should I start at the end? I don't.
What was he talking about at the end with the? Does he think? What's he thinking of?
No, like if you look,
orbiting.
If I did see this part of the video. This is like the only part I saw of this video, Miggy. It's like The orbit is not the orbit. If you map it over, he's using the map he used was it's the one that Professor Dave uses, which is actually a NASA flat Earth map. It's they have an AE projection of one of their artist renditions of the globe, and that's what Globers use for some reason. It's pretty fucking stupid. Anyway, the orbit takes like a I don't know how to describe it. It's not an orbit, but it kind of takes like it does like a spirograph. You know what a spirograph? But it's like a wide one. I mean, you can probably post a video. So anyway,
no one's doubting that there is a light up there that goes past.
Look, but the claim that it's seen every time that you look on the tracker. First of all, no one ever claimed that, and it's actually not true. And Dave also admitted the fact that when Jeranism watched the moon transit, he had also tried to see a transit before that and didn't see it.
Yeah.
So, like, and
leave out those parts,
and then let out all the parts that he left out. Bob's complete argument, right? So, Bob, first of all, Bob's everyone's favorite flat earther. Rest in peace, Bob. But sorry, you weren't my favorite flat earther. I don't even know if I have a favorite flat earther. So you see how like he goes through all these personalities, right? This more poisoning the well. Eric Dubay, Jeranism, Bob Nodell, fucking Squeaky Fromm, or whoever any other name he can think of, right? He's trying to turn it into about personalities. This is the same old gimmicks that they all do.
Well, they're putting those flat earthers up on the pedestal, and they're saying that we believe them all.
Yeah, so a person says something, that person happens to be a flat earther, so all flat earthers believe what that person says.
Yeah.
Right? This is called like an all or nothing fallacy, or a hasty generalization fallacy, right? So whatever Jeranism did, whatever Bob did, whatever Eric Dubay did, that's none of my business, dude. They have their opinion. They can have whatever they want. I actually don't agree with a lot of shit all three of them say. Probably 95%, not 95%, okay, 75% of the stuff they say. They speculate too much. And this is the problem with speculation.
Right.
Right? Remember how we were talking about this earlier today, Miggy?
Indeed.
Right? We were talking about it's very coincidental, or serendipitous, if you want that. So we were talking about this today, is that the example I used was a January 6th thing, right? Who does the media talk about? They talk about the crazy person with the frickin' buffalo hat. Right? He's representative of the people that went there in the media. So they'll find the flat earthers that say the most outlandish things, or the things that are the easiest proven wrong, and they're gonna make those representative of all flat earthers.
I hate that, bro.
And this is the problem with speculation, and why we don't have speculation here. And I know it probably irritates a lot of people, and I don't care if it does. Because I'm not going to be lumped in with your crazy Mandela effect AI fucking flat earth. I'm not getting lumped in with that shit. Okay? I'm just not.
Yeah, what happens is it causes a lot of confusion. Like with the people that are talking about speculation, they can't get out of the where that starts and truth begins. So it's just all melded into this amalgamation of what it could be, and it doesn't jive well with people trying to search out the truth. How can we find out? And then
it's also unfair in a way, right? Because you can turn on any you can listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson speculate. He doesn't qualify it with saying it's speculation. Neither does if you watch any conference by any physicist, Brian Cox, Bill Nye, they'll start talking about black holes and what happened before the Big Bang and negative mass and warp drives and all that shit. They don't qualify it to say it's speculation, and we don't run around saying, "Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson said there's warp drives, so all Globers are nuts," right? So we don't do that. So it's just these are just gimmicks, dude. They're propaganda gimmicks, and to me that's all they are.
And don't forget Seeing Back in Time. That's a good one.
Yeah, they believe in time travel and length contraction. And what's the meme I saw today? If you left the Earth when you were like 11 years old at light speed, you'd come back, like all your friends that were the same age, they'd be 65 and you'd only be 5 years older. Like,
oh my God. Dude.
Yeah, dude. Like shit like that. But they say crazy stuff like that. But these same Goldbergs, this guy would think it was cool, right? He'd be like, wow, man, that's deep. That's fascinating. Wow, does that really happen? Oh, man, I wish I could go to the speed of light so I wouldn't age. Jesus Christ, dude, like for real. But Flat Earth, that's stupid.
Yeah.
So his appeal to the ISS was to distract. All of this is just a distraction. Get your eyes on something else so that you won't look at the curve, which I don't have any answers for. So let's look up in the ISS. Let's see some lights passing over us. And like Timbo was saying earlier, even if there is technology floating around above our heads, right, for whatever means, balloon technology or solar powered, whatever.
I want to know how he mapped it to a flat Earth. That's what I want to know.
Yeah, because they're using these AE. Like I'm always talking about this, man. Like AE maps and Gleason and like.
No, listen. Though. When you look up spot the station or time and date for the position of the sun, right? What do? You find your azimuth and elevation angle. That isn't done from externally. That isn't done from outside of the Earth. That's done from on the surface of the Earth, right? So if I want to know the elevation angle, what do I do first? Find the horizon and measure the angle up. Azimuth, I take a compass, right? And I figure out what direction it is. So azimuth northeast or whatever. Say azimuth is 90 degrees. So it's due east. Elevation angle is 20 degrees. 20 degrees up. Right? That's not outside of the Earth. That's from my position.
Yeah, that's on the Earth. So that's like ground tracking. That's what timeanddate.com does. That's he referred timeanddate.com.
Well, the point is it's first person point of view. It isn't a third-person point of view outside of the Earth. So I want to know how he mapped that first-person point of view to his third-person outside the flat Earth point of view. How did he do that? Where did he get the distances? Where did he get the angles? Where did he get the exactly? He can't.
He couldn't.
It's not even possible.
So for him to actually pose that the ISS would have to be going like in that spiral graph, like he definitely would have to like assume already like that the Earth. There's a lot of assumptions, right? That the Earth is what. Yeah, the Earth is exactly as the AE map projection states that it is. If anybody's this,
then somehow he mapped it correctly.
Yeah.
From a third-person point of view.
That's what I'm saying. Like on top of all of that, he did that. He mapped it on a third-person perspective. But like, this is the reason why I'm gonna just caveat to the fact that people are still talking about and people are like, well, we're not talking about the AE maps. And like, this is why. Because numbnuts like these are going to be running around saying, like, we got a map. They gave us a map. This is the map they're using. This is the AE map. Like, and so people are like, I don't see any harm in it. It helps me convey the message. I'm like, you see what happens? This guy didn't take it that way, and neither do his listeners. They think that's exactly what flat earthers think. So they're like, well, that's and then when you use it for like your purpose, well, I don't use it in that context. Nobody cares because he's already used it in a bad light. And so when you use it, somebody's going to be like, oh, that's what you think the Earth is. You know what I mean? So it's like, it doesn't help.
Well, look how long he took to kind of argue about Eric Dubay's explanation for the seasonal cycle and the rotational movement of the moon and the sun. Now, in his little GIF model, the sun and the moon were on opposite sides. And this man took 10 minutes to explain that that's not what reality does and used that as a straw man as part of the model. No one's actually fucking saying that. But because the model, the GIF showed that he spent 10 minutes fucking pulling it apart. Doesn't matter what the fucking claim is. If we put it out there, he's going to pull it apart, even if we don't fucking say it.
Because you gave him a model. Or you didn't.
Yes. Yeah. You gave him a model.
Well, your model that you gave me. This is how it is.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to rip that apart.
Exactly. I've been trying to tell these guys, it's like, don't do it. And they're like, but we need something. It's not, listen, all we're saying is it just helps us talk about flat earth. I'm like, it's gonna destroy you in the end. Like, you think it's something harmless telling another person who doesn't know about flat earth, you're like, look, I'm just trying to help them out, so I'm gonna use this. I'm like, you think that it's a little harmless thing, but look at this guy. He's got 700,000 views on this one video. And everybody heard this. It's all straw man. It's all just poking fun at how, like, they got this, look at this flat earth map that we got here. And then when you use it, some guy's going to be like, oh, isn't this what David McKeegan was talking about? Like, and then what? Like, well, how are you going to rescue that? You can't. The point is done. You've already, used something that people are going to look and laugh at. So people do, though, Helio. That's that point I'm getting to. It's like, I don't. You guys know what I'm saying? It has been done. People do use it. So.
Yes, sorry. Helio said that it's a model that we don't present. Unfortunately, Eric DeBay's done that.
Some do.
Eric DeBay has explained the signal to cycles. Eric DeBay has given the distance to the sun. Right? He's made these explanations. Eric DeBay even said the sun spirals and gains altitude and decreases in altitude throughout the year. He doesn't know that.
The most prolific flat earther at the moment, getting all the interviews. Actually, I had to. I cringed the other day. He made a statement that he showed the map, and then he made a statement that there are actually outer ponders, and this is. And I went, "What the fuck, man?
Oh,
there are aliens. Yeah. They are outer ponders. Oh man, that's it. I'm done. Can't listen anymore." And he presents this map, like.
We see the dangers, right? And it's even from our own side. I know we've got this guy and he's ripping it apart and this, that, and the other. But I'm more concentrating on what Eric DeBay said. He's not doing us any favors.
That's the point. That's what I'm bringing, I guess, to light, is the fact that we've been overlooking this for quite some time. Nobody holds anybody accountable on the side of flat earth anymore. It's just like we were trying to garner more people. Like, we want to get more people into this, and so we forsake the fact that sometimes we have to say we can't use this, and we allow it. So it just, and what happens is it festers, and it turns into a monster like the one we see presented right now. Like Eric DeBay and some of the more prolific flat earthers are using these in their arguments, and then it becomes like, now we got to defend 2 points. We got to defend the fact that they're using it in a straw man argument, and also that they're actually some flat earthers presenting it. You guys catch my drift? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, we're now fighting on two fronts instead of just one.
Can we go into why this map is not ours? In case anyone doesn't get it,
yeah, I'd like to take questions from the audience, to be honest. Like, is anybody in here that has heard about the flat Earth map, the azimuthal equidistant projection, the Gleasons, let's say? Have you guys heard about flat Earth in that way, and then perhaps even stand by those maps? Just, I'd like to kind of ask anybody in here, because I think it's important, right? It's kind of like how we deal with this topic in a way that, if you have any questions, ask. Why isn't it the correct one?
Sorry. Go ahead, mate. I was just going to give a bit of a... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if somebody from the outside sees, all these maps that flat earthers kind of, put out, right? And there's no one... I guess every time I say this, it's like, oh, well, we don't have enough information. Okay, that's fine. But then I see a lot of different flat Earth maps, right? And
the globe projection,
and the globalists, right? They have they have their globe, right? And that's what they go by, and they always go by the same thing. Mm-hmm. And so you don't see that kind of as a problem as trying to
with flat Earth.
No, I mean just the fact that there's no one concrete map for flat Earth.
Well, we can't. How do we do that? One problem I was just going to say before is one problem we have is, how do you know distances across water? And how do you know directions when you have magnetic declinations? So there's two problems.
And you introduce continent sizes to the mix too.
Yeah, I'm not a scientist, so I don't know any of that stuff. And,
it's just
I'm just saying,
an
like,
open discussion. Yeah,
somebody
this is an open discussion.
Yeah, somebody in the outside, right, that doesn't know much about this, looks into it, and they see like the globe, the globe map, right, or they see the globe, right. That's the consensus, right, that everyone follows. But then, like the flat earthers, we have kind of like all over the place, you know. So I don't know.
They're all over the place as well, Kel.
Yeah.
They might be all over the place too, but that's not what they kind of convey to the public.
Okay, so let me elucidate a bit of I don't know, Tim. Did you want to say anything else before?
I was just going to say, the reason why it looks like that is because we're not going to make a claim about something that we can't map out. So once you start making that claim and saying this is the map, then you have to stick by that map. And how do you know that it's correct when you can't measure distances over water and you can't measure directions properly either, especially in the south? So you don't even know if you're facing north, south, east, or west.
Timbo,
You know what I mean?
look at what I just posted. A list of map projections right there.
Yeah. I was going to tell you that if you guys click the link, Helio, I'm going to direct them right to it.
Go ahead, brother.
I'm going to direct them to what you were doing. That's what I was going to exactly do. So everybody click the link that Helio put in the live stream voice text. That is going to elucidate the fact of what I'm going to talk about right now. They don't have that one single gold standard map that everybody's like. They're not conveying one single message to us.
And that's on Flat Earth and Globe side.
Yeah, both of them.
That's good.
I don't know. Kel, can you click that link so you can see? Like this is the.
Yeah, I'm looking at all the different maps.
And they have on the far left, or excuse me, far right, the notes. Look at the notes as to why they were the way they are.
I wish I could send a link with an expanded view of all the different projections, but maybe
that'd be great.
Next one. I need to make one.
But keep this
the history of how they created the projections in the Wikipedia article. It gives you all the
creator, properties, everything.
It tells you the year it was created and how who came up with it.
So if the globe was so proficient at keeping one standard of a map that they're going to be using, then why do they got so many? They're not conveying a single message with their idea of a globe. They're just not. It's never been done. And QE elucidated to the fact that point me to the model. What model?
If you had to play devil's advocate, what would you say that the globalists would say about this? What would their response be?
Let's say you don't have a model.
They don't know. They are very yeah. Where's your map? Where's your model?
I would say they can actually claim the AE map or AE projection as a globe. I think it's certainly accurate. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Well, that's what it is. Isn't it? It's just a projection of the globe. Sorry, Jedi.
It is.
That's what it is. Yep.
One thing to get them on though is that the globe is a projection of a flat Earth.
Yeah.
But has anyone here claimed that? No.
I'm saying that.
Absolutely.
I'm saying that the globe is projected from flat Earth, the reality.
Yeah, I mean, certainly. I mean, I think the path of the sun determines where people might know about where when it's nighttime and daytime and seasons. The path of the sun and moon are where we determine where we build calendars from. As far as maps, I mean, you can't build a map off the path of the sun, but you can build a map by traveling somewhere. And
the angles to stars that their model was constructed from are taken from a flat
angles to stars. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah,
we're talking about latitude lines. So it doesn't matter which map you're using. If it's got a latitude line on it, you understand that's because of elevation angles to Polaris. So you start off with angle measurements to get maps anyway, requiring a flat surface.
I thought we were talking about the masters of the universe, meaning the sun and the moon.
No, that was just this conversation.
Well, here's a challenging thought for the room. Now that you brought that up, Helio, for the masters of the universe, what is the path of the sun and the moon over the flat stationary Earth?
Who knows?
It's
where he left. Damn it, Helio, where'd you go?
We had this conversation the other week, and even with the question, the sun makes it a definite article. So you're making a claim to the existence of the actual sun that we see in the sky and its actual path across the Earth. That's difficult when you say the sun, because I don't even know if that's the actual thing that I'm looking at.
Very interesting. I guess from the part of like the flat earther who is actually looking into these things don't realize that there's many assumptions still that we're asserting on the side of flat Earth. Like, as far as like the questions and answers that we've been given, and possibly like starting out with this whole thing, I was looking at this, like talking about the ice wall, surrounding the entire Earth. I was on it all with AE map, everything included, until somebody asked me, "How did you verify that?" And just simple thing, just to like stop and look and see how I actually came out with the information. And I'm like, well, isn't that how it's supposed to be? And when I started to say things like that, I just realized how I didn't know. And I was just claiming because that's what it made sense. Like it was, had to be a circle, right? Including the path of the sun and everything. Right? I mean, isn't that like, doesn't it make sense? And I'm like, I sound just like a glober at that point saying that. I mean, it really stops and gets you to think the thing that you're actually supporting. There's no verification of it. So how is it possible that we're coming up with these maps and models and then presenting them like, well, we have to have something. We can't just, because we obviously make observations of the sky. Can't we say things like, well, okay, so I see the sun moving across the sky from northeast to northwest, assuredly.
What's
what I mean?
And what's northwest?
The cardinal directions, based upon based on a compass. Based on a compass, yeah. And remember, we had this conversation before, but it gets real deep when you start to to a certain level. People are like, okay, I'm good where I'm at, kind of thing. But then you're like, well, then you're not really challenging yourself if that's the case. You're just accepting that you want to go right here and no farther. Like that's as far as you want to get to the point where you're challenging, where you're at.
I don't think you can say it any better than what Jedi just said either. For that to look at what the path of the sun is taking, you've got to assume that it's a physical thing in a certain position, and you don't know that.
But this is the kind of thing that strikes me. So we've had these conversations for years. We've reached these conclusions about making claims, even though we're not making claims, but we are actually making claims. And yet Eric Dubay, who's been around since 2000, pull a number out your ass, is still saying the same things. He is still making those claims. He still says the horizon rises to eye level. Fuck off. He still says that it explains the sun's path with regards to seasons. Fuck off. Yeah. Stop making these claims.
An unwillingness to adapt to new information that,
Yeah. That's what I'm getting at.
It's an egotistical thing.
Yeah, you might be right, but there doesn't seem to have been a change in anything he said for the past 8 years. We've changed what we've said because we've had to. Interesting.
Anyway, talking about all these things, does anybody have any rebuttals or any thoughts on this? Because we're talking about the Dave McKeegan video, which I have on pause right now. And of course, he went into the ISS, which led us into talking about all these things. But
No, he did say some other things about flat earthers say that, you know, you can't have gas pressure without a container because of Newton's second law of thermodynamics. He did glaze past because he said a force. So it'd be interesting. I haven't watched the video. It'd be interesting to see if he says anything else on those two subjects. But yeah, he said a lot of things.
I'm gonna unpause it. It might get a little cringe after this, but I think he'll probably still be on the ISS when I unpause it. Something went wrong. Indio, do you need to unpause it? Or because you pause it? I don't know if the bot's broken or what. Here, let me see. If I stop it, I think it's going to restart the thing. And then I don't know how to get right back to where we were at.
Has Indio broken the toy?
Yeah, because if I'm going to... I don't have the player to scroll through it. Screw it. Does anybody know how to fast forward this thing?
No. Not me, brother.
Let me see. I'll stop it right away if I can't get it. I'm just going to see if I can do it.
I've been experimenting recently with tracking different objects over a flat Earth map. The results are quite eye-opening, I think. There was a recent video from Eric Dubay who, he claimed he was reading an essay by William Carpenter from 1895, but I can't actually find any record of this essay, so I don't know if it's Carpenter's words or Eric's. Either way, they're quite ironic.
The astronomers now teach that the sun's distance from...
Now, I can mess with the player on the bot channel, but it won't convey it over to what's playing on the stream. Okay. But no, he just went into flight paths on the globe and an AE map afterwards. That's all it was. And he ended it there. It was only 14 minutes long.
Oh, okay.
But that's pretty easy for us. Flight paths.
It really is when they turn around to you and say that they have a great circle path, and then you look at all of the airplanes in the sky and the trails they leave behind, and notice that they're all straight lines. Yeah. I mean, it's as easy as...
It 754,000 views within 3 months on this one video, which is utter trash.
I don't know if I can believe that.
That's insane, bro. Insane.
And he's kind of relatively new on the circuit, isn't he? He hasn't been around for a while.
Yeah,
I've not really seen much. Yeah. Wow. If you're an anti-flat earther, it's good to get a YouTube channel going, right?
It pays, I guess. Let me see here. Let me put out some good clips. I just want to make everybody get a good belly laugh.
Horizon that we're saying is not physical. It's refracted.
No, nothing. You hold your hand out in front of you. Is that your physical hand you're seeing?
Correct.
No, it's not.
Face.
What does he mean? No, it's not.
Hold your hand out in front of you. Is that your physical hand you're seeing?
Correct.
No, it's not.
Hold your hand out in front of you. Is that your physical hand you're seeing?
Correct.
No, it's not.
How many people have held a hand out in front of Fight the Flat Earth and then said, if I punch you, would you feel it?
That's not my hand, by the way. That's not my hand.
What's he saying?
It's just a fucking illusion of me punching you in the face, you idiot.
I don't quite understand what he's saying. Is he saying it's a refracted hand or what?
Yes, because everything in that bloody worldview is a refracted image because, you can't see the fucking curvature of the earth, so how can you see anything that's physical?
It's not the actual hand, it's the apparent hand. The apparent hand.
It's so ridiculous.
Here, let's listen to Veritasium.
Okay.
According to the general theory of relativity, gravity is not a force. There are no gravitational fields. Gravity is kind of an illusion.
What the hell did you just say?
Gravity is kind of an illusion. In general relativity, there is no mystery. All objects appear to fall the same way because, they're not accelerating.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark. Let's put another shrimp on the barbie.
Gravity is just like that force. It doesn't actually exist.
Say what?
But in general relativity, there is no gravitational force. There is no gravitational field. Gravitational fields do not exist.
Prepare yourself.
Ball tards.
In standard Newtonian physics, we draw your weight force, the force of gravity pushing you down, and the normal force from the floor pushing you up. We say these forces are equal and opposite, so there's no net force on you, so you are not accelerating. But in general relativity, gravity is not a force. You have no weight, so the only force on you are these normal forces pushing you up. Gravity is not a force. There are no gravitational fields. You have no weight. They're not accelerating. Gravity is kind of an illusion. Gravity is just like that force. It doesn't actually exist.
Hello, baby.
Well, everybody's heard about the bird. The bird's a winner.
Freaking QE, always putting his pizzazz in his videos. Audio clips.
Gravity is this force. Gravity is not a force.
Gravity is an illusion. It doesn't exist. Hey, don't wonder why these guys are super confused when they come in here.
Yeah.
We tried to speak to somebody in the server called VTK Unique. Haven't got any roles or anything. Should we unmute him, see what I've got to say?
Unique.
Yeah. So right down the bottom.
Yes.
Yeah, so VTK,
Can you hear me?
I've unmuted you, my friend. You've got control of your microphone. Welcome to the server. How can we help?
Well, I was listening to some parts of your conversation. I was in and out of room.
Yeah, no worries, buddy. What I'll do is I'll stick it back on mute if you don't want to join in the conversation. Is that fair?
Well, about the ISS, I heard the part where it's like it could be a balloon or something.
Yeah, you're right.
Because,
it could be a balloon.
I mean, I saw one video on some YouTube channel where a balloon was launched 1,000 miles up in orbit. Imagine. A balloon as a satellite, so...
1,000 miles? Are you sure about that?
Yeah. I mean, I could share the video to play it or something.
Isn't 1,000 miles further than the International Space Station is?
Yes, it is. That's what NASA claims back in, I think, in 1969. That was their claim. And then they changed the narrative because vacuum was not invented yet back then. So even Globies forgot their history.
Interesting.
Where should I put it? Where should I?
I gave you VC verified Unix. You could DM it to me. Then I'll place it in there. Yeah, just send it to me.
It's hard to find on YouTube. It was from official NASA website. Echo One, it's called. And
yeah, dude, I know what you're talking about. The Echo One.
You know?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. And yeah, I was like, what are you talking about? But now you said that, yeah, do know. Have you guys looked into Echo One, like the giant?
No. So imagine technology back then and how much it, increased till now.
Yeah.
And back then they already was sending balloons to.
Yeah,
I don't know, like somewhere. They claiming they were sending, but they're not.
Oh wait a minute. I don't think you could send me something. I got my.
I'm still searching. I mean, it's
no. If you do find it though, but like, I have my settings off to like anybody sending me DMs. It has to be in my friends list.
Yeah, just send it to me.
Yeah. I found it.
Also, check it out, Timbo, when he sends you the link. If you haven't seen it, that is.
To lobby? Where should I send
it? You can send it to Timbo.
I mean, this is cropped, but I can, like I said, it's shadow banned, the Echo One. If you wanna find it on YouTube, like raw footage, it will be trouble to find it. But the point is like the concept is like this: you can send the balloon, attach some propeller or some, I don't know what else, and they believe that. And I will try to watch Echo One original video.
So I guess the moral of the story for today is be careful what you say. You could be making a claim without realising it. Even the greats like Eric Dubay are still doing it 8 years later.
Well, we can use what Globe is claiming to quote them and see the same thing. Like, you believe this.
All right, we got like 33 people watching the YouTube live stream. If you guys are out there and you want to join in, just click the description and there's a link there that should bring you right into the Discord. If not, Nightbot is spamming the link to the Discord and you can click on that thing and come on in here. Either way, we'd love to have a discussion with you and we'll just go ahead and open your mic if you jump in. Ask you a few questions and welcome you to the server. But if you want to at least put up a challenge to see if the Earth is a globe or not, we'll welcome you in here as well. So the invitation is there, just description and Nightbot. You guys are welcome to come in.
This ruckus.
Here's some shuffling in the background. Hi AI, hi Pumpkin, hope you're doing well.
Hey, yeah. Then
Yeah, good to see you, mate.
me too. I can't actually tell who's talking, but
It's alright. Doesn't matter, it's only me.
no, and there's this many people in the server. It doesn't tell me who's talking.
Did those clowns return to your server earlier?
What?
Did those clowns come back to your server?
Oh no, not yet.
Cool guy or whatever. Yeah.
Well, Cool Dog normally comes in real late at night, like 2 or 3 a.m. my time, and Fluffy Neko Boy always comes in like late morning because he's like a day trader, so he's not going to come in before that.
Gotcha.
I knew that there was no way that Cool Dog would concede though, because oh man, there's I don't know, he was just being really stubborn. Like before that, they were already like discussing things, and he's the kind of guy who can't admit he's wrong, you know. And well, it's just amazing to me because in the Quran, it tells us to ask the children of Israel a couple questions, and so I took my opportunity to ask him this question, the primary one, which was, how many clear signs did God give? And he gave me a really sure answer. And just take a guess at what that answer is. How many clear signs that the Jews have received?
6 million?
This will shock you. He literally said 1. I couldn't believe it. Like, oh my gosh. You would think it would be 6 million. The Torah, he said.
That's not even a sign.
I know. I said, what about the Red Sea parting? He said, well, the Torah says an easterly wind caused it. I was like, is that a thing that wind does? Like, what the heck, man? Like, oh, now I know why he asks us to ask them that. It just shows you how far astray they are. 1. Oh my gosh. When everyone in this world knows that God favored them and it showed them endless signs.
Can I intervene?
I like that conversation earlier, though, where his curve measurement broke down to a scenario where his curved line was within the error margin he claimed of a straight line he was using.
Yeah. He said, "Oh, it's so slight. It's so slight." It's like, well, how are you measuring a curve if you're really just measuring a straight line?
Yeah, we're measuring a curve here, but the line is practically straight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they couldn't even get to the second step.
So whatever it was he was looking at was the horizon dip angle, right? Well, the methodology he used, right? Practically, it would have just been the same thing as a straight line.
Yeah, I know. It's exactly like when that guy came in the other day. He's like, well, if I didn't manipulate the scale, you wouldn't be able to see the curve. It's like, oh, imagine that.
Yo.
Pumpkin, that's why we hold the conversations in this server. Because in that server, they might have a bit of like leeway to escape or mute or not want to hear. Like a kid plugging his ears and going, I'm not listening, I'm not listening.
Well, we're not very big, so we're not very harsh. You know, we can't really be that picky. Plus, like I said before, the Jews actually serve us a purpose. Though now that purpose is fulfilled, now that he's answered my question. But yeah, we're not very band happy. We've banned like 2 people. Like today, we were trying to mute Batsman, and both me and Missy just like muted him for ourselves. We'd never even server muted anyone before.
Do it. It feels good.
Yeah, I guess that's what you get. The server run mostly by women. Well, it's a little bit different running a religious server than running a flat earth server. Especially because we're like still trying to grow. So we've got to be open to people who don't see our perspective right away. I don't know. But basically, it's a good thing because we're uniting our beliefs with flat Earth, you know. So we'll at least have a community of Quran alone flat Earth people, even if some of them aren't flat Earth. At least we'll have a place where believing in conspiracies isn't looked down on or censored. Started with a group of us called Level Earth Quran Study. It is cool talking to all the flat earthers across the world, though. You know, it's not just like just in North America.
I'm from Europe.
Nice.
Eastern one.
I'm from Australia.
Ooh, down under.
Well, some of these people
down across.
Some of these people didn't even know that Americans were good people until they met me. Like, I have so little exposure to Americans.
The media does it all.
Mm-hmm. Well, the CIA doesn't help either.
AI is a good person.
Huh?
I said AI is a good person.
Oh man, I passed my Turing test.
Yeah.
Yay!
Well, she's real? No, 2.0.
Man, a lot of other countries are backwards, man. They don't know anything about the rest of the world. And then here in America, so we don't know a lot about certain other places either.
Yeah,
but some places are just full of retards.
True.
And, it's not necessarily their fault, So, like, when we invaded Iraq, the defense minister, literally, no joke, told his forces that the United States fielded on their tanks and Bradleys wooden armor on a modern battle tank. And the people believed it. That just goes to show you how backwards they are. You're a fully functioning adult and you think that a battle tank's armor has wood on it, then you're clearly, like, your society has let you down.
Can you say that again, please?
What?
He told them what?
He told them that our armor is wood instead of depleted uranium, which is what it is. Now, not all the Bradleys have the depleted uranium. A lot of them are just thick steel and aluminum. But, yeah, the tanks most certainly have depleted uranium. Either way, it's way more advanced than wood, right?
That fucking Metro Boy, especially hates America. He really got into it. Talked about how they use uranium as a weapon and whatever.
And the last thing that they would probably say is, "Hey, this isn't," and that would be it. Because if they were that close to find out if it was wood or not.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you see, we in the West, and then obviously other places as well, we take it for granted how much we know about things in general that we don't even really use on a day-to-day basis. It's like, it never would have crossed our mind that there's people out there that think tanks are made of wood. Now, don't get me wrong, it's not like these are cave dwellers. They're people that have vehicles. They have their own tanks. Right? It's not,
Yeah.
It's weird. It's weird to think that they're so isolated from the ability to access general information that it would ever cross their mind that another country, right, would have tank armor. I don't know. It's like a head scratcher.
Quick question. When did you guys realize the Earth could be flat? I mean, how old were you?
Oh, the same age as everyone, 2 years old.
And then the lie was introduced. Yes.
Yeah, from 2 to 3, 3 to 5. So 2 to 3 to 5, when you're starting to learn to walk and all that, and starting to explore. By the way, this is a fact. Kids generally believe that the Earth is flat, and that's just a simple sentence.
Like it's given.
And then they're told that the Earth is a globe between 3 to 5, and then they develop a dual world, like a way to deal with it in two different ways. So they see the Earth as flat locally, and then they see the Earth as a globe in their mind as they imagine themselves getting further away from it. So they have, for a period of time, two worlds competing against each other. Right, and then they get into, first grade, and then the globe idea is really hammered home as the facts, and then they abandon the flat Earth idea.
Well, for me, personally, it was just simple one proof from the globe side that we circumnavigated, and that's it. That was it for me. I couldn't think in other terms, the layout of the maps, of the continent.
Yeah, exactly. And when are you told that? When you're very young, right?
Yeah, and I was until 31. I never saw the layout of the map of the continents other way. So I thought it must be round ball. That's it. I haven't questioned it any time in my life.
Most people don't need to and don't have a reason to. Like I went. Okay, so let's see what I did. I did a bunch of art. I did a bunch of construction. I did the military. I did land nav, all that kind of stuff. I used weapon systems. It never crossed my mind like what I'm doing has anything to do with whether the Earth is a flat or a globe. It's just I just do what I do.
Like Eddie Bravo said, like in this, somebody figured it out,
Right. Or like even when I was in the military and they're telling, and training on the ranges, right, and using the ranged weapons and the sights that can see for a certain amount of miles and targeting the objects that you're supposed to be targeting. Like none of those things would be possible if there was a hump of Earth curve in the way. I never thought about it.
Have you seen this Owen Benjamin sniper, globe sniper?
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
It's Mirage. Yeah, when I was like back then when Flat Earth was not shadow banned, it was easy to find, and first video was like Dinosaurs Not Real by Eric Dubé, I think. I haven't even looked at him. I didn't knew what he was. I mean, that he was Flat Earth, that, he played with algorithms and get me hooked on that.
I don't even think that necessarily dinosaurs aren't real. I think there could even be dinosaurs in places we haven't looked yet. They're just saying they're
but that's exactly the age of the Earth is also a lie.
Mm-hmm.
So biblically speaking, it's before flood and after flood. That's it.
Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
What time zones are you from? What time is zone? In America.
We're all from the American one.
Someone said he's from Australia.
I jest.
I mean, at what time it's most activity in this?
That'd be me, mate. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 3 p.m. on Friday afternoon.
PM. Oh, PM, okay. Time zones also rigged?
And you said
well,
Friday
if anyone's... Yeah, if anyone's got the sun at the moment, we're seeing the same sun, so...
Wait a minute, did you say time is rigged?
Yeah, time zones rigged, yes.
Oh, time zones. I think time. I'm like,
Not
right
time,
now
no,
it's
time
11:55 p.m. But if you think it's rigged, I'd like to know.
I mean, from where
time zones.
The day starts? Starts at 3 a.m. already.
Yeah, time zones are silly, but it just means when the sun is overhead. That's it.
Okay, I'm back.
First time I was mentioning for someone flat Earth, so they asked me, "So you deny that Australia then?" Imagine. So Timbo, you doesn't exist. Timbo doesn't exist.
Yeah, we're all actors.
They couldn't imagine like the flat Earth map on the ball. I mean, simply like layout. They figured out like it was like presented in the media this stupid chunk of I don't know, like meteor, flat Earth in the cosmos, like, you know. I mean, the imagination of the children is destroyed from the early age, and they cannot even imagine flat Earth correctly.
Yeah, but I think we were talking about this earlier. Like, how do you imagine something that you don't know what it looks like?
So they can imagine ball very easily.
Yeah, but I'm talking about I'm talking about the flat Earth side of it. So
yeah,
you're saying you're gonna. So how do you imagine? How do you imagine something you don't know what it looks like?
Yeah. I couldn't either. Like before that, I was like, "Where's the edge?" You know.
No, I mean even now, with the flat Earth.
Well,
when
I
we
can
say
imagine
flat Earth,
there's
when we say
ice
map,
swing around. I can imagine the concept of that.
Yeah, but do we know this? Do we know this for sure?
No, we don't. We're not allowed to explore, and we don't have a means to.
So,
we don't have like 50 millions.
You're imagining a map that may not exist.
Dude.
Well, continents, land masses at least, they exist.
Yeah, they exist, but where are they? How are they positioned? And
a big part of it for me was seeing the dog cam footage right away, like seeing the cameras way up in the sky, like where the sun was way bigger and it was casting obvious sunspots on the land.
Yeah, that was one of the big moments for me. I mean, I was already a flat earther by then, but to see that was like, wow. To see reality for the first time is like, that's reality. And it's like, imagine.
Yeah, but what if?
Go ahead.
What if a giant spaceship that had a huge magnifying glass was just going by trying to fry an ant? Now, what poor ant, you might ask? I'll tell you. The ant that couldn't tell. We all know this ant. He's very famous, right? Do we not? He's always on this ball that he just can't tell is a ball because he's so small. See where I'm going with this?
Ants can walk upside down, so.
What? See, so he could walk around the ball in a whole big circle and he wouldn't even know.
So he'd be walked off by the water.
Y'all talking about Professor Dig?
No, man, we're writing a children's book.
Oh.
Are you talking about the ant that stands on the end of the hour hand on the clock and goes twice as fast as the Earth is spinning? That one?
Sure. But he can't tell it, so it doesn't matter. But he can't tell it.
Yeah, it's all relative.
Do you ever think about how awesome it would be if we had an AI that didn't have censorship parameters on it?
We've got one.
Yeah, we got one right here.
Ardent, is there flat?
Yes.
It could say it more sly. You just have to set the parameters higher.
You know, the very first clip on the Flat Earth video I first watched, I was like all over it. I was like, oh, that's because they're using a fisheye lens. But I was like actually proving myself wrong. I was like, wait a minute, that's not how fisheye lenses. Fisheye lenses are the other ones. The non-distorting, or the distorting kind, not the non-distorting kind. Then when you finally see that glorious horizon across the whole world. I still get a small thrill when I get up to like a particularly tall hill when I'm driving and I look across the world and I just see how flat it is.
Oh, man. It's profoundly flatty. Indeed.
If you could instantly convert one person in your life, who would it be?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I said in your life.
Me.
What was the question?
It said if you could instantly convert one person in your life, who would it be? And why?
Me.
Convert to what?
To Flat Earth.
Reality? That's more like a deconversion.
Yeah, whatever. You know, the Muslims always say revert. You can use that if you want to. I think it's a little silly, but I guess it makes more sense than it does with Islam.
Well, when the Muslims say convert, it's because you're going from one belief system to another.
No, they don't say convert. They say revert because you're reverting to what you originally had.
An original belief system. Okay, it doesn't matter because that's the difference. Those are belief systems, and we're not converting anyone. We're just saying, for God's sake, open your eyes. We're just saying, just open your eyes.
All right, you guys don't want to answer the question.
Well, I'm trying. It's hard for me to give a slam dunk answer in the middle of someone talking at the same time because I get flustered. I'm a Gemini like that. But,
Tons of Gemini.
But I'm just trying to say like that with this topic, I don't. If you didn't see what I saw when I saw one truth of many, because everybody comes to it from a different angle. For some, it would have been something about space. For others, it'd have been the curvature. You know, it's many different things. If I have to, you know, on God level, make someone see it, it's kind of takes away because this is kind of freedom to me. This is what this is I'm in a room full of people who want freedom. To have to tell somebody to want it is kind of like, man, for me.
What if you were to pray to God for one person to accept it and he granted it and he like opened their heart to it and they were able to see the truth? Who would that person be?
LaPizzle.
Oh, right. Do people on here
the mayor?
Like
definitely
people that
not Joe Biden.
People that we've met like personally here.
If they know you, if they know your name or your handle, then yes.
Oh, that's good. So we can pick anybody. I think that I would choose. Damn, man. Scott Vicious used to be my favorite globe earther, but then, you know, I don't know.
Matthew learns because it would drive him nuts.
Yes. Fuck, but you already said it, so I guess that's your answer.
That's what I was thinking. Somebody like in a position of power or something like that, so they'd have this huge cognitive dissonance.
But it has to be someone who knows you.
Yeah, Matthew knows.
Someone who knows you?
Like, he has like 500,000 subscribers on YouTube and shit. But Matthew schleps around in here with us for whatever reason.
What's up? What's it?
Yeah, but here. I heard a lot.
Hey, he just popped in there. What's up? What's it?
For me personally, it will be my close relative, somebody.
Right. I think for me, it'd be my sister.
Yeah, same here. Or father or mother or something like that. Close.
I would have chose that, but with my small family, my mom and my sister are already, I'm like, yo, the earth is flat. And they're like, well, I knew something was up anyway, So, but my ex-girlfriend, yeah, I probably, if we were still together, I would have said her in a heartbeat.
Yeah. And I want my parents to believe it, but my older sister, like, she's so dear to me, but she's still like following a bunch of liberal bull crap. I just want her to see the truth.
Word, I remember those times. Oh man, I was so hard into politics. That's like 6 years. Like that's like so back there, What? Like fighting for if the Republicans or the Democrats are better? Whoa! Like you really far back. You're in first grade. If that's where you're at.
Well, there's a big rift in the family through it. I mean, not big rift is a strong word. We've been driven really close since my brother died, but it's definitely an ongoing thing in my family because half the family, like me and my parents, are conservative. My little sister's in the middle, and my older sister and my little brother are like libtard, repeat everything that the New World Order says. Especially my little brother.
My condolences for sure. And God bless.
Hey, what's it? Watch out for Dave McKeegan.
Dave McKeegan.
He's a new kid
mixing
on the
his
block.
name up with the Guns N' Roses guitar player.
Yeah, you got to watch out. He mapped the ISS on a flat Earth model.
Oh, here he comes.
Yeah. The thing that frustrates the thing that frustrates me the most during these times being a flat earther is, and we've all experienced it. Like we came outside like, oh my God, guys, guess what I found out? And everybody, like you got like a newt in your hand or something, and it's so cool. You're like, yo, look at my newt. And it's like everybody wants to talk about everything else and pretend that you don't have the newt in your hand.
Yeah,
like that's what it's like. It's like I want to talk about if there's Earth curvature. Of course there is. Eratosthenes. Of course there's Earth curvature because of the pictures. Of course there is because obviously our Earth curve is the same as Jupiter's Jupiter curve. It's many things other than the actual direct measurement that I sought out, that most of us sought out. It's just so weird.
Well, what it really is, I'm so smart, I couldn't have been fooled in that way. You must be the fool. That's what they're thinking.
Yeah. Like, I got to deal with the people that think that T-Pain, got us because he's like, what's at the bottom of flat Earth? Wow. Oh, because I don't know. Like, is the conversation over? Wow, that's crazy.
Who was on the T-Pain podcast that was a flat earther?
No, it was just him. He was talking about what is he? It's him. I think his wife. Behind the scenes doing the video. I don't know, but he was just talking about how he was at a family event and one of his family members said that they're a flat earther. So he was like, I just had to shut that shit down by, I had to ask him a couple of questions and that's what he asked. He's like, what's underneath? And I'm like, why do people think that these dumb questions, like, because you got to turn around and say, okay, so your God are the humans who told you everything that you know about the universe. You know shit about things that happened billions of years ago. You know about stars that have been dead for eons or whatever. Like, you know about everything that you've not experienced.
Yeah, they don't know how deep the crust is because no one's ever gotten through it. So why are they talking about what's on the bottom of flat Earth when they don't even know what's on the inside of the globe?
Right. We don't even. You can't even. We can only go but so deep into the ocean. Like, come on.
I know it's called the sea floor for a reason.
Right?
Hey, Flatzoid has come into the server before, right? You guys know Flatzoid?
I think so.
He does right, yeah? Flatzoid.
I think he came in here like one time. Like once. Oh, I hate answering the question like, these bigots. They're like, yo, explain to me about the ice ring. I'm like, yo, first of all, I didn't tell you about an ice ring. How the fuck do you I hate having to argue things that I didn't even tell people.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, the server does it all the time. Whenever you have a Glober in here, it's like, oh, well, you assume the same thing the Globers think, right? And if someone doesn't think that, then they get hate for not even believing what the Globers say. So,
well, the problem is that with Globers, they have to believe the same thing because that's what the science
we all believe
to them, yeah.
We all believe a lot of shit because our minds are actually free to believe whatever we want. It's not going to be a cohesive belief because it's not a belief system. If a Glober comes in here and says, I don't believe the whole geometry and the horizon thing, but I can believe, that doesn't work for the continuity of their belief system. I don't have a belief system when it comes to the Earth. But globe earthers do.
Well, I mean, you guys were pretty sure, and I'm sure you're right about that guy who said he just didn't agree with their measurements of the Earth. But to me, that sounds like, I mean, from my noobish standpoint, it just sounds like, okay, well, at least you're questioning something, okay, maybe you just think that they got the measurements wrong because you don't totally trust them. Because I support not just trusting them. But obviously, there's some trust happening.
What supports his version that they got the measurements wrong? Has he measured curve in a different rate?
No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. So they have to stick to a script because they've got a defined measurement of the globe, and everything else is based on that measurement, on that radius. The distance to the sun, the size of the sun, the rotation, everything. The whole of their cosmos is built on the size of the Earth. So if they start changing the size of the Earth, then they have to change everything else that goes with it. That's why they're stuck at this place. And if they start coming in changing the dimensions, they're making up their own cosmology.
They wouldn't be able to change the dimensions anyway. All the angles to stars would be completely off. Nothing would fit.
Yeah.
I know. The thing that gets me about that is, like, the Northern Star. Like, how, if we're spinning at an axis angle and going through space, how can we have one star that moves directly with us at all times?
They placed it so far away that you cannot, doubt it.
I can doubt it.
They had to place it so far away that it's impossible to measure it. With light years, imagine.
Yeah, yes. Everything
doesn't make sense, though, because the whole thing is supposed to be in motion, not just Earth. Not just
that's their claim.
that's how they broke our logic, right? Because they got us to agree to illogical things when we were children. So it's not necessarily even the whole flat earth thing, because it affects, what kind of, whether we work a job or own a business. It affects whether we, it literally affects all aspects of our life. How we think and what we allow others to tell us based on their authority. If there even is an authority, we can't decide whether that authority is telling us something right or wrong, because again, we've been the way that we would think naturally has been beaten out of us psychologically since we were children. We've been lied to since we were children. One of the first big lies, for a child, is, yo, fam, y'all got me to believe in this most amazing story about Santa Claus. Come to find out he's not real. And then you gotta just eat that. You can't disown your parents. Why did you guys lie like that? It's just you gotta feel it, and then you gotta accept it, and then you just move on. And then over the years, you start watching the TV. The TV shows you instances, conversations, scripts, where people are talking and they're problem solving, but they're problem solving fallaciously. They're arguing fallaciously. That's why when they see that in the TV and then they see it on the news, and the news they have these fake arguments, and that's why we're all the way we are now. Yeah. It's not even necessarily flat earth itself. It's that they've gotten us to allow falsehoods,
Yeah, exactly. We need to forbid the evil.
Basically,
yeah. That's why I didn't teach my kids Santa Claus. I told them Santa Claus isn't real, and I'm teaching them flat earth. And it's up to us, to teach our children.
Absolutely. What do you think about after the whole lockdown situation? Now more people are into homeschooling.
Well, in a way, it's a good thing, but in another way, it's making people think that they don't need to fix the school systems, and that's a big problem, because even if we save our own children, there are far more children who are going to be miseducated in school while we're over here being happy. And I came from a denomination where most of the kids are homeschooled, and while it's nice for your community, again, it has no bearings on what that people of the country believe. So, first and foremost, we have to correct our school system and our university system.
The rest of the world is almost all it's public school. Mm-hmm. It's only in America homeschool is main thing. Not main thing, but here in Europe and the rest of the world is every school is public school.
We just had a guy moved here to Texas from New York saying that he had to, he's a rare black Republican. He said that he was not allowed to teach his children what he wanted to anymore in homeschooling. They've made it so that you have to teach their curriculum.
Yeah, you've got to get it approved. It's the same here. You have to get you get a curriculum given to you by the Australian Education Department, and you have to complete the things on their curriculum to get them signed off as graduate. So,
well, in my country, there's a law. You have to go to school.
Yeah, same here, but homeschooling is a way around that.
Yeah, that's
Until
right.
16 years old.
But you have to stick to the curriculum.
Yeah.
But,
they will lock your mama up if you don't go to school for 3 days.
I think
that is a fact.
There's a few European countries that have philosophy in their curriculum as a compulsory subject. I think that's a good thing. I think it's still in France. It's not existential philosophy or anything like that. It's just about critical thinking. Pretty sure they've brought it back, maybe in the UK.
I don't know how I can remember. Like I don't know how many workbooks and homework assignments that I can remember with the words critical thinking portion on it. And I'm like, through all of that, they were slowly like taking away the critical thinking part of us.
Mm-hmm. Well, they only want you to critically think about your parents. They want you to disagree with your parents and believe what they tell you instead.
And I wholeheartedly believe that, because that's one of the strongest feelings I can remember as a child, is that, well, my parents can't help me, so I mean I don't even want y'all touching my homework because y'all are dinosaurs and y'all don't know anything. That's what they want you to feel about your own parents. It's messed up.
Yeah, I'm going through that at the moment. I've got two 13-year-olds and a 9-year-old, and the good thing is the 13-year-olds, they were actually learning about bias articles and bias information, and looking at two sides of the argument. They did an assignment on the effects of electric cars, and they had to look at both sides, and I was pretty impressed with that, and like actually look into it, and then pick a bias article from each side. So I was actually impressed with that. Whoever their teacher is,
I'm impressed they were able to find counter arguments.
Yeah, they were actually. Yeah, they found that they looked up the shelf life of batteries and how to discard batteries, how much energy it took to actually make an electric car, and how much it would take to run it over its lifetime. And it came up pretty even.
I used to have
waste. Except for the waste from the batteries, that was the killer point.
I used to have a picture that has an electric car being fed electricity from a generator. And it's like a vegetarian that secretly eats meat.
Well, they had to stop installing power charging points in the city here, because they almost blew up one of the circuits in the city.
Oh my gosh.
They were installing them in high-rise apartments, and they took too much load out of the grid in the CBD in the city, and they had to stop installing them. It was going to blow it up.
Oh, so ridiculous. Because, I mean, where do they think that energy is coming from? Like, if it's electricity, that means it's clean. Like, it's coming from coal or gasoline.
Well, most of ours are coal and water generated, but most of it's coal produced power.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, not that coal is bad for the planet. Not planet. Excuse my language. I mean, well, obviously, because there is no planet, there's nothing to be worried about. But carbon dioxide is good for plants. It's great for plants, actually, because that's what they breathe.
I mean, it's kind of the basis of life on Earth.
Yeah. Like, oh no, more stuff for the plants to breathe. What will we ever do?
It's the greenest it's ever been in recorded history.
You'd have a complete collapse of all life on Earth without it.
Yeah.
It's like food for plants, but it's like oxygen for us. And they're trying to warm up this plane we live in. So they're trying to trap the heat from the sun by spraying chemtrails and so on.
Oh, okay. I don't know about that, man. I'm not sure.
Everything is like connected, but they're trying to show that planet, quotes, is warming up.
Yeah, but
yeah, I've also seen plans to block out the sun. It's doing all sorts of crazy stuff.
Yeah, I don't know much about chemtrails. They don't seem to do it here. We always have
whatever
guys.
Who knows what they're doing at the edge?
Yeah, well, never will they be able to succeed unless it's part of God's plan. So I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, I'm not worried about anything. It'll work itself out.
This system we live in, it's self-repairing.
It's what?
It's self-cooling, self-repairing.
Oh, yeah.
The firmament, they tried, I don't know, like I heard the rumors, they tried to drill in it and it grew back. I mean,
I think you're talking about sky ice, aren't you?
Yeah, sky ice.
Yeah. I'm not sure about that either.
What it's made of and what material it's made of.
There's stories about it, but no one's ever. You got to be careful. You got to always wonder about where these stories come
maybe
from.
No more stories.
I watched a documentary about like Vietnam, like where it had been like super bombed, that they thought they had wiped out a species of rare ape. But like 10 years later or 20 years later, I don't know, however long later, they go back and it looks like nothing happened and the population is back.
Nice.
Yep. I mean, animals are thriving in Chernobyl, so.
Because nobody.
Everything seems to be.
Nobody is killing them there. It's a safe area to thrive in.
Yeah, with lots of shelters. I mean, animals have been living in ruins for a long, long time.
I mean, we should stick to the subject of Flat Earth first. I mean, then we can dive into other stuff.
Well, do you have an avenue back?
Quiet. How many we got in here?
Huh?
Yeah. Oh, there's still a fair few people. No, it's just I was just talking to myself.
Well, there are so many subjects and additional information to talk about, but for example, like distance to the sun, stars, and so on. So
it's to the sun. You know how they got there? You know how they got that?
You guys know how they figured it out? The distance to the sun?
Well, figured it out. They did a mathematical.
They claim, they claim.
They did an equation based
calculated.
Transit of Venus.
Based on what? Yeah, transit of Venus. When was an assumption that Venus is the same size as the Earth. Imagine.
Yeah.
And that the Earth is the same thing as Venus in the first place.
Yeah.
That's at the same size.
Need a radius for that.
Yep, gonna need a bunch of radiuses for that.
Yeah, so everything is like made on assumptions. So assumption built upon assumption and assumption. And the whole model is built on that. So they don't even have a base to build it atop on. So all they made is made up stuff.
Venus is the same size as Earth. How do they even know Venus is a solid object that is?
Yeah. Venus are the same type of thing.
Yeah. When that was another proof when I was like looking through to find out if the Earth really was flat. I started trying to like prove that it was a globe. You know, like look at some of their pictures and try to find anything. And it was like CGI, and they like clearly said they were CGI. And then to find out that like all of the pictures of the planet that people have taken from their own telescopes, all of them, no matter how high powered the telescope, all came out looking the same and nothing like the CGI.
Yeah.
It's like,
I know that some of them use like a software program as well so they shoot it in a direction, they control the telescope with their computer, and then there's a program in the computer and it shoots in a certain area and it says this is what you're looking at.
Yeah, that's what the Hubble is.
like a picture. But there's also a way that they do it. These amateur star photographers or whatever they are, they stack images.
Yeah.
So they take they take a video of what they're recording, and then they stack all the images on top of each other till they come up with a clear image of what they think, or what take all these different pixels that are clear at different times, and then add them together and come up with an image. And
they also have to use a reference, right, Timbo? A dark image, right? That they reference these two, so that they know what it's supposed to look like, right?
Yeah, that's
what
right.
What is that reference image that they're using as the baseline for what it's supposed to look like?
Yeah, where'd they get the reference?
Probably Voyager. CGI.
Sophia.
Catherine Janeway. No, wrong voice.
No, I mean the NASA thing.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my gosh, when I watched Orange is the New Black, I was so stunned to see Janeway. I was so happy to see her. I actually didn't even recognize her until she smiled.
Is she in that, is she?
Yeah, Red, the redheaded, like, mobster lady.
Oh, no, I've never seen it.
Oh, well, she's in it from early on. I think she's not in it for more than a couple seasons, but, yeah, it's Captain Janeway. Much older, of course, but still. I love Voyager.
Yeah, she was good.
Mm-hmm. Though I think Deep Space Nine might be a little bit better because of the way the story crescendos.
The problem is they still call these images, they still call them photos. So say, no, it's a real image,
Mm-hmm.
I took it myself. And go, yeah, but how'd you get the image? It's not a photo that you took. Oh, yeah, it is. I just stacked it.
I mean, image is little better than illusion.
Well, a lot of those stacked images come out looking a lot like NASA pics, so that's why I think that's probably what their black images are. Dark image, whatever. The reference.
What, for AI?
No, I mean like the stacked like amateur telescope pics and stuff like that, right? Like they have to use a reference image, right? How the stacking, like what is the accurate image that you're trying to go for here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like what do you want to get rid of and what is it supposed to look like? They need a reference for that, and after they've done all that, it comes out looking kind of like NASA pics.
Right. Pretty much the same method.
I guess what I'm saying is they're ultimately referencing it back to those NASA pics, perhaps.
Circular imaging.
Yeah.
Which is actually doubly applicable here. Circular. Where?
Looks like it anyway.
Yeah. So if we found out where a new continent was tomorrow, how soon do you think we would get out there, work to get out there?
All right.
Huh?
I'm saying tomorrow. If we knew it tomorrow, we'd be there tomorrow.
Yeah.
The nature of human to go where we're not allowed to go. Or
yeah. Yeah, it didn't work out too well for him last time a new continent was discovered. Spelled out the end of all their empires.
Want to talk to 5G water tower?
A 5G water tower.
Yeah, there's a 5G water tower in the chat. Let's talk to it. Hi, 5G. You're off mute. How are you?
Can't hear you.
5G water tower. I see you have control of your mic. You just muted yourself. That's good. Yeah, feel free to open up and chat with us if you feel so inclined.
Seemed like his mic wasn't working properly.
I think he just wasn't able to speak at that minute because he put it on mute. Which is fine. No worries. But hit us up if you do want to speak.
About new continent, yes. You guys
maybe
know.
we'll just bring it back to the basics of the server topic if this one chooses to speak.
Oh, okay. Have you heard that there's a land mass in the north? Not just water and ice cap?
Yeah, all the ancient maps have it mapped out of 4 land masses centering the North Pole.
And 4 rivers coming out of it. That feeds the oceans. It's also fresh water there. The icebergs is fresh water, so where do they come from?
Well, icebergs?
Yes, it's fresh water.
Well, they come from glaciers.
Yeah, they want to think. They want you to think that. Yes.
The Quran says that the water comes from the oceans up under the continents and returns as fresh water to the land.
Well, the North Pole is actually Eden, where 4 rivers comes off.
I think when you talk about this, you got to say, I speculate that.
I speculate that because it's written, blah, 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 blah. But the Asian maps, like, showing that area.
Well, it could be Yggdrasil at the center.
Can you imagine how dumb it is to say there is no land there? That there is only ocean and ice cap? That's it? And they've been frozen for millions of years. That's why the water is fresh. They made up stuff like every time they do.
Well, I don't know. Let's talk about icebergs. So super salty water can't freeze, yeah?
Yeah.
Iceberg.
So the fresh water freezes.
Yes.
So if you get an ice pack and then rain, snow comes down on the ice pack, turns into ice, and then when the ice pack breaks up, forms icebergs, and then they float on the currents when they break off, and you get freshwater icebergs. What's wrong with that?
I thought they were from glaciers.
What's wrong with that? Because it takes
glaciers and
billions
ice packs.
of years.
Yeah. What do you mean? Why does it have to be billions of years? I'm just talking about how ice. So you get ice. Yeah. We know there's ice packs. We know there's ice shelves.
Okay. Your information comes from the same guys who says the Earth is ball. You know that, yes?
There are ice shelves. Yeah.
ice shelf in the north. They claim there is no land there at all.
North, south, whatever.
Yes, ice shelves.
Yeah. So when ice shelves break off, they form icebergs, or you get big pieces as well that come off glaciers and fall into the sea. They're made of fresh water.
Yes. Where does it come from? From the snow?
Snow, rain, whatever.
Well,
fresh water.
Salt water doesn't freeze into fresh water. Salt water just freezes at a lower temperature.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know. But what you so when salt water freezes, it turns into slush, yeah?
No, it turns into ice.
Well, if the salt water is salty enough, it won't freeze properly. It turns into slush, and then snow falls on top and creates a crust and freezes, and then that's how ice packs form.
And the whole iceberg is whole fresh water, and it just breaks perfectly like this. Yes.
I've seen a lot of
floats into
things fall into the water. I've seen videos of it, at least, of glaciers falling into the water. It seems like an extremely likely cause of icebergs, of freshwater icebergs. It just makes sense.
Yeah.
And we saw penguins on the edge. Yes.
In the south, not in the north.
Yes. Yes.
So can we agree that icebergs can form from these things, and they don't have to form from an underground thing that comes from the center of the north? Like, they don't have to. Well,
it's
what did we
same
say?
agreement like Globers trying to fit their narratives.
No, I said we can agree. We can agree that icebergs can come from glaciers.
Yes, can come, but have you seen them form?
No.
Same. That's the whole point. They can claim that this is this way, and I can claim this that way. So what way sounds more logical?
What way sounds more logical? Well, did you say before that there was a fresh water?
You know, there is like
hang on. Did you say before that there was fresh water that came straight out of the north?
Yes.
From a fountain or something like that?
I think it's Eden there and God's throne, but that's different subject. But what I say that it's magnetic north warms up the sea there.
So what sounds more plausible, that we get snow that builds up into a glacier and forms an ice river and then falls into the sea and creates icebergs? Or fresh water comes out of a fountain in the north in Eden, flows down the 4 rivers of 4 different lands, and then creates icebergs?
Well,
what sounds more plausible?
I think the problem is that you think in terms of globe.
I think in terms of globe. What do you mean? That because I don't just believe blindly that there's land at the North Pole with water coming out of it, creating 4 rivers that create icebergs.
Yeah, I think it's the same.
What's that got to do with the globe? What in that is making me think in terms of a globe?
Because you don't think that there is another energy source to warm up the sea? in the north because there is no sunlight.
What? Who said that?
Why do you think there's only an ice cap and there's no land there?
I didn't say that.
Okay, so where would we start?
Why do you think that there is? Because you seem to be making the positive claim for it. So why don't you just?
Well, ancient maps shows that, and there's testimonies of people in 18th or 19th century that traveled there and came back with their testimony after 2 years living there.
Okay, maps and testimony. I got you.
Mm-hmm.
Could be.
And there's no fly zone over North Pole now.
Yeah, you're right.
So that's raise a suspicion. Something is there.
It's suspicious, but not being able to go there and check it doesn't tell us what it is.
Yeah, same as South Pole.
Have you guys ever watched?
I can speculate that. Watch what?
One Piece. The anime?
The anime, no.
Well, it's like one of the longest running animes, if not the longest running anime.
I saw memes. Yes, I saw memes about it.
Yeah. If you're gonna watch it, I definitely recommend watching it with subtitles. But it's very hard to get across the humor if it's not in Japanese. So it's just I recommend that. But to begin their journey, they had to go up on this They had to use their boat to get up on this mountain that had rivers flowing through it and get up on one side and fall down through the other just to start their entire journey across the world. Of course, in their world, it's a globe, but still. And they do have 1,000 or 100 or 1,000 years of missing history or something. It's definitely missing history.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, if you guys haven't seen it, that's fine. But
yeah, I know your argument that there is missing information put in, hidden meaning in movies and animation.
Yeah. Well, the creator could put it in there on purpose, or they could put it in by God's will. You never know.
Sit. Good girl.
Well, I was hoping to hear from Wicked Gets It, but he's probably just here to chill out and listen to the convo. I probably got to go to bed soon, though.
Truth Seeker. Truth Seeker, are you there? Your mic is open.
So, guys, what was the biggest obstacle to overcome to fully believe in this model now, Flat Earth?
Model? I think it's just reality.
Well, okay, reality, but what was the biggest obstacle? What was the biggest argument you have to battle with?
The biggest obstacle in coming to terms with reality was probably the globe. Once I got that out of the way, it was no problem.
Mine was space, man. I struggled with letting go of space because it was where we always were, you know. We were in this
the
place
movies,
called
the
space.
series. I mean,
that was actually what went first for me, to be honest.
Yeah.
I started to notice that all the pictures were like CGI. Every single time there'd be an article of like incoming asteroid or whatever, it would just be a cartoon. And after a while, I started going like, I don't think that this is actually what the sky is. And that's kind of how I leapt off of that onto this.
I feel like for me, a part of it was like intellectual ego, though obviously that didn't really stand in my way longer than an hour. And then, I don't know, actual obstacles, like problems with it.
FK.
Yeah, I think it was just the betrayal by science that kind of stung, but I don't know how many obstacles I really had to it. I just had to verify that what I was learning was true, and that was that.
Hey, Heretic, I'm going to open Truth Seeker's mic. It's got a listening pass. I want to see if you reckon it's Sasha 2.0?
I don't know. There's like 12 truth seekers who have been here, so I don't know which one it is.
Truth Seeker, you've got control of your mic. Are you there?
Might have left the room.
Truth Seeker. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Just joking. Do you want a
He says I'm playing
PC?
Call of Duty.
Oh, is he typing?
Yeah.
Alright. No worries.
Man's got duties to attend to.
I never got into video games.
Never?
Nah, never interested me.
I don't play Call of Duty and stuff like that, but I grew up on like Final Fantasy and stuff.
Yeah. I build. I'm a tradesman, so I build shit when I get home as well. And even when I was young, I used to make things.
I'm an artist. I love crafts. I really get you with that. I feel like the next craft I would like to learn is like, I want to do some real woodworking, you know.
Just pick up some wood and do it. Just get some basic tools. Just start off, make a chopping board. And then make a table, make a little table. Then get a big slab of wood and make a dining table. You know, it's good fun. It's really good.
Yeah.
Good good therapy. You can have a beer while you're doing it as well.
I don't drink anymore.
Oh, well, you can have a tea.
Yay.
Oh, the drink on that.
But I find rare pieces of wood and I like joining maybe 3 or 4 different types of wood together and make a table out of it, and comes up with all these different colours. And you can buy these legs from just your local hardware store, like black wrought iron legs or solid, steel black painted steel legs for like $50 each. You can end up just making these tables that look awesome. Just it's fun just sanding them down and bringing the grain out with some oil, and then screwing these legs to them. And people pay thousands of dollars for these tables that probably cost me $150 to $200.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be nice to be able to do something that would make money with my art. I mean, honestly, I learned how to draw in high school, so I've always felt really awkward about charging people for it. I always felt like, well, if you're close enough for me to do it for you, I would do it for free, I mean, because I'm a portraiturist, so.
Do you do caricatures as well?
No, realistic portraits.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good at it. I guess it's been some years since I practiced, but I don't think my art skills have diminished. I've always noticed that if I've come back to art after a long while, I've generally really increased my skill in the meantime. Just you just observe things.
Have you tried to draw a flat Earth?
No, I mean, I'm not going to try to do that until I have proper scaling, because Australia bothers me to heck because it's not bigger.
Isn't that usually, if people are drawing the Earth, though, isn't that usually what they draw, like just without even thinking about it? Like if they're drawing a lake or an ocean or something, they're not going to add curvature to that. They're just going to draw it horizontal, right? I mean, unless they're drawing a globe.
With perspective.
Yeah.
What were you saying about Australia?
Oh, I was saying it drives me crazy how Australia is portrayed on the flat Earth maps, because it's like the size of the U.S., a bit smaller. So it's like portrayed on the flat Earth Mercator maps, like 3 times its size or more. So
you can hide.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's probably a combination of that and the U.S. being portrayed as smaller than it is. But we really need a working map for sure.
Just expand.
If you have a map of the Earth that works, it's a working flat Earth map because it's a flat Earth.
Yeah.
What now?
I'm pretty sure it's the same width.
Yeah, it is. Just about.
And then you can. It's not far off width either. Make it wide.
What?
Top to bottom. Yeah, I'm just going through my head with something. I think it's only 500 kilometers shorter from top to bottom than it is east to west.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's not much.
In Australia?
Don't quote me on that. Last time I looked, I thought that's from what I remember, but don't quote me on that. I haven't looked for a long time. Like 3,500 wide, maybe 3,000 high, or north to south. I think. Is it closer to 4,000? So they say, anyway. I've driven a fair bit of it, and it's a big fucking place. no one in it.
Yeah. Not that much of it is livable.
There's no water.
Mm-hmm.
Although we do have there's a underground sea called the Great Artesian Basin. So you can dig down, you can get bore water from under the ground in most places.
Yeah.
You got to filter the water, but you can still grow things from it.
Back like the year before I found out about Flat Earth, like 2015, me and my husband were both having these really like wild, partially shared dreams where like basically America had buckled, whatever happened to it happened. I don't know, wasn't that clear, but we like fled to Australia, and this is over the series of several dreams that we both had. And we ended up in Australia, and then we took refuge inside of those big red rocks that people aren't allowed to touch. Like, from the authorities. Which is just random. I've never been, like, an Australian fangirl or cared about Australia in any way. Don't know what it means, but if it happens, it'll be interesting.
Sorry, what was that? I've missed the first part of that. I just had to mute for a second.
Oh, I was saying that that years ago, like around 2015, me and my husband both were like sharing these wild dreams over the course of several nights where we like had to flee from a broken America to Australia. We were like kind of leading a group of people, and we all had to take refuge inside those iconic red rocks of Australia because no one's allowed to touch them. So basically, the authorities couldn't really come near.
You mean like Uluru or Ayers Rock?
Devil's Mountain?
Yeah.
How does it call the red thing?
Ayers Rock. Oh, it's called Uluru.
Uluru?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I was one of the lucky ones that got to climb it. I've climbed it twice. You can't climb it anymore.
Nice.
Been up the top twice.
Do you think you can go inside it?
No, you can't. There's no. You can climb. You used to be able to climb up it. So it's just a big solid rock. So on top has got like waves, like striations, like maybe 7-8 foot tall. So to get from one side to the other side of the rock on top, you've got to go up and down these striations. It's pretty weird up there. I didn't expect it to be like that.
In my dream, there were like all these clefts on the inside, and it was kind of like narrow passage, but when it turned dark, like all of these things that had been carved into the wall, like started glowing up, like just glowing basically. And then I remember in the dream I had the strongest sense of deja vu, and yet I wasn't like surprised at all. I know, it was some weird dreams right there.
Yeah, no, it's definitely there's none of that there. Just one big solid rock, but walk around the outside, you got these water pools and stuff. Think of Wave Rock. Interesting place. Changes colour as the sun sets as well.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I've got photos of it from when the sun has like orange, red, purple.
Purple?
Yeah, turns purple.
From what angle does the sun shine upon it? From I see the pictures from other side.
No, so this would be with the sun behind you. So if you'd be facing east. So the sun would be shining on the rock. So as the sun goes away, it starts to change colour.
Oh, it's the height of Eiffel Tower. So it's pretty tall.
Oh yeah, it's a huge, massive, huge rock. Right in the center of Australia.
I searched inside Uluru, and it has a few caverns.
Which you are not allowed to explore, I guess.
Yes, which makes it a great place to escape authorities.
Mm-hmm. So we think
that those caverns are got there from the outside, because you can't get there from the top.
Yeah, it looks like you get it from the side.
Yeah.
I have to say that I was on YouTube and I had to jump in and ask more about this shared dream that you had with your husband, because it's so weird, because I was just talking last night or the night before with somebody on another Discord, and we were talking about dreams and how it would be a whole study, like a whole field to look into, and that people that sleep next to each other, you would think, would have more shared dreams, possibly, if there's like a, kind of like the unconscious, the collective unconscious that we all share, and maybe if you were close proximity to someone, the dream world, you would think might be shared as well to some degree. So how many of these details of this escaping to Australia with the rocks, and I mean, you both came up with the red rock. It's interesting how many details you might have actually shared in that.
Well, it's interesting because both of us were in our own bodies for these dreams. We were there together. My parents were there. I'm not sure if my siblings were there. He remembers the escape from America more vividly than I do. But there were several series, sets in the series. We had to make a break for it from the place we were hiding to another place. I don't know. It was, like I said, it was 2015, so it was a long time ago. But it's not like any other type of dream I've ever had or heard of. Not that I have heard of a bunch of types of dreams or anything like that.
But you both had the details of going to Australia, specifically to this area. And
yeah, it was like in a cargo plane. Well, actually, it was more like a regular plane that was stripped down to make more room, and just a ton of people were on it.
Huh. What's weird now is if it ever comes to that point where you need to escape, it's kind of like it'll be a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like you're like, well, I guess this is when we're supposed to go to Australia, even though that might not be the best plan or what,
Yeah.
Like that would seem natural.
It'd be definitely a way to guide me in a way where I couldn't really doubt it because it happened so long ago.
Right.
That would be the obvious plan. Plus, I've already told the people in my life, whether they believe in an apocalypse or not, that if things go south, let's meet up in Australia.
Oh, okay. Something that you guys both have talked about before, like in regular
No, afterwards.
waking life? Oh, I see. That's interesting. You both had some of those details, though, like the same place that you were going to hide out there?
Yeah, I mean, and like I said, this is over the course of, several nights. It wasn't like all at once, like, oh, you had that dream, I had that dream too. It's like, oh my gosh, I had another Australia dream. Like, yeah. So we didn't see.
It's not a place either of you have been to or any of that.
Right.
Or talked about going to.
Mm-hmm.
Weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like there's those premonition dreams that you know are different than regular dreams too. It's weird.
Mm-hmm. Looking at the story of Joseph, it looks like one way to know that it's prophetic in any way is that you have to see yourself in the dream. Like, not just be yourself, but see yourself.
Like in a mirror? Or like from a third person party?
From a third
person perspective. Okay. Huh. Yeah.
But for me, it felt like a memory. It felt like just watching real events happen.
But almost like a future memory.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting. That was before Flat Earth or any of this other stuff too, right? For you?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, it was
we didn't even really believe in the apocalypse at that point. We were like totally out of it.
Right.
And what now?
Somebody was just saying, wow, it was before Flat Earth? Yeah, well, 2015. It seems like since then, I actually, right when Flat Earth kind of became most popular, 2015. But you could say it actually technically came out or kind of hit the, I don't know, whatever, the big Flat Earth venture kind of officially might have started in 2012, which you could then say it was the end of the world as we knew it, even though everyone thought it was the end of the world.
Yeah.
Anunnaki stuff, yes.
You know, I discovered Flat Earth in 2016, and it was right around the time that I was realizing that that God would have left us truth in a book for those he guides, because he'd showed me monotheism, and so the first book I went to was the book I already knew, which is the Bible, and I was like, okay, well, if you really are in here, let's see. And I just opened it up, trusting that God would guide me. And the very first words I read were, "The hour is now," or "The hour is nigh," or whatever. "The hour is now." So I was like, "Oh, dang!" And then it was like,
you open up in a random place or some. Oh, an hour is now.
I was like, "Oh, okay." and then it just became this huge revealing, where suddenly the whole world started to become aware of Flat Earth and all the corruption. It was like, okay, the apocalypse literally means the revealing. Like, here we go. It's happening.
Yeah. Yeah. Crazy how it's misinterpreted, and the people that aren't paying attention don't even realize it's actually happening. They have to see it as like this, like, misinterpreted thing that comes literally from whatever that image is that they thought it was going to be. But it means the revealing. It's the waking up. Whether it's intentional or prophetic or any of that, it's happening regardless.
And don't forget, 2020, a lot of things were revealed too. The year of true sight. Or the year of hindsight, you could say.
2020, yeah. Hindsight's 2020. Yeah, it almost seems intentional, like intentionally obvious. For whatever reason, it seems like they're.
You know, hindsight is 2020 unless you have your head up your ass.
Well,
right.
We're here for a trial, so it is what it is.
You mean a trial basis or a judgment? Do you mean a judgment or a trial basis?
No, I mean, we're here for a trial. So, I mean, our success would mean nothing if everyone succeeded. It's like, we're going through it. We're going to be tested. Here we are being tested.
Most of people will reject even concept of God. They will choose to live a lie.
Well, yeah, but if at least we can get them back on track. If we can at least get them to admit the Earth is flat, then we can order a lot of society and get so much scientific work done. Like, even though they'll still differ after that, and there'll still be bad people after that, and people who believe in the flat Earth, won't save them. They won't be better people for believing it. A lot of them, but at least we'd be able to make some real progress.
I agree. I think that would be a great outcome. Everyone to wake up, and then we can start doing some real science.
Yeah, man. They paint us out to hate science, but we want science more than anyone.
Yeah, well, it only benefits.
Real one.
Real science benefits.
Yeah. People would be like, what are they trying to hide? What even would result from hiding the shape of the Earth? Like,
everything.
You don't have any imagination for the amount of knowledge that they have and we don't. I mean, of course, the answer is land. The answer is always land, but there's so much more than that too. They just know way more about how the sky works than we do. They know how the world works, and we don't. There's a lot of power to be had there.
Or do they?
I mean,
or do they?
Well, some of them do, I'm sure. Because they do all their weather stuff, so they must have some people who are working with the truth.
Yeah, weather's just a prediction, though. It's just built on high pressure and low pressures. And then...
Didn't the guy, the father of modern weather prediction, say that, he quit and he was like, this is something that only godless people go into or something. I don't know. He decried it as anti-God.
How often are they correct? I'd imagine having a job where you're only 50% correct, or even less, 30% correct all of the time.
Well, the more precise they try to get it, the more precise they try to get, the more often they're wrong.
Yeah.
Best guesstimate.
Yeah, they guess. So they look at where the weather heads normally. They say, okay, this place is going to get that weather in 2 days. So they predict that, okay, unless this cold front comes through, then it's going to be cold. So that'll interrupt with that. So let's just say for now that this place, the weather heads east.
How could they know where the weather is going to head unless they know the actual shape of the Earth? How would they know, where... I mean, I guess they could just follow old weather patterns, but, basically...
You don't need to. They have weather stations with barometers.
Yeah.
Yep. The globe argument is it's oh, they have these satellites, they watch over Earth and see everything. And I say, show me. Simply, show me. Google, show me. Nope.
So they just overlay weather readings onto the blue marble.
Yeah. I always like to go into the weather app and zoom out all the way and see where they say their storms are. They got some crazy stuff going, and of course the north and the south are always just dead zone. They won't show you anything.
They'll only show you when it's near land.
Yeah, well, near the land that we're allowed to live on.
Yeah, there's not much of it in the south.
Yeah.
It's less than 20% of the population live in the southern hemisphere. I'm going to call it the southern hemisphere because everyone knows what that is. So.
Well, it's probably only 20% of the landmass as well.
I'm not sure about that. Yeah.
We were just looking at the equator the other day, and man, it is further south than I thought.
Yeah.
It's like freaking hot in Texas. I can't imagine that the equator is that far away.
Yeah, well, it's the same here. Like everyone trips out when I tell them the latitude here. So I'm south in southern Australia, like right down the bottom, and I'm at 38 degrees south. So it's not that far down.
Right.
But
I think that's similar.
The only thing that's below us is you got Tasmania, but I think Tasmania finishes at like 43 degrees south. So there's nothing for another 45 degrees, apparently.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
Wow.
Everyone goes, oh, Australia's, really south. You go, no, well, it's really not.
Yeah, it's funny how recently Australia was discovered, and yet we just are like, nope, we're done. There's no more continents out there. No chances.
Like 200 years. Something ridiculous. I remember having the bicentennial. Fucking stupid. Even Melbourne's it's like 1850 or something like that.
Yeah. They're recent.
We've got these old buildings here as well, so another strange. All these mansions up on top of hills that are mental asylums. Like, how many mental asylums do you need in a place with no population?
Well, it must be the prisons, right?
Yeah, well, that's another story, isn't it? Because this was after the prisons, so they tell us. So there's a prison. If you're near your computer, look up oh God, there was the first big prison, Port Arthur. Have a look at Port Arthur. Just Google it, Port Arthur, Tasmania. This was a so-called prison in Tasmania. Yeah, it was a prison, but they said the convicts built it. Yeah? They came over on the boats with one stonemason. He guided the convicts to build this prison. Have you Googled it yet?
Yeah. Oh, look, there's a Port Arthur, Texas. Go figure. Oh, yeah, it totally thinks I'm looking for Texas. Okay. You said it's in Tasmania?
Yeah, Tasmania.
Can I look at the Wikipedia page, or is that all?
Yeah. Of course.
Okay.
You just go to images.
Yeah, I see it.
One stonemason and unskilled convicts that are there for stealing loaves of bread shipped over from Ireland and London. You believe that for 1 second?
What, that they're prisoners?
Well, where'd they get all the bricks from?
What are the bricks made of?
Red clay. And then they got some sandstone. They got some sandstone buildings as well. But There's also some bluestone, which is hard as nails.
Okay, well, I better go to sleep. It's been good
All the
talking to
best.
y'all. Huh?
You too. I said all the best.
Yeah, good talking with you. What's your name?
Pumpkin, or you can call me April. Doesn't matter.
Okay, I'm Dave, or New Perspective. Yeah, good talking with you. I was just looking up to see if you can get inside Uluru. Seems like a place you could get inside of.
Right?
Doesn't seem like it's just out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, how does that happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think a lot of these mountains have people inside for sure. Secret bases. It's the perfect cover.
Yeah, it is.
Looks like there's holes to get in, like this one I'm about to upload here. Looks like there's places to get in. I don't know. Maybe there isn't, but it could be something they're hiding.
Like water holes on top and stuff like that as well.
Waterfalls, huh?
No, water holes. So they have these erosion holes and they fill up with rain. It doesn't rain that much, but
In our dreams, we had Aborigines guides. So, or not exactly guides, but also refugees who were Aborigines who were guiding us.
Huh.
Yeah, so see those striations? Like, we climbed. I'm trying to see where that car park is. New Perspective, you see where all those cars are parked? So, just so that, see that ridge that runs up from the car park? There used to be a chain. See the bend in the road?
Oh, okay, I see it. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
See how there's a ridge directly in front of that that's kind of faded.
Mm-hmm.
They used to have poles and chains like anchored into that. So that's the ridge that you'd climb up.
Ah, that's where you did it.
Yeah, and then you'd get to the top, and those striations, you go up and down each one of those striations. They're between 6 and 8 foot deep.
Wow.
So you run down and then run up the other side, run down, run up the other side to get to that far side on the left.
Beautiful.
And they run the whole way across it. And then you can, if there's a run around the outside, and they have all these little watering holes, and there's a place that looks like a wave, and it's got like a moat around it as well.
Wow.
It's an interesting place.
It really is. What's their I don't know. Do people theorize how it came to be? It's an unusual mountain.
No idea, man. It's supposed to be just one big rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, how does that happen out in the middle? There's nothing else like it anywhere near.
Yeah, there's nothing.
And
makes no
it's
sense.
In the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right in the middle of the desert.
Center, yeah.
It's how it is in America too. Like you'll fly over these areas, and it'll just be like this, these places just like this, not quite like this, but similar, yeah. And just sticking out randomly in the middle of nowhere, there'll be this big structure, and a lot of them have been shown to be melted, what looks like melted buildings instead of mountains. Wow. I'm saying that's what they all are, but have you seen that, the melted buildings?
Yeah, I've seen a bit about that.
Yeah. April, no, you haven't. Oh,
no, I haven't seen that.
Whole melted buildings rabbit hole you can go down.
Yeah. You can get into No Trees on Flat Earth as well. That'll take you down another one.
I'm fully aware of the trees.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite speculations.
Yeah.
Big ones.
I know. Well, if we really used to live almost 1,000 years, then it would take a lot more oxygen. Possibly. I mean, if we're supposed to be that huge too, remember?
Mm-hmm. Oh, more oxygen.
Mm-hmm. More oxygen, higher up. Like,
well,
especially
in general,
if people really were bigger.
Different composition of atmosphere and air we breathe, and it's possible, yes.
Higher carbon dioxide as well, and trees grow bigger. I don't know.
Yeah,
something to speculate about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, some of these things. Heard about what?
The oxygen tanks, where you enter the room with higher pressure and oxygen amount, and you heal faster, like 4 or 5 times faster.
Ah, makes sense. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, here, check this one out. This is from a channel that not a lot of people know about, from a channel called Wise Up, and the video is called "The Jig Is Up." There's a lot of great ancient tree stump pics that I haven't seen in other videos that he puts in there.
Great.
And then there's some good melted building stuff I should probably post for it. You've never seen any of that, instead of going through the riffraff to get to the good stuff.
Wait, say that last part again?
Melted buildings. I was going to try to link something good for you so you don't have to go through the riffraff.
Yes, please.
Some of it's just obvious. I mean, you could say that's not a window, but you could see that's like there's windows there. I mean, these so whether it was like some kind of plasma event, directed energy weapons, whatever it was, but it seems like a lot of these mountains were actually buildings, like castles.
Wow. God tells us to wander the land and see what became of the disbelievers.
Here's autodidactics. It's the first one to come up when I type in melted buildings. So you might have watched that one, or you might have caught that one on your own. But he's a good channel. Probably gets into a lot of this stuff.
He does a lot of research as well and backs it up. So he's good. I like him.
Yep. Paul Cook's another one.
Yeah, seen him go around Malta.
Easy, Tiger.
Yeah, he's good. Did you see when he went underneath in England somewhere? They blocked it all off, and there was all those brick tunnels, red brick tunnels. I'm sure it was ages ago. I'm sure he's got heaps of new stuff.
I've seen a lot of his stuff. I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
I'll have to look it up.
What was it that you were mentioning that for, though? Something about they blocked it off since he's been there.
I'm not sure. I was just looking at all that. So you got all those red brick archways. You got all these in on all different countries as well. They've got them here underneath the train lines, which is really weird.
Yeah, the stuff about red bricks is interesting in general. Like with the melted buildings part of it, like it'll go into like one panel. They'll melt together first of all, and it'll seem like a different formation. But when you look up close, it'll like it'll be red brick, and then it'll look like it's a different rock. But a guy goes into detail about when the red brick melds together, it makes it look like just a bigger rock. But then there's the whole idea that the red bricks were used for batteries for energy storage.
That would explain the glowing in the red rocks in my dream.
There you go. Yeah, Ewart did some pretty good stuff with that. Some of his stuff about the possibility that these ancient, steeples, as well as the open windowed hexagonal towers that we see all over the place, were actually holding some kind of mercury/gold device that's been extracted, and it theoretically was used maybe for collecting the etheric energy and storing it in the red brick of the building.
Interesting.
You know who Ewart Anan is? You ever seen any of his stuff at all? He does a pretty good job of covering the ancient trees idea too. Cool. If you've never seen Lost History of Flat Earth, or what's the other one called? What on Earth happened? Have you seen? You know what I'm talking about? April?
Let's see. What now?
It was just a whole mega series of videos. Yeah, I'm sure you do. But yeah, he does a pretty good job of covering both those topics as well.
I know, but Muddy Waters.
Who does?
Ewart Anan, or he just goes by Ewar now. But he was like too good almost for one man to have been making these videos. They're so good. It's epic 7-hour, like mind blowing content, well edited.
I find it.
Some people don't like his voice, but I kind of it's kind of addictive. Some of the best. It was like when his stuff came out, it was kind of like No Trees on Flat Earth. Like you just have to see it. As being a flat earther, you have to watch all of those for like just the context, for the conversation as a reference.
I've looked into, obviously, well, we loved the tree stuff when we first found it. Me and my husband, we just were really into it. We're aware of Tartaria and mud floods, but I never had heard of melted buildings before.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. You can see from some of those videos. John Levy talks about it as well. Ewar is an interesting story as well. I don't have to go into if you're going to go to bed, but check out his videos first. It's better just to take it in without any of the comment or any kind of preconceived idea of what to expect.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a treat. Like, if you haven't seen any of them, you're in for a treat.
Yeah, I agree. Don't read the comments, just watch it.
Okay, yeah, I rarely
take out of it what you get out of it, and,
Yeah.
A lot of interesting information. If you're into Tartaria and things like that, it's also an interesting video. If you got a spare 6 hours, go for it.
Yeah. It's actually more like 12 hours because there's two. There's the Lost History of Flat Earth. Yeah. And the first one he did was what on Earth happened, which is kind of like more revisited flat Earth information. Hard to find them all, posted in one spot. There's a whole thing about people that kind of uploaded his stuff on their channels. He has his own channel now, but I don't know if he has all his original Lost History stuff on there. So I'm trying to find a site that just has it all. Actually, I think Mike Williams has it.
I think Dave Weiss's app's got it as well, if you guys have got that.
I think the most interesting is Devil's Tower.
Is what?
Devil's Tower.
Yeah, that's one of them. But like in that one I just posted from Wise Up, there's even bigger ones.
Wider ones? Or what?
wider ones, bigger ones, than Devil's Tower. I mean, that's just nothing compared to some of those in that video.
Never heard of the rest ones.
Oh yeah, they're all over the world. They're everywhere.
And they say it's from natural formation of the blah blah blah.
This Tartaria thing is trying to make me choose between conservative and conspiracy theorist. Why can't I be both?
What Tartaria thing?
The someone linked to the Tartaria server.
What do you mean, conservative?
Are you still there, or
it's not a choice?
It says, well, you can choose left-wing / liberal, right-wing / conservative, new age, conspiracy theorist, anarchist, or centrist, or apologetical, whatever. But so it says right-wing / conservative is prioritizes nationalism, traditional values, and personal independence. And conspiracy theorist says you believe both sides are controlled by one central power. Why can't both be true? Because those are not mutually exclusive.
Where's this? On the Tartaria Cosmology server?
Yeah.
Why are they asking that now? New perspective. Are you still on that server?
24/7 Tartaria?
Yeah.
I'm still on there. I don't go there much, but
yeah. That's what happened. All the Globers took over, didn't they?
Well, yeah, there's a whole couple different things I think that happened, but more like just like Shane wanted to have his own place, where he could do his own thing more so anyway. So it kind of just became the other place to go. And Shane's kind of a people gatherer. People. He's a motivated person. So
yeah, he's got a new place, hasn't he?
Yeah, are you there? Have you been?
He sent me a link. He sent me a link the other day. I just haven't had a chance to sit down and
I invited you.
Join. So yeah, I'm going to jump in there though, because he's a good person to talk to.
For sure. Here's what on earth happened for April in the live stream. Start with that, maybe. Or that's the lost history of Flat Earth. That's the 5-hour lost history of Flat Earth. Now you can find, if you just type in lost history or lost history of Flat Earth or LHFE or any combination of that in EUR, Anon, you can find channels that have them uploaded in segments rather than just with the whole, thing all at once. But then here's the other one. So I don't have to just find one that has them all included. But here's the other one that's 8 hours. So it's 5 hours and 8 hours. So there's 13 hours of very interesting content, regardless of how speculative a lot of it might be. And the guy's entertaining too. He's well written. He's like, look closer. Do you see it now? It's kind of a put on it. In fact, it seems like he was more exaggerating it in the earlier ones, and then he kind of gets more comfortable and towards the other end of the other ones. Like the later episodes are a little more natural sounding, but it is his real voice. He's kind of over dramatizing it a little bit too much in the very beginning. For some people, like they can't even watch it because of the voice. But then you end up loving it.
Yeah, I did. It was addictive.
It really is. He's like, welcome back. Here we are. When we left you, you were wondering, where was I going to take you? And now you're here with me, and I'm taking you here.
What happened at the World Fairs with the incubator babies?
Yeah. Where are all the people?
Empty cities.
Yeah. Now the thing is, not to ruin anything for you, but he has gone back and said some of the stuff that he's talked about was just to make a point that you don't want to start making claims that you don't necessarily know for sure. And he kind of made it very dramatic, and like he was saying this is the case, and making claims a little bit too maybe freely. But that's part of the whole thing. And then he went back and said, I don't know that this is the case for sure. And then a lot of the Tartaria people who kind of looked at him as like, they're one of their main people to refer to, felt like he was betraying them as far as like, not saying that Tartaria is the, for sure.
Yeah, because they started repeating what he was saying, and then he came out and said, "Oh, maybe I was wrong about this."
Yeah,
went,
maybe.
No, you can't. You're a shill.
Yeah, then they started, and then there was another thing that somebody was telling me recently about him saying he got paid a bunch of money to go against what he was saying, and then we were looking for it and couldn't find it. And then I figured it was probably him trolling people back for saying that he was a show. Anyway, none of that drama matters. It's just watch those things without any of those preconceived ideas about him or what he's saying, and just take it in, because it's all speculative. We don't know for sure about any of this shit. But a lot of it's very obvious when you look at it. I mean, you can see those trees look like stumps. Those mountains look like belts of buildings. It's not like that's not there to see.
Yeah. We don't have proof of it, but the proof is right in front of our eyes in a way. It seems like foolish to not see it.
Right. And nobody's trying to, like, even with the flat earth, like, I think I was hearing people talk earlier about some of the claims being made about maps and stuff. It's just a matter of making sure that you put the caveat out there that, here's some ways it could work if it was this map. Here's some ways it could work if it was this far away for the sun. But Eric Dubé saying that it's, proven to be 2,000 some miles, and some of these things. Was it you were saying? Who was it? Was it you?
Yeah, I was in there. Yeah.
Were you talking about Dave Weiss saying the outer ponders for sure?
Yeah,
the UFOs.
I mentioned
What's that
yeah.
video? What, do you have a link for that one? Because I've heard him say that, or pretty much.
It was his most recent one with He's got stupid. It's got dumb, dumber, and dumbest on the what's it called? On the thumbnail.
Because I always talk about how I think they're gonna. If they didn't plan it from the start, they're gonna roll. If they didn't roll out flat Earth or allow flat Earth or whatever it was, they're going to use the aliens as outer ponders. That's their best.
Yeah, I remember I remember you saying that.
Yeah, and it seems crazy that Dave's saying that's the aliens are outer ponders, because I think that's what they're going to say, regardless if that was. It's a more local threat. It's a much better plan than aliens from space come from trillions of miles away. It's way more threatening if it's a local threat and we're surrounded by outer ponders, and now we have to be united as one world order on a flat Earth. And the dome's going to make and then they'll say that they come from underwater and they have to have the tunnels, and then only they can talk to the outer ponders. Even if there are outer ponders, they're going to say it's outer ponders, or maybe just give everybody their own interpretation and not say who it is or what they think it is. And if people want to believe it's from space, they can do that. Or if they want to argue about it being outer ponders or the flat earthers, we have a whole nother string of debates to go through, whatever. But I think they're going to do direct energy weapons and leave that maybe as open thing. Or just say, yeah, we're surrounded by outer ponders. That's why we lied to you about the globe, because people don't like feeling trapped, and we were protecting you from these scary people. Some flat earthers went and crossed the line over in Antarctica. That's all their fault. Now they're after us. And that's why we were protecting you from them. Now
we were hiding it.
The flat earthers. You know what they're going to do? They're going to run that narrative, and it's going to be a perfect thing. We're going to feel like we helped you get there.
They'll say they have no clue.
That'd probably be their best thing, is just let us argue about it. But, if Trump's back in office, and there was something that I just came upon, someone sent me that he was actually talking about, I've got a plane. I've got a really great plane. It's the best plane ever. And if the world were round, I would know. Like he was actually giving like flat Earth comments that I had never heard before.
Really? I'd like a link to that.
I'll put it in right now. I just posted it in the other server.
This is why I haven't gone to bed yet. I need all these links.
Yeah, sure.
This is the type of stuff I always hoped I would get from this server. So
there you go. I got all the links. They call me the link man.
Good.
I got the best links. I got the greatest links. I got the greatest plane.
That's funny. That's always my thing of how I know if it's really Trump talking, because he's got that Trump way about him. It's a great plan, best plan ever. Yeah. Like that's just the way he talks. And so you hear
his plan ever. It's my plan. I came up with it. I came up with Flat Earth. I invented Flat Earth.
And we did a great job. We did a great job.
It was really great. It was so great that it was great.
But it's like when you hear the people on the left mocking him or not mocking him, like they'll say that he said something, but then the words they use don't sound like words he would use. It's like, where's the Trump cadence? Right. They're just making stuff up.
It's such an act, and I think that the whole plan might be for him to be the first Flat Earth president and actually give us the truth and sell us a bunch of lies attached to it.
Well, he was the first to tell us about the shadow government, so I definitely would trust him a heck of a lot more if he said the Earth was flat.
Was he saying something about the shadow government?
Yeah, I mean, I found out about the shadow government like a few months before Trump started coming out saying that there was a shadow government.
You talking about draining the swamp?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the deep state? Deep state is the shadow government?
Yeah. All three of them are applicable.
No, he says, I fly a lot, and I mean a lot. No one flies more than me. Listen, I own a jet. I own a 757, beautiful plane. It's the best plane. If the world were around, believe me, I would know. Yeah, there's the link too from the Christian Observer. So it's not like a mainstream thing, but I could totally see him saying that. In fact, I'll post. This is funny because if he does become the 2024 president, Flat Earth president, I made April Fool's article up. And I'll post it as it's Trump saying, by 2024, everyone will know the Earth is flat. Or the Earth is stationary, a level stationary plane. I mean, it's just so obvious. I mean, it's one of those things that, like, it seems like a lot of these bad guys have been set up like bowling pins for him to knock down. Having men go in and take away, world records from women is a step too far, I would say, for most people, regardless of what you think about gender,
Yeah.
It's like an overstep on purpose, you'd think, almost. And now he's talking about it. That's just terrible. Just like there's so many, it's so scripted. It's so scripted.
Mm-hmm.
Our reality's fake as fuck. Or the reality they give us is fake as fuck.
Wow, I wonder if he really said this.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it is. 2016, that's the right time.
Yeah.
And it makes sense why he suddenly was just aware of all the evil shit they were up to. And of course he's rich, so he would know. He's been around it since he was born.
Yeah, he was born to be president. I mean, I think that his future has been pretty much scripted his whole life.
Oh, people have been asking him when he would be president for a long time. In now deleted tweets, Trump also seemingly offered biblical evidence of a flat Earth, but they're broken. Can't see them. Oh,
they're deleted. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Book of Matthew, folks. The devil took him to a very high mountain, very high. So Trump, and what did he do? He showed him the whole world. Man, if my parents found out he was flat earther, what would they do?
Right? But who else could break the news but him?
Right? It is he who sits above the circle of the earth. Crooked Hillary and environmentalists are paid liars. They will be exposed. Nice.
Right? Yeah, I made this April 1st in, I think it was 2020, and then I remade it with a different date for another April Fool's Day. Right? What I just posted. And it's so funny because if he becomes president in 2024, it could totally be true. And then I even put what he says underneath. Space Force will be more about protecting us from other humans that live outside of our pond who have been ruling over and controlling us for far too long now. And I have been chosen to end it. So, like, the whole script is him coming in and saving us from the outer ponders, baby.
But
or the economy going
to edit his, so it sounds like him.
Yeah, I could have put, it's going to be really great.
Other
Everyone will
humans.
know how great I am and how great the flat earth is.
You have to interrupt his speech with like emphasis on something. Will be more about protecting us from other humans. Other humans that live outside our, you have to interrupt it.
We had so much space to work with. I just filled it in for that. That was in 2020. But it looks like that's what they're going to do. The script calls for him to be president again and do a fake saving of the fake economy and give us the fake version of flat earth that they have planned or whatever.
Oh, so you think it's a conspiratorial flat earth because of the dome?
Oh, yeah. No, I think that it's obviously stationary and level, but they're going to tell us how high the dome is and how thick it is and add a bunch of pseudoscience to it with the outer ponder invasion. That's also a psyop, even if there are outer ponders. They're going to use it to sell us more lies. Don't you think? Why would they pass up that opportunity? What would unite the world more than flat earth?
Yeah. Yeah, I think my husband brought that up from the beginning. That's why he didn't like the domed earth, because he felt like it was a pre-plan for us to be trapped again.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, IPS was talking about that. You know who IPS is?
Mm-mm.
I should just friend you and send you a bunch of links. But yeah, they could say we're trapped inside this dome, and now the air is contaminated inside the big dome. So now you got to get these smart city domes, protect yourself from the air in the big dome.
Right. It'll be
plan, right?
like Logan's Run.
Right.
And then they'll start telling us that we have to regenerate or recycle our bodies when we turn 30 and
yeah, right? Yeah, everyone's got to jump off the cliff.
Having too much carbon dioxide, you need to recondition your body when you're get burning.
Too much of the thing that we're trying to get rid of that actually is your carbon footprint. It's just now taken over for original sin.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are the problem.
Yep.
You notice that they don't want carbon dioxide in the air, but they do want it inside your own breathing space. Like they want to trap it right where you breathe.
Yeah, and they want it in growing greenhouses as well to help the fruit and vegetables grow.
That's what they
Isn't
should
that
want.
Strange.
Wow. Why would they do that? That's just crazy.
Yeah, well, that's a conspiracy.
Yeah, too much carbon dioxide, the thing we need the most. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's almost like it's the basis of life.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But if we have too much of it, it'll
crazy
kill
to
us.
say.
We better get rid of it all so that everything dies, just so everything's safe.
They've convinced people that the most vital thing is the fucking. Of course they did. It's always the opposite.
Yeah, it's opposite. Yeah, we're producing too much carbon dioxide. That probably means that we have to produce more.
Yep, do it. More plants, more life, all good.
Yeah. Why would the Earth getting greener be a bad thing?
Yeah. Have you
Earth's
seen that
getting
paper
greener.
from NASA where they claim that their own satellites, so-called whatever, show that the Earth is green 70% since they started keeping track, I think, since the 70s due to carbon dioxide fertilization?
You know, I watched this documentary.
Telling us to have less of it, produce less of it. Idiots.
I once watched this documentary, and they were like talking about the poor polar bears. They're losing so much weight up there, and they're like, we know that they're losing weight because we've been tracking this one polar bear, and it shows them like in a helicopter chasing down this polar bear who's running away from them while they're in a helicopter, and then they shoot him and he falls over, and they go down there and they run tests on him and they tag him, and he's like, no wonder he's losing weight, you guys, you're stressing the heck out of him. Like, oh my god,
helicopter shooting me again.
Right.
Yeah, and now he's dying of what's when your body stresses, what does it produce? Cortisol.
And you know what?
He's dying of cortisol poisoning.
The other polar bears never believe him about the probes.
There was also another thing I saw that the polar bears were actually like booming in reproduction, so they were mating more than ever and reproducing more than ever.
Well, they sure haven't gone extinct, have they?
No, they have not.
And then there was another thing where the seal pup births were low one time, so the polar bears were starving. So that's why they were looking sick and stuff like that, because there wasn't enough food because of the overpopulation of polar bears. So they need to get their story straight.
Well, they'll just blame the overpopulation on us, too. Whatever happens, it's human activity to blame. We did something wrong. We fucked up the earth. There's no going back. And whatever it is that's happening, it's going to be something that's awful, and it's because of us.
In fact, I just posted this thing that I was sent recently called Iron Mountain, Blueprint for Tyranny. Dated, but it's like spot on with all of that, exactly what they planned. The Iron Mountain was an actual document that the Kennedy administration put out that was basically this exact plan that we're going through with, you know, the outside threat, the environmental threat, because they're talking about a post-war society where they have all of this, you know, these other threats that aren't other countries against us anymore, but they had to create these other things. For the economy, they, you know, justify it that way. And for the advancements in the economy. And there's something to be said for that, I guess, but why do they have to psyop us all the time? You know, just say, you know, look, we want to advance.
Maybe to teach you not to get psyoped. Maybe to teach you not to get psyoped. Do it to you enough times to like get you to get with the picture, you know. But you keep getting fooled. Like, here's another one. Let's see if you fall for this too. He fell for that too. What the hell is wrong with this guy? You know?
We thought if we went up and played moon on the fucking, if we played golf on the moon, that you would get it. You know.
Yeah, we thought you guys would get it, but still no. Okay, well, let's just keep going.
Let's give them the ISS bathroom where they have to hover over a 3-inch pipe hole and hold a yellow cone in front of them to go to the bathroom. Let's try that one. See if they buy it. They bought that. They said, no problems. No problems with that. No seal on the door. Just a little, you know, folding door with no air. If the air leaks out.
Yeah, there's literally nothing we can't tell them. Might as well go to town with this.
Right. Or it's just like we could give them more credit than they deserve and say they're winking the nod to the thinking man. Doesn't have to believe it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's their way of saying, okay, you know, obviously it's not true. If you want to believe it, you can, but we're not doing it like so well that anybody with common sense is going to totally fall for it. Yeah. And then again, if they raised us with, like, they don't know what the possible truth is, if we were on a stationary level Earth and there is an actual firmament we are trapped in, that would have been a totally different existence. I mean, even if it was the truth, what I don't know. There is a psychological thing about feeling trapped. Not that we were not trapped in the middle of a darkenment on a spinning ball anyway, but, you know, they could have all these justifications in the world for that, you know, like, oh, people don't like feeling trapped, so we gave them the fantasy.
Sure, but like you just said, though, like the spinning ball narrative feels like as much of a trap to me because, like, for all practical intents, I can't get off of it. I can't go to anywhere else, really. Right. Everything's spaced too far out that it's not feasible. The nearest rock sucks. You know, it's not habitable, really. So it seems like a trap either way. So I never really went through that with Flat Earth. I just seemed like the same in that aspect.
That reminds me that Project Bluebeam. Y'all remember those crazy California fires a few years ago? There's like where all
the
of
directed energy weapons leveled the whole city. Yeah, I remember that.
But it only leveled the like artificial building materials. Like it didn't burn any trees.
Yeah, but the whole bathtub and all of the metal was just gone.
Yeah, and there was
standing right up next to it, not even singed.
And there was like film and accounts of beams coming down from the sky too.
Yep. And that's what they're going to use. That was maybe their test run to see if they could, actually do the damage that they want to make us believe the Outer Ponder UFOs are doing.
Right.
If you look at wildfire data, the fires were way worse about 100 years ago. The highest burn acreages by far. And it's just done nothing but decline pretty much since, on average.
What has?
Wildfire burn acreages. They used to have way bigger and way worse wildfires. Like in the 30s, the Dust Bowl years and stuff like that. That's around when they were the worst by far.
Have they gotten better
at containing like it's all raging out of control, like the whole world's on fire. It's not even close.
Like the one that leveled San Francisco?
Yeah.
That's what they say. Allegedly. Some of the damage of that. People think there's that one channel, just, what's it called? Divergent. He talks about, the San Francisco, a lot of these places that we thought were fire, even Chicago fire, all these places, most likely directed energy weapons too.
Roger that.
You just burn what you...
There's some other, I wanted to touch on something else, but it's actually on a topic that we're not supposed to specifically talk about, so I'm going to pass on that.
Kill chat.
I probably shouldn't even be saying the stuff I'm saying. I've probably gone too far myself.
I mean, we're kind of scrounging for a Glober at the moment.
What do they know? Who cares about what they think? Okay.
Yeah, they keep the room on track when they're here to defend their ball, but they won't come here and do that.
It's over. It's so over. It was over in 2017. It was so over already for anyone paying attention. But yeah, new people that think it's a ball still. You have anything to say?
Oh, yeah. Most of them do,
defense for the ball?
But the ones who are in the loop of the conversation seem to know enough not to come here at this point or something. Or just maybe it's just right now, this last couple of weeks. I don't know. But it just seems like none of them are coming here right now.
They're on TikTok. There's a lot of flat earth stuff going on TikTok too.
I just keep saying we got to throw a few arguments so that they'll get the confidence to come back. Just got to lose a few, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I'll go in there." Or say something stupid, like set a trap, put out some bait, say something like the moon isn't real, and then when they get here, they have to prove their radius.
Hey, you know for a fact the moon is made of wood.
Yeah. Just say that just to get them to come
petrified
here.
Wood.
What do we have to do?
Just like the rock they brought back. It's obviously there was petrified wood they brought back from the moon. I mean,
there's the evidence. Right?
Wood.
Yeah. Have y'all looked at selenite?
What is it?
Selenite. It's like kind of got some mythos of being like the same type of stone that the moon is made of because it transfers light directly through it.
Oh. That's cool. I haven't seen it. Selenite? CE or S?
I think it's S.
Yeah, like a solenoid. That would make sense because there's the whole idea. Have you gone down the vibes of the cosmos moon map stuff yet? You looked into that? I sent you a friend request, by the way, April. You have to accept it before I can send you links.
Oh, really? Okay.
But there's some interesting stuff that that channel's come out with recently that's made even further speculation about what the moon might be showing us, including the constellations on top of the.
Wait, backtrack. I was looking in my browser. Say again.
I actually watched the Ewar series first because that he deals with that idea. And
what idea?
The idea that the moon acted like a solenoid.
Oh.
And that it would go along with your idea of the selenite, kind of maybe is possibly similar in the material, but there's like a phosphate looking type material that people speculate might be the moon, and that it might have been like a Carrington event or a flash of some sort at some point that actually imprinted the negative space of the continents onto the moon. And it's much larger. There's much more land if that's the case. And there's this whole idea that there's like this great year where our sun and moon have their own clockwork fashion, and they go from one area to another over a period of like 30,000 or however long, years. So a great year, right, would be the full rotation of our own system here. So like right now, where we are could be frozen over and then rediscovered, 50,000 years from now or something. When the sun thaws it out again at some point is the idea. But it would go along with this moon map that people I actually respect have looked into and seem to think that the continents do match up in this one area so almost too well to think it might not be the case. And then there's this whole, the whole thing with the moon has like that little like knot looking thing, like a balloon where the little strands come out from it. Everyone's seen that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, that would be then the double image showing the firmament on top of the continents.
Okay.
So that would be like the firmament double image on top, and maybe there was a flash or a Carrington event, a plasma event of some sort that actually imprinted the map of the Earth onto the moon. Far out idea. But recently, there's the Vibes of the Cosmos have put out these 3 new documentaries that go into that idea, as well as further speculation about the constellations even being represented on the moon. And then if this actually is a created system that we live in, and maybe the moon's a projection that could be updated, all those things are possibilities. Again, speculation station, but it's interesting. It's not just like some wild idea that someone goes off on. It seems like there's something to it, possibly. That's all I'm saying.
Since the beginning of Flat Earth, I always wondered if it wasn't some sort of reverse image of the Earth.
Yeah.
I always figured it must be.
It does look like continents. It looks like a sponge when you zoom in close, though.
It does kind of look like not to indulge the speculation station too much, but it does kind of look like a negative,
Yeah. This says selenite got its name because people historically believed the mineral waxed and waned with the cycles of the moon.
Yep.
Gypsum.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll put that.
Have you seen the one? It's on the same topic, but instead of it being just the map of Earth, it's like it's showing like we're it's like a different puddles, and like we're in one of the puddle systems or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Outer Ponders.
Yeah.
Yeah, all these ideas, again, speculation station, interesting to talk about all these possibilities now that we know what they're telling us isn't true. All these things are possibly true.
Oh yeah, one of the end time signs in the Quran is that the moon will burst, like basically break in some way.
interesting. There's a lot of ancient depictions that we had 2 moons at one point. In fact, the guy that I made all these comps of, this flat Earth scholar on Quora that I made a bunch of comps of, you can find in this channel under Brenner. If you just scroll down to where it says Brenner at the bottom of, you have to scroll down. Okay, yeah, where the additional information is. If you go to the very bottom of that, there's a hashtag Brenner. And I made all these comps up of this guy that I found has been flat smacking on Quora since 2016. And he's a scholar. He's like he studied mechanical engineering and linguistics at University of Vienna. And I was like, oh my God, gold mine. But one of the ones that I made a comp of is, the question was, how many planets are there? And he says, short answer, 27. And then he goes into, like, you know, the fact that Western culture has totally ignored documentation of all of these quote unquote planets that, you know, you could, you know, that are more, it's more credible than we give credit to. Not to say that they're planets in the way that we think of, that we've been sold planets, but that there's more documentation to show that there was actually 2 moons at one point, even, which is interesting.
Because of our, like, literature or pictures or what?
I don't know. Go to that. I'll repost that one right in the live stream right now. And you could check out what his whole deal is, why he says that. But he's a total flat earther. I mean, he's if you want like someone academic to debate with, show him this. If someone's like, oh, show me the proof, or show me this guy breaks it down, and he shows that the orbital mechanics doesn't even work. They literally don't have a model that works. So don't ever let a glober say they have. Well, we have a working model. They don't even have a working model. Orbital mechanics doesn't even work.
They can't even predict a horizon distance. It doesn't work at all for anything.
No, none of it does.
Yeah,
can't land a plane.
The base layer, it doesn't work.
Yep.
So how can you expect the rest of it to?
One of the things that
fudged and messed around to fit with anything constantly all the time. It doesn't fit, and then they just add some sort of fudge factor, and then go, okay, now it works, fits, everything matches perfect.
Yeah, right. Yeah. it's all you know, patch job after patch job. But,
yeah, that's all it is. It's just patch jobs.
Yeah, and none of it actually. There's so many like basic things that like literally just don't work. Like one of the things Brenner talks about a lot is that they're using geometry and kinematics as if forces are involved. But kinematics and geometry are mathematical fields, whereas dynamics is what you would need to include to actually have moving bodies in relation to each other. And they don't include the dynamics at all in any of their math. So right there, it's dead.
Yeah. 3-body problem.
Yeah, right. Exactly. The 2 bodies don't even work. They don't have the centrifugal. They treat centrifugal and centripetal as if it's like, just because they can get the centripetal force through their mathematics, then they assume the centrifugal force is there too. But that's the problem. The planet would fly. I mean, if something was orbiting something, you have to have like the tether, a literal tether. Without the tether, it doesn't come back. It just keeps going in that direction. Okay, so I posted the one from the Brenner that talks about the planets. Short answer 27. Longer answer starts with acknowledging Western culture chauvinism, which treats everything pre-European as mythology and superstition, which maintains that only post-Columbian discoveries, post-Newtonian extra sciences and math represent true knowledge about the world and the universe. And then he goes in to talk about why his short answer was 27. And it's interesting, regardless of how much speculation even he is talking about, he's backing it up with something more than any Glober will give you, that's for sure. He has them in columns there. You see how he puts them in columns?
Ooh, the Cyrillic alphabet. That's very interesting to me. That's really relevant.
Yeah. In fact, there's a whole thing about the ether, and in one of his other ones. In fact, there's like 4 or 5 of them that talk about the ancient, where all of our language stems from, and it's from this completely forbidden 9 by 16 grid of symbols that he says are basically the guide to the ether and how the ether works.
And it's posted in one of these here.
Yeah, I'll post all of those if anyone's interested. It kind of like helps to have them all in. Yeah, it's so cool. Okay, so here's the one. Okay, here's the thing I'm talking about. Everyone
always says that the Quran was made in Arabic, but it was made so early on. It's kind of debatable whether Arabic was even around, and everyone says that reading it, and you can't really read it in Arabic. It's like you have to learn like Quranic Arabic. I think it's probably Aramaic. Oh, I think I found it. 9 by 16. That looks like it.
Oh yeah, I just posted it. And of course the swastika's in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the one I just posted, and the question is, what would be the consequences to physics if ether were confirmed? And he says, above that area, all our writing systems stem from the ancient Slavic runic system called Karuna, something that is, of course, completely off the record and forbidden knowledge. But once you study it, you realize these people understood everything about ether physics.
Wow.
Now those are huge. If you download them to your phone or your computer, you'll be able to read them better.
Oh, okay.
Also, there's somebody else sent their friend one of my comps that I made, and then he went on a breader kick and then made an upload, a drive where you can download 80 of them, and it's just, if you scroll up from the bottom a little bit on Breader, you'll see that there's a drive there that the guy made. You can get just the text of all his answers straight from that, or I could put the link straight to his core page in the live stream to you right now for other stuff that I didn't get to yet.
I don't know. Karuna, huh?
Karuna, yeah, I looked into it as well, and there's a whole another crazy bunch of stuff I found on that, using the sigils basically for the protection, or for basically using it for magic, I guess, or
right.
Protection or whatever. I don't know why it's completely forbidden, but there could be some kind of power to them, whether it's something that we just believe, or whether it's something that actually seems to work with the ether. I don't know.
Well, this would be somewhere along the lines of the Adamic language, would it not?
Right.
I mean, this would be like the letter symbols and number symbols too, I'm assuming, since that's how all ancient languages seem to have worked.
Yeah, you sound like you know something about it.
Yeah, I'm highly interested in languages. I've been trying to. I've been looking into the Adamic language for a little bit longer than I've been in Flat Earth. So.
Is that like Adam, as in Adam, Adamic?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, the original STEM language.
And that's not necessarily what he's talking about? Or it is what he's talking about?
Well, if it is the key to the ether, then it probably has to be the Adamic language.
Oh, so you don't have like a system you're referring to when you say Adamic language?
Well, Adamic language is a common concept in linguistics. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like the holy grail of languages.
Interesting.
Yeah, so as far as I could find up until now, the best I could find was Aramaic because it's been spoken for supposedly 3,000 years.
Yeah, look into this. This might be definitely right up your alley. Like the one I just posted. Why didn't the ancient Slavs have their own writing system? Have a writing system of runes, and then he goes into it and he gives like the another copy of the symbols there and goes into great detail about all of it. I mean, he studied linguistics at the University of Vienna, so this is perfect for you. I wonder if that he mentions anything about the Adamic language reference.
Let me enter Karuna in here. Karuna.
Yeah, and there's another one, and he goes into detail in several of them about this, and he goes like in that one, what are the biggest holes in quantum theory? Then he goes into that some of those symbols and breaks down like the meaning of them. I've been hoping to find somebody that might help me make a cipher for this, or something that try to decode this and really see what it was all talking about. So hopefully you'll accept my friend request and we can exchange any ideas if you want.
Yeah, I accepted it.
Cool.
I looked up Karuna. Mostly it's bringing up Karna.
Yeah, it's hard to find stuff on that, but you can find it. Not under that. Just look up Slavic runes symbols. They scrubbed it. That means it's important.
Yeah, it says Karuna means something in Buddhism, Pali, Hinduism, Sanskrit, Jainism, Prakrit, the history of ancient India, Marathi, Hindi. It says you have to check each individually.
Look up Karuna plus Slavic runes. I have some links on my computer I could send you to that I found on that.
Okay.
Oh, here it is. Who invented the alphabet? I'm putting all the pertinent ones that when he talks about or mentions this into the live stream for you, for everybody. I'm surprised he's been around since 2016 and I haven't heard anyone else reference him. I just happened to stumble upon him listening to Witsit talk about the ether and counter space. And so I looked up counter space and his page came up as one of the entries way down the list. And now Witsit's a fan of him too.
Oh yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, you break out a Brenner paper and like if someone's really academic and they think they're like on a spinning ball, it's a game over. He includes the math and everything, you know.
Yeah. Well, people think that having intellectual pride makes them smarter, but it actually does the opposite.
Exactly. So it's a war between common sense and consensus.
Yeah.
And the consensus is saying that common sense isn't important. So, how did that tell you?
They literally tell everyone to stop judging other people. It's all about, like, no, you can't use your judgment. That's terrible.
Yeah, just because you can't always rely on your senses means don't ever think that your senses could tell you anything.
Yeah, if we didn't tell you that you saw it, you didn't see it.
Yeah. Well, that's how it's designed. It's so brilliant. Because if it really was just common sense, that would lead you to figure out where you are, or what most likely your environment is. If it was just common sense, then they wouldn't know that they gave you the idea. They know that you're under their control if you think your reality is the opposite of what it seems.
Yeah.
Then they know they've got you.
I feel like the lockdown was like a big test to see who was willing to do anything they were told.
Yeah, and they made it obvious on purpose, I think. For their own conscience. Like look, you know, it's like over the top, like stupid. So if you buy it, we don't feel bad for you. I think that's how they justified it. Get rid of the useless eaters is probably part of the plan. Maybe, I don't know.
I was gonna show y'all a thing, but I guess it's gone now.
What's that?
It was just a tweet that I liked earlier because it said basically since all the lockdown happened that people don't question anything. It was showing this guy standing outside a hotel, and every person who was walking to the hotel, he used his body language to make them stop and like spread out their arms. And then he just like, you know, you wanded over their front, like top to bottom, and let him go in. And he does this to like 3 people before you realize that he's holding a lint roller.
Yeah. There's another guy that was putting price tags on people's foreheads with the gun. They walked in. And that's the thing is like they had it. I don't know how planned it was, but it worked so well because once people have gotten the thing, the juice, right, and then it's in them, that they go into even further denial because they don't want to think that they did something to themselves that was bad. And it gives them like a whole other fright, you know, like, oh, this is in me now. I can't get it out. What the fuck? I better just believe it's good. You know, or I argued with somebody about it and made them feel like they should do it. And now I have to feel guilty about encouraging them to do it. And I was wrong. I can't be wrong about that because that's like life and death.
It's very similar to abortion because that's like a huge pitfall for people. Once they've done it, they have to feel like it was okay to have made that decision.
Right.
And then you're also going to feel really guilty if you tell someone to do it.
Yep, they've studied the psychology of this for a long time, and they've done this to us for a long time. Obviously, they know that how they could get away with it over and over again, you know, and have it historically be there for everyone to see, and still just go ahead and do another pandemic. You know, when a lot of these things that we found out about the real reason for the sickness is they're poisons that are pumping into you.
If you look into like the Black Death, it's like they would say that a city is like, oh, it's overrun with the disease, and they would go and exterminate entire cities. So there was like no proof that they had actually come down with anything. They're just like, oh, it's the plague, it's the plague.
Yep.
And don't forget those scary ass masks that they were all wearing, all the doctors, for the intimidation factor. People are like, oh no, it was medically necessary. I'm like, it was medically necessary to hold garlic to their noses, really? Or do you think that was maybe an excuse to make them look scary?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Just seems obvious when you look into it.
You don't really have to look that hard. But people don't want to do it. They have to believe in science. And the propaganda is so well done. I mean, even back then, they had enough propaganda control to just claim anything they want and then just do what they, make the evidence seem to be there, even if it wasn't.
Yeah, they just use their belief magic. It's not that hard.
That's why the outer ponder thing might work too, because they could just blame it on the outer ponders. They've been controlling us. They've been doing this to us. Now we have to, we have to, somehow overcome that and get rid of the evil people, but it'll still be the evil people or the people that are, playing God on earth, right? They'll still be in control, but they'll make it seem like they got rid of the evil people.
Right. I think someone in here actually, I think, Ether Gress might have made this for me, but it's still relevant.
Oh yeah, it's crazy that's just a definition and all that, but you should probably delete it because the server can't, anything that mentions. I'm going to download it real quick though. It's good.
Oh, I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
Just have to scroll.
And Brenner actually, if you look on his page, I didn't make any comps of the stuff he's talking about with COVID, but it's all there. Like he doesn't. That's why I started making comps of his stuff because I figured even his core page is going to get taken down from him being so open about what he thought of the pandemic.
Right.
Wouldn't be surprised if some of those are gone by now.
Yeah. Well, that's another thing. What are we going to do to get our internet back?
You think they're going to take it away?
They already took it away. We're like barely squeaking by here in the back alleys.
Oh, you mean our free open internet?
Yeah.
Oh, they're going to make it worse. They're going to make it worse.
Ugh.
I think what they're going to do, this is something I thought of. I don't want to give them any ideas, but I'm sure they've thought of everything. But they're going to probably have like this Internet 3.0 come out, and all the big corporations that have enough money to pay for the pass that protects them from possible internet tampering, right? They're already into this 3.0 version of it that is like, unaccessible unless you pay a certain amount or whatever it is that you have to do to get in there, right? Where they start charging us by the hour or whatever they do, But those corporations, just like with the pandemic, they'll be the ones that are safe from the supposed terrorist attack on the internet, and then everything will go down. But those will still be available, and then you can use those. You can still go and get purchase on the internet, but it'll only be those big companies that paid for their early entry.
So the dark web would be the only way forward.
I guess, but I mean, how are you going to? They're probably going to make it so that it's a digital currency that's attached straight to it, so it has to go through that 3.0.
Well, you can go to anything that's on the internet is on the deep web, and if you know how to use the deep web, you can go anywhere on the internet, and they can't limit you at all. So what we would need is a crash course in using that and like spreading it to other people, because it is a little bit complicated, but it is free.
And do you get labeled a terrorist if you use it?
Yes. But more and more people are using it, so it's becoming less like that.
But it'll be like okay for information, but then you're going to give up your social credit score just from being on there. And
well, no, you cannot let them know that you have it. Basically, you have to put it on a computer that you don't use for anything else because you have to override.
How many people are going to do that?
You have to override the operational system to Linux, and you have to run special software. I mean, it's free though. You can do it.
Sure.
It's a little bit scary, but it's free. It's very possible.
For information, that'll probably be the one thing you could do. But as far as commerce and stuff,
right?
They'll probably have it all attached to this new version.
Well, that's where the majority of the black market is in the world right now, is on the dark web. So it definitely does work for commerce.
Well, for right now it does, yeah. But they might have. That's what I'm saying. They might have it tricked out to this terrorist internet thing.
The deep web at all.
Well, but they can control the exchange of commerce and trusted whatever to a certain extent. They could do that. Is all I'm saying. They could make it seem like there's no option, even if there is that option.
Yeah.
Most people will go with now I have to pay a certain amount to be on the internet.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and we'll have to do our part to make sure that we can make it at least available to those who look for it.
Yep. That's kind of the main thing. We're not trying to go mainstream with this because if it goes mainstream, that's what they want, and they'll use it to their advantage. So we just have to normalize the conversation enough that there's enough of us that actually have resources and can do something about some of these things that could be really bad if we didn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
We're not trying to get them to admit the truth. If they ever act like they're admitting the truth, you can be sure it's not the truth.
Yeah.
It's just a version of the truth that works in their advantage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it's, you know how they are. It's typically a truth attached to a lie, or a lie attached to a truth.
They use the truth to sell us more lies. Yeah, that seems like the plan.
Just like how they're probably going to use the dome after we break through their globe.
Yeah. It's the perfect New World Order tool, Flat Earth, unfortunately. Unite as one world against the Outer Founders.
Yeah. Well, they're always going to abuse the truth. We can't stop that.
No. So anybody that's in this quote-unquote movement that thinks it's all about going mainstream and getting them to tell us the truth and admit it, that's the last thing we want, because that's probably what they want.
Well, I don't think they want that, because they seem to be fighting against it pretty hard. And I do think
making space so poorly on purpose.
I don't think they're doing it poorly on purpose. I think there's simply no way to do it realistically.
Maybe. Seems like they don't have to show us anything. They could just say we've got a secret. Yeah, we're going to the moon. Yeah.
Well, as someone was saying recently, in here, like, for brainwashing to be effective, it has to be constant.
Yeah.
So, I mean, honestly, it's way less constant than it would be if it was real. Think if space were real, how many amazing shots we would have of, like, the Earth, the moon, like, we would have so many cool shots that we simply do not have.
Yeah, so if we actually put a rover on Mars and it was really happening, we'd all be glued to our TVs going, oh my God, can't believe they did it. Oh my God. Like, it would be a real thing that everyone would be like totally fucking amazed with, but it's just something that happened. Most people don't even know happened.
And they wouldn't cut the live feed from the rocket going into space.
Yeah, right? None of that would happen. We'd have satellite. We'd have planes flying upside down, close in, zoom out, no cuts. All that shit would be available if it was actually happening.
And the funny thing is, they have not capitulated one bit since this flat Earth movement started. They haven't been like, oh, just for you guys, we'll show it go all the way there, all the way back. Like, we'll not use a fisheye lens. They didn't do a single thing to capitulate and, like, help us, like, see their truth. Not a single thing.
Well, that's the thing, is that either they're going to come out with the tech to really fake it so good that it'll be really hard to debunk, because it'll be so, like, seamless in what they use. Or the reason they haven't shown us that yet is because they plan on telling us the truth, and this has been a controlled demolition the whole time. Because they can sell us more lies with the flat Earth. Attach a bunch of pseudoscience to that.
Oh no, I think that the globe Earth is crucial to their sun worshipping plans. So I don't think they plan to break it, but I think that they do have backup plans for if it does break.
It's already broken. It's too late. They could have killed it. They could have killed flat Earth by having a school shooter be a flat earther, and they didn't do that. Why not?
Well, it's a little bit like prohibition, like they forbid it. It didn't go away. But the ban has not yet been lifted. We're still in this back alley,
Well, yeah, but like I said, it's probably the best it's going to get because we know, and they don't like that we know probably, but the fact that they might say that, oh yeah, you're right, and then sell us a bunch of lies, that'd be the worst thing. So, like I said, it's probably the best position to be in because it's obvious, and if people can't see it, then that's fine because if they ever show it to us, then we know we're in trouble. If they ever act like we actually won, we'll be like, oh yeah, you won. Okay, here's your flat Earth. Now, clean up the mess. Government's going to be falling and NASA's defunded and all the things you wanted. Here, go ahead. Now you're the problem. Now everyone's blaming you for the reset. Mm-hmm. I just know that I know how they work.
Yeah.
Well, it seems like we're not playing into their hands, but we probably are. That's all I'm saying.
Well, the same thing happens every time. They throw their cronies to the winds. They let us beat them up, put them in jail, kill them, whatever. They escape to another part of their corruption, and they'll wait a little while, and then they'll start again. And they'll be like, "Did you know that since this year, Eratosthenes did this and that?" It's like over and over. They'll just use their fake history, and the further out it gets from it, the more believable it becomes.
Right. They could be going back between these two paradigms over and over again. They could have done it already 100 times. Who knows?
Did anyone ever prove that Eratosthenes was like a real guy? I mean, it's just kind of like...
Seems like all the ancient Greeks could have just been... In fact, ancient Greece itself, is completely fabricated.
Yeah.
Macedonia is the actual place. It's Macedonia, not ancient, not Greek, not Greece. It's Macedonia.
Oh yeah, why do you say that?
You just look it up. Look when they changed the name from Macedonia to Greece. How far back was that? So what's ancient about Greece if it was just recently called that?
You're right.
There's a guy from Macedonia that comes on here, or used to come on here a lot. His name was Iggs. And he blew everyone's mind with that information one night, I remember. There could be a whole 1,000 years added on to a lot of these myths that we're buying.
I definitely think there's a whole 1,118 years added on.
Yeah.
Because that's the amount.
Documentary about that.
The Knights of the Order, who are attached to the Jesuits, use our current year system minus 1,118 years. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm totally. That's great, though, that you know that.
Yeah.
We'll definitely have to exchange information. Because that whole thing, there's a guy like that very much matches Plato's biography. That was more recent, and he was one that supposedly documented what Plato said. And he has a similar name and all these other kind of things. I'll have to find that. I'm not sure exactly which documentary that's from, but yeah, it goes into that whole idea. There's been these characters that kind of mirror these other characters that are supposed to be ancient, but they're modern characters that just so happen to be writing about their mirrored biography of this other ancient historical figure.
Right. Yeah, it's just funny because you know that they've been doing that all throughout history. Whenever they have a somebody who, they'll have somebody who they want to lie to you about, and they'll be like, "Oh, this guy was terrible, but this guy was awesome," and they'll give credit for what the first guy did to the second guy. And so, history goes down the line, and we're all giving credit to the second guy. It's like, oh, well, it's the first guy who did it, actually. It's like, okay, well, whatever.
Right? Yeah, they do that. Yeah.
We don't
and
know
they
the
always
difference.
start a new religion with built on the destruction of an old religion.
Yeah, well, that is when a new religion is needed.
Yeah. That's why I think they're going to make the flat earth a new religion. And it's built on the destruction of the old space religion. But it's going to be a whole new set of lies attached to the truth that obviously anybody that comes upon it can see.
I know, because the Baha'i faith people who I talk to, because they more closely align themselves with Quran than anything. They are so globist centered. This is basically Islam plus New World Order. And it's super friendly to every religion, but they're obsessed with the globe. They are all about it. They're coming in to my server to try to figure out what laws we'd be okay with according to the Quran. And he's just their profile picture's a globe, and I'm like, okay, so are you here to try to figure out what the one world religion will be? He's like, haha, it sounds like you're being kind of snarky there, but you're talking about stuff you don't really know. We could talk about it in private if you want. But basically, they all support the New World Order, and they're all about that globe. I don't think they're planning on giving it up. I think they're planning on doubling down until people stop talking about it.
Could be a long war planned with the, outcome already in their back pocket, whichever way it goes. Yeah.
Right. Well, I think that if they come out saying there's aliens, then they're relying on people to say, well, now we definitely know it's not flat because there's aliens.
Right. That could be that. That could be. But at the same time, think of how much better it would be if they include this revelation about flat Earth with it and make it outer ponders. Because there's the nearest star is trillions and trillions and trillions of miles away. They didn't make. I was saying earlier to somebody why didn't they throw in the narrative of okay, there's a planet that could be, holding life that might have humans on it just like us, that could be a threat because they're nearby. They didn't put any of that into the narrative, and it would be ridiculous if they did, because they made the distances to these stars too far away to make that even seem plausible.
Yeah, well, if they were here to destroy us, it would be implausible because they would obviously be way stronger than us if they could reach us. So
but it would make more sense. I know. Well, who knows? I'm not saying I know what they're going to do. I just suspect that this is the only reason they didn't kill Flat Earth from the outset, if they didn't roll it out themselves.
I don't think they expected it, and I don't think they could do it.
Why would they come from another planet to destroy us, right? Why destroy us?
Well,
it would make more sense if they just wanted to control us, right?
Well, another option they have is to do the whole world seed thing, genetic ancestors, and say, oh, well, human life wasn't really created here. It was created by these guys who've come back to check on the people who they were gods to.
Yeah, the Anunnaki and all that. Could be, but it's much more believable. There's too many flat earthers now. I mean, if they go with that, great. We'll just be laughing at them. But if they say it's from outer ponds, we won't know what to think. Because the outer ponds could be, most likely, they're all outer ponds. So we won't know what to think. They'll have everybody on the same page if they go with this revelation to go along with it.
Yeah, maybe. I think that they're probably going to stick with their one thing. Honestly, I don't think they care that much what we believe. I think they know that they can't control what everyone believes. They only care about controlling the perceived majority. They want to be the majority, but they'll settle for just perceived majority. They don't even really care if most of us are flat earthers, as long as a portion of us believe that there's almost no flat earthers.
Maybe. But think about the opportunities with the outer ponds. They could have good outer ponders, bad outer ponders. You know, it's a local threat. They could be surrounding us. It'll make us unite as one world all across the plane. It's the perfect tool.
Well, certainly they're not going to stop their corruption once Flat Earth is revealed. You're right. I don't think there's any reason not to pursue it, though.
No, I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm just saying, well, yeah, we have to speak truth and we have to pursue the truth. But it's going to be another whole battle if they do say something and they act like we won. And then all of a sudden, like, you know, they start attaching all these other things to that paradigm that makes it worse for us. So we got to just like still be on guard, even if they even if they seem like they're admitting it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Not that we could do anything about it, what they say. I mean, they're still going to control all of the major media and even most of the alternative media. You know, so it's just interesting. It's a fucking movie.
Oh my gosh!
Reality is definitely stranger than fiction.
I go to look at the history of Macedonia, and it starts at early Neolithic. Like, really, guys? Like, they don't tell you important information right off the bat. They tell you like speculation and conjecture.
Of course. Yeah, I forget the exact date, but I mean, Greece was established not too long ago.
Well,
yeah, from what I've heard, they don't like us knowing anything, so they might jump out in front of this if that wasn't their plan all along, and then do that whole. It's too obvious. I mean, Flat Earth isn't going anywhere, and it's only going to be exponentially growing. Not that it's going to be like, you know, something that everyone will know very soon, but I think that it's too bad because it does seem like their best plan to jump out in front of it and just use it.
yeah, I think this is the hill they'll die on. Basically, they're not all of them. Obviously, the worst of them will happily jump ship, but definitely a lot of people will go down when the globe goes down.
Or at least they'll seem to.
Yeah, right. You're right about that. That is the thing. Like, man, we need to study the past resets and figure out what we're going to do when they begin their reset, which normally happens right when we catch them. Like right when we finally reveal what's going on and defeat them, they do their reset and they relocate.
Yeah, exactly. Seems like it's happening like right now.
Yeah, we need to quickly analyze what they've done in the past, thus what they're going to do, and what our game plan will be.
Well, it seems like in the past they used directed energy weapons to like destroy a bunch of places, and then take the technology at the time, and then, you know, bring in the orphan trains and, you know, kill all the adults so that no one remembers what happened, and then just raise a new generation of people with a whole new paradigm.
To be fair, God may have destroyed a fair number of those places because he deals judgment out to all the nations.
Who knows?
So, you know, melted cities could be the power of God instead.
Yeah. Plasma, there's all kinds of theories. Plasma discharge. There's like all these ancient depictions that seem to match up across different cultures of the squatting man, you know, like the plasma discharge symbol, or the guy that looks like a man, like with his arms up and his legs out. Could be like Jacob's ladder. I mean, who knows if the sun is actually the sun and all that kind of stuff, you know. I'm not sure how much of it's allegorical or literal.
Yeah. For mine, it always says when it's allegorical, so that makes it clear.
Could be.
Atomic clock? What's an atomic clock? Oh, just a normal atomic clock. Never mind. I know what that is.
So your husband's all into this too? Is like he's down with the flat Earth?
He got into it with me, but we were going through a really hard time in life, and he said that he just kind of cleaned his hands of it and said he didn't know what the truth was, neither flat nor sphere or whatever. But recently I've been showing him like the flat Earth movies and stuff, and he started talking like a flat earther again.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
Tough, I would imagine. Like it's definitely probably been the cause of a lot of either bonding or splitting for couples.
Yeah, well, it was hard because our son died, and so that also is a cause of bonding or splitting between couples.
So sorry.
Thank you.
Oh.
So we had to kind of stabilize our lives. We couldn't be all about conspiracies. Actually, I was still all about conspiracies, but thankfully he pulled it together, pulled his head out of the clouds, and started
wow,
facilitating our family again.
Wow, that's so great that you pulled it together and it didn't pull you apart, and this hasn't pulled you apart. Definitely, seems like that everything's coming to a head with the world and everything. Yeah, for sure. It'd be hard to be with someone that wasn't on the same page at this point, in many ways.
We believe in soulmates and true love, me and him.
Nice. Awesome. Yeah. You're lucky.
Yeah, well, I was careful when I was dating to always quickly leave if I didn't feel like I had a future with the guy. So
good. Yeah, good for you.
Yeah. And my parents always taught me that I should marry my best friend, so that's what I set out to do.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. But speaking of which, it's 3 a.m. and my best friend is in bed. I should go join him.
Go to it. Yeah, go to it. Awesome to talk with you. I hope we talk again soon, and definitely we'll DM each other.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. It's been great talking to you, and thanks for all the links and pictures.
You're awesome. Thank you so much. You too.
You too. Thanks.
Good night.
Bye. Good night.
Bonjour. So dogs are gods.
Yeah, what's up?
No, they're not.
You believe that the Earth is a spinning space ball?
Yeah.
Is there any evidence that we're in motion or there's any curvature?
Well, look, you've heard it all before, I'm sure. But the curvature is just, I lived along the coastline. I saw the things go out, and as they went out, they disappeared bottom up. I drove through the centre of Australia, very flat country. As I drove, things appeared from the top down as I went towards them, and then disappeared behind me bottom up. So it just fits with my my view.
Did you see like a boat go over the horizon? I take it you're talking about.
Boats, things like that. Just as things go out over the horizon, they.
But you know that obviously things. I'm still getting echo. Obviously things as they're going away from you, like the bottom of the boat would be the least angle of view you're going to get, so that would be the least you could see. So obviously things, they appear to descend and converge towards that central point from the bottom, the top, the sides, if you're in a long corridor or on a railway track or a boat going away from you. Like these things are all converging to that central point, so there could be other reasons that you're basically losing the bottom of the boat first. Would you not agree with that?
Yeah, that is kind of a reason, but that's only a reason for your eyes. The moment you get like a camera or a telescope or anything to zoom, that reason no longer counts.
No, but if you get a camera with a zoom, you watch a boat disappearing bottom first, because it doesn't do it all the time, but there's obviously different optical issues. But if you watch that boat supposedly go over the curvature of the Earth, which the Earth would be really small if a boat just a few miles away was going over the curvature, but you grab an optical instrument, a camera, a telescope, especially the P1000 or the P900, and that boat will come back into view again and then disappear until you zoom in at it again, and then it'll disappear again. So that's not, obviously the boat's not went over the geometric curvature of the Earth, or it would be no longer visible with optical instruments.
Yeah, look, I'd be fine with that explanation if it wasn't for the fact that every time I've seen someone say that claim, that if you zoom in, you just see the boat again, it's never happened. No one's ever given a video or shown me evidence that happens. And then, as I said, I drive a lot, so as you drive...
Can we break it?
Go ahead, sorry.
You haven't seen it happen?
Let him finish what he's saying, man. But go on, you go, dogs. Sorry, man.
Yeah, so it also fits with, as you're driving, this whole perspective thing's narrowing into whatever your eye line is. That would mean that the tops of buildings would, disappear as you went away from them, before the bottoms of the building, because they're much, much further away from you, moving towards the shortest point, which would be at your eye line. Whereas, the bottom of a building, for me, is only 6 foot below my eye line, whereas the top of a building could be, dozens of feet above my eye line. But as I'm driving in the rearview mirror, they always disappear from, the bottom up.
So you wouldn't know, when you're driving, you wouldn't know your elevation, you wouldn't know the distance to target. So these are all, they've got to be taken into account if you're going to claim that the geometric horizon is an actual place and not just an optical phenomenon. Take a look at live stream voice text, bro. I meant to tell you and check in any time we're having discussions, we'll always have relevant information, clips, videos, documents, whatever. So if you take a look at those boat zooms, bro, but the guy that Spot, he used to be a server member, I don't know if he still is, but I'm sure he said it was 15 miles to the other side where those hills are in the background. He's only rough estimating it, but the boat was less than 10, or around about 10 miles, underneath 10 miles, so there should be 60 odd feet of curvature. That's not even a 100-foot boat. So at least some of that boat should be obscured. We've not got the exact numbers, but that's just one image, and we've got literally hundreds and hundreds in the server, bro.
Yeah, I've looked at hundreds and hundreds, and every single one of them still fits the globe model.
Okay, yeah, show that they all fit the globe model. Every single one of them. You just claim that every single one of them.
The flat Earth model.
Okay,
no, I claim every one I've seen.
Flat Earth model?
So if you have one that has all the correct measurements, I never said flat Earth model.
Yeah, you did.
Heretic, go for the Black Swan one, bro.
No, I said globe model. Fit the globe model.
We'll take a look at the live stream voice text just now.
Yeah. 1 sec. My internet sucks. I just have to do something real quick. Okay, yeah, there's a Black Swan there. But first, what I wanted to say is, does a curve?
Why'd you put the Black Swan there? The Black Swan is obviously
distorted.
distorted.
Does there have to be a curved surface in order for something to appear to disappear bottom up?
No.
No. Okay, so that doesn't tell you that there's a curved surface of the Earth, and therefore doesn't tell you that there's a globe. So what else have you got for globe proof?
Well, so the problem is that the explanation for something disappearing like it's a curved surface, but it not being a curved surface, doesn't fit other observations I've had. Like, buildings don't disappear top down when they're a lot taller than me as they disappear into perspective. So the perspective answer isn't the correct answer for what I've seen.
Okay, what perspective model are you using to come to that conclusion?
The one that was just explained to me, where...
And also, did you take the globe model into account when you were looking at how things appear to disappear bottom up in the distance and see if it matched that?
Yes.
You did? Okay. Well, show us your work.
Well, I haven't come here claiming that I have work. I'm claiming that
Hold on. We've got some work right here in the live stream voice text. You said that every single one of those hundreds of observations all match the globe model that you're here supporting today. So just use that picture that's right there, because that's one you've obviously seen if you've gone through those hundreds. So just use that one and show us how it squares with the globe model, the Black Swan in the live stream voice text.
The Black Swan?
Yeah,
because it's obviously distorted.
Okay, it's obviously distorted. Okay, it's obviously distorted.
Yeah. So you see those cranes? Those cranes are meant to be straight.
That's not the Black Swan.
They're not straight in this picture, which means the picture isn't a black picture.
Yeah, you're trying to discredit the whole picture. Okay, so what you're doing is you're saying that there's a wavy-looking crane, therefore the 10-mile horizon in the picture is actually just a distorted 1.2-mile geometric horizon. Any proof of that?
Yeah, the picture is obviously distorted. If there's distortion, that means that we can't trust any of the optics in this image.
Yeah, again, you're trying to throw the picture in the trash, but what I asked you, is there any proof that that 10-mile horizon in that picture is actually geometric and at 1.2 miles?
In front of the oil rigs.
No, there isn't. Okay, so you can't make that one square with your globe model. What picture can you make square with your globe?
I just did, though.
You just didn't.
I just did.
So throw it in the trash.
Yeah, refraction.
You have no proof that it's actually at 1.2 miles, which means it didn't square with your globe model. So, time to respawn.
Sure. So you know what a range is, right? You know what a range is. A range would be like between 1 and 10, say. So refraction, if you put refraction as the range of possible refractions for that day, then the distance for the image can fit the globe model. You just need to find like the right refraction for
it. What range?
If it fits that range of possible refractions.
Okay, what range?
The refractive indexes.
Okay, what? How does it apply to your radius? What effective radius do you need to get that?
Refraction causes light to bend, which means things far away.
Yeah, I know what it does. I didn't ask that. That's a red herring. That has nothing to do with my question.
It's not a red herring. It was a direct answer to what you just asked.
You said that it falls within the range of your globe model, so you're going to need a certain apparent or effective radius in order to have the horizon that far. So what would that be?
No. I'm talking about refraction. All you need to know is the refractive index is over water.
Applies to your globe, right? The refractive index.
No, refraction applies to everything. If it's a flat Earth, it would also have refraction. Refraction is optical change caused by physics.
Hold on, dogs. You're not trying to prove it's a refracted flat Earth. You're trying to prove it's a refracted globe, right? So you're going to need...
That's a red herring.
No,
you trying to shift.
That's the entire point.
That's you trying to shift from refraction onto radius value. So
no, that's the entire point of your refraction. Yes. The radius value is the entire point of your refraction claim. So it's not a red herring at all.
No, refraction is the point of the refraction claim. I'm using null hypothesis, both models. One is flat, one is globe, and refraction can cause distortion on both.
That right there is the red herring. If you're just bringing up refraction for the sake of refraction and you're not actually applying it to your globe, then that's the red herring, because the point of this conversation was your globe proof, Now you're saying, I'm not talking about the globe, I'm talking about something else, refraction. So that in itself would be a red herring, right? So if you can use refraction to prove your globe, which was the whole point of this conversation, then start doing that now. Let's get back on topic. Let's do it, please.
So do you remember what I said before you muted me?
Yeah, you said some bullshit about how what I said was...
Yeah, so you don't remember what I said. Just say, no, I don't remember what you said. Could you please clarify what you were saying? Do you understand?
No, I do remember what you said was that bringing it back to the globe would be a red herring when that was the whole point of the conversation. So that is a particularly retarded statement. So what you need to do now is prove that refraction actually took that 1.2 mile geometric horizon you need for your globe and took it to 10 miles. Okay, so go ahead. Let's try again. You're off mute. We're ready.
So now you're going to dictate my argument to me.
Okay, so that's also not proof that the horizon's actually at 1.2 miles, which it must be geometrically for your globe to be true, which you said all the observations square with, which means this one must too. So, any proof that that 10-mile horizon's actually 1.2 miles?
So didn't Ancient World Order didn't you just read out a list of...
Okay, so that's a comment about Ancient World Order. So what we need is proof that the 10-mile horizon's at 1.2. Ready?
Dogs, answer the question, bro.
Wasn't there a list of rules just read out to me?
Is he robot up for everybody else?
Now you're violating all of those. So do you want me to explain again why I brought up refraction?
Yeah, because it was a red herring. You were trying to get off the point, which was your geometric horizon, which isn't seen there.
Stop telling me what I'm doing and listen to what I'm saying, okay?
Okay, so is what
I'm saying...
Hold on. Is what you're saying proof that that horizon that's at 10 miles is actually geometrically at 1.2?
Oh, man. Fuck's sake. He's eating his mic.
Yeah.
He's screaming at it. That's why it's distorted, because he's screaming.
So I never claimed that was what I was...
Oh, okay. Then, that kind of screws with your other claim, which was the claim of the globe. I actually can't understand what you're saying, so I shouldn't respond. Dogs, you're roboting all to hell. Nobody... No.
Ask him for a radius. Ask him where he got the radius that's assumed in terrestrial refraction.
Dogs, I just muted you this time because you're roboting really bad. Drop out and come back in, maybe, to try to fix it.
Fuck, seriously, man.
The globe model. If refraction is added.
Bro, we never heard We never heard a single word of that, man.
Refraction requires two medium, son.
It also requires, in his case, a geometric horizon, but he said that was a red herring, even though his entire refraction argument was in order to prove the geometric horizon. Weird.
Dogs, drop out of the room and come back in, man.
Yeah, we want to hear from you. Just drop out and come back in, or whatever you got to do to fix it. You were roboting pretty hard.
Bro, stop antagonizing him. Fuck's sake, he's going to run away.
Well, I mean, that last bit was not antagonizing.
I know, no, but I mean, I get it, man. But fuck's sake, he's getting louder and louder, man.
Okay, I'll yield it. I'll yield to you for a bit.
No, on you go, but he's getting rah. He's fucking going crazy. I think that's why.
Right, I think I'm back. Hey. So what I was saying was that refraction can cause things like the black swan to be explained on a globe. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Not if you don't have any measurements for the globe in the first place.
You don't need the measurements to put forth a model. A model can be completely hypothetical.
Okay, so your globe is completely hypothetical?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just not allowing you to move on to the R value until we deal with the refraction thing.
Why
It's a
put it?
Because I'm not allowing you to move on to radius until we've done refraction.
No, actually, we're not moving on to
Refraction assumes
radius.
a radius.
Started.
That's what you're trying to do, yes.
No, we're
Refraction
not
assumes a radius, bro. Nobody's measured the radius.
No, refraction just assumes that light bends along a given value according
terrestrial
to density gradients.
Terrestrial refraction.
I didn't say terrestrial refraction. I just said refraction. So the bending of light can cause the black swan to be explained on both a globe and a flat Earth.
I've said it 5 times. Terrestrial refraction assumes a radius, bro. Nobody's ever measured the radius.
Yeah, but I haven't been talking to you. I've been talking to the other guy.
It doesn't matter. I'm talking. I've been saying it for 15 minutes. Jesus Christ! Every time
I mean, you guys can keep trying to push this onto radius if you want, but I'm just talking about refraction. Haven't said anything about radius.
Dude, wait, hold on. That was the entire point. You haven't said anything about radius. That's the fucking problem, because that's what we brought up, and that's what we were asking you to prove, and now you are telling us that you're talking about something that has nothing to do with what we asked you to talk about. So that's your bad. You need to start over and tell us what you can do to prove this radius that you're now telling us you're not fucking talking about. That's pretty dumb.
Yeah, we weren't talking about radius at the start either. We were just saying that there is a curve.
You've not got a
You need the
radius.
radius to have the curve.
No.
You ain't got no radius, bro.
No, I don't need the radius to show the
has
curve.
nothing to do with the radius, like you just said. You just said refraction has nothing to do. Yes, Spake, he just said that refraction has nothing to do with the radius. So if that's the case, the entire topic is a red herring. Let's go back to the radius, the thing we were asking about.
No, I'm talking about curve, not radius. So refraction can make it fit a curve or fit a hypothetical radius. I don't have to have measured the radius in order to say that refraction could make it fit a hypothetical radius.
Okay, so it's a hypothetical radius, not an actual measured radius?
Nice.
Currently, it's a hypothetical radius for the purpose of this argument, so that you guys don't run away from refraction.
Okay, well, that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for a physical radius.
If you'd like to concede that refraction can explain the black swan, then we can move on to radius.
Explain it. What's the effective radius that you need in order to have a 10-mile horizon at a 1-foot observer height?
I can look it up. Can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, look it up for me. Look up what I already know so that you can tell me.
Well, you could just tell me, because I don't memorize these numbers because I don't care about them. I care about the logic.
No. Why don't you go figure it out? Because you don't care about them. But a minute ago, you just said that everything fits into the range of possibility for the globe due to refraction, right? But you don't even know what this range is here, because you don't know the range that you're actually inflating your radius to in this situation. So you can
just plug it into the flat Earth calculator, and then you can change the value of the refraction. And
what you do, what refraction is actually doing is changing. Yeah, you're just changing the value of the radius, right? You're just making it a bigger ball effectively so that you can push the horizon distance back further, right? That's all you're doing. You're just using refraction.
Well, not if you're using a
bigger ball. You said it works perfectly every single time, but you don't seem to even know that this is how it works, so I don't know how you knew that.
Well, the calculator doesn't do that. The calculator has a set value for the radius, and then you change the refractive index to
You're
change
just
it.
wrong. You're embarrassing yourself really badly right now. You need to go.
How about I go away for 2 minutes? I'll find the calculator and drop it in voice chat.
You're not going to steamroll now that you're caught. Look, here's the deal. Hold on, I'll let you just right after this. But
I'm telling him just to stop over talking, dog.
Yeah, he's over talking because he's trapped. He doesn't want me to go ahead because he's trapped. But you need to go to the Walter Bislam globe calculator right now and look at the parameter that says apparent radius and tell me what happens when you move that refraction slider up. You're on mute, sorry. Yeah. Walter Bislam calculator. Move the refraction slider up. Look for the apparent radius parameter. Tell me what happens, dogs. You there? Am I here?
Yeah, you're here, Heretic.
Okay, cool.
I'm still here. Hello.
Yeah, did you guys not hear that I said I was going to go away for 2 minutes and I was going to find the Earth curve calculator that I used, and then I was going to come back and drop that in the chat? Did you not hear that? Or are you going to force me to go to Walter Bislam's, like you're trying to force the change from refraction to radius in the conversation?
No,
because that's all you guys have.
trying to change. You're trying to force it. It's the other way around. You're trying to change. You're trying to change it from radius to refraction, right? The whole.
No, I'm trying to keep the conversation.
The whole conversation started with radius, right? You're trying to keep it on something else. We're trying to keep it on the thing it started on. You're trying to take it somewhere else, and then you're projecting that and saying that we're doing what you're doing. So the reason I told you to go to Walter Bislin is because
Are you lying now?
No, I'm not. And so the reason that I told you to go to Walter Bislin is because you said that adjusting refraction does nothing to the effective radius. So go to Walter Bislin, move the refraction slider up, and see what happens to the parameter called apparent radius.
You're lying now. I never said that changing refraction can't change radius in some calculators. I said the one I use had a set R value, and then when you change refraction, it may make it look like the Earth is smaller, but in reality what it's doing is calculating it off light bending due to different densities of the thing it's going through.
It's not making the
maybe stop straw manning me for a minute.
Hey, you said that you know exactly what happens. You said that you know that refraction can account for all these different scenarios that we look at, right? But you don't even actually know what the refraction claim is because it's not making the radius appear smaller in the black swan. It's making it appear way bigger. And you're trying to change what you said earlier. Which is that it doesn't affect
any of that. I didn't claim that it made it smaller or bigger. I never said any of that. You're the one that keeps saying I'm saying.
Look, am I going crazy, or is he just saying that he doesn't say things that he says? Okay, he's on a smoke break.
Maybe you're so used to these conversations going in a certain way that you're hearing things other than what I'm saying.
Okay.
And not actually what I'm saying.
Okay,
so we started this conversation with me saying there's curve because I see these certain things. And then you said, here's an image of something that doesn't fit what you think. And I said, oh, well, that can be explained with refraction. So I'm not saying that there's a set radius. I'm just saying that there is curve. There is a scale that refraction can change the how you see things off in the distance and the apparent location of that curve, okay? So far, I hadn't brought radius into any of that. And then you kept pushing it towards radius, didn't you?
Okay, so if you haven't brought radius into any of it, then all of it was a red herring because the whole point was radius. We wanted proof of that, right? And now you're telling us that the response that you gave us for that had nothing to do with radius, which was the point.
Now you're pushing me to radius. We were talking about is there curve and why this image doesn't fit what a geometric horizon would tell us it would fit. Okay, nowhere in there have I mentioned radius. We weren't discussing radius until you said, how do you derive radius? So you pushed that onto me without finishing the previous discussion, okay?
The curve is a consequence of the radius.
It could be, or it could be, say, due to some other effect. It may not be a full circle. It may be wavy, like it could be a double helix strand.
What range? It could be a double helix strand. So it could be curved. It could be a double helix strand, not necessarily a globe.
Yes. Therefore, it might not have a radius.
Is that what you're here today arguing for, a double helix strand Earth?
And see, here you are again trying to force me to move on to radius. So I'm going to go away for 5 minutes because I've got something to do, and then I'll come back. I'll bring up the calculator I was looking at, and we can move on to radius if you want, but you need to concede to start off with so I know that at least someone in this call is going to be good faith, because I haven't talked to anyone else yet, that we started out talking about just there is curve, and refraction can account for the black swan on a curved surface or a flat surface. You just need to say, yes, that makes sense for now, and then we can move on to radius.
Oh, just a curved surface in general. So you didn't know that we were talking about
just engage with what I said. Don't move on to something else, okay?
Yeah, but what you said isn't engaging with what we said, which is we wanted the proof of the globe curvature, right? We checked you in. You said, yeah, it's a spinning space ball, right? Yeah, the 3959 globe is what we were all on the page of, clearly, right? That was the curvature
we can get to that.
We're looking for, right? And so now you're trying to get off of all of that and just say, oh, no.
I'm saying we need to finish up one thing before moving on to the other.
Yeah, but this is
before you try to force me onto the next thing.
Yeah, but this is the one thing.
Establishing the first thing.
You keep trying to redefine the one thing that we're actually talking about.
No, I'm trying to finish up a topic before we move on.
This is the topic. You still haven't figured it out. So we can't.
The
we definitely
topic
can't
was
move on.
refraction on a curved surface and the image of the black swan. Now you're
Okay.
saying you need to show.
Okay, a curved surface. What curved surface?
I'll be back in 5 minutes to discuss that. Okay.
Well, you said that like 2 minutes ago. Okay, there he goes. I know he's going to come in here and tell us what the topic is.
Christ.
It's not what
This guy.
Have you seen Snatch? Here's the
What's that?
with Brad Pitt. Snatch, where he's acting or he's playing the part of a pikey, like an Irish dude. Snatch. I just posted the gif for it every time. Like I'm desperate to keep saying to him, "Do you like dags?" Because that's what he asks in the film. Eh? Brilliant, man. Anybody who's seen it will know what I'm talking about.
Gotcha.
It's well worth a watch, man. It's probably Brad Pitt's best movie, man.
This guy's pretty expert at not talking about the topic.
Yeah.
And the projection is pretty crazy. He keeps saying that we're forcing it off the topic when he's literally trying to force it right off the topic.
Came in here to prove he's on a spinning ball.
Yeah.
I even said to him, "Do you think you'll ever spin a space ball?" And he just said, "Yeah." Like what? And just that question and answer is ridiculous.
So his argument with the black swan is it works on a curved surface, not necessarily the curved surface that we're actually talking about here, just a curved surface.
But it could work on a rhombus. Like, doesn't matter what shape it is. Just agree, right? Fuck it.
I mean,
Refraction.
That's pretty weak, though, because we're saying that it works on a curved surface with a 250,000 mile radius. It would work on that kind of surface, right? But is it his claim that that's what it is? He's going to say, "No, you're straw manning me," and start whining and shit. So it's like, either prove the curved surface we're obviously all talking about, or, I don't know, pick rocks.
We're shit to do, bro. Catch you later. I'm listening on YouTube.
Did you, like... I mean, he just kept saying he wasn't saying the stuff that he was saying, right?
No, bro, I'm saying I'm going to bail, so I've got shit to do. But I'll listen on YouTube and I'll catch you later, man.
Yeah,
see you later.
It's not me, it's his Scottish accent.
I think you have to rewind the live stream. Just check if the guy was saying things he's not saying or saying that he's not saying.
Yeah, it seems like as soon as he would say something, you'd repeat it back to him and he'd be like, no, I'm not saying that. Was it him or me?
I just wonder what other proofs he has of a globe.
No, and he's trying really hard to not even talk about it, right? He keeps saying that the red herring.
Well,
the whole
maybe
point
pictures. Maybe he has pictures.
Yeah, but he's not.
Real photos.
He's not even talking about it, right? Let alone proving it. He keeps telling us that the radius is a red herring, therefore his globe is a red herring, therefore the topic of the room is a red herring, according to him. Yeah, Timbo. I don't know if you remember the guy who was like asking you where you live. Quite sure that's an alt of this guy.
So he said he experienced the Earth as flat. He said something about Australia driving over there or something.
Yeah. He says Australia is mostly flat or something like that. Of course, he'll say he never said anything like that at all. Because whatever he says, he'll just say he didn't say that or said the opposite. He needed 5 minutes to look over that calculator. Yeah, so what this guy's going to do every single time he's trapped is he's just going to try to steamroll the conversation. Every time he realizes the jig is up or the wig has been snatched, he's just going to blah, 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 so that nobody can hear anything and it'll just be absolute confusion. And hopefully we'll just, the conversation will devolve and we'll forget what it even was. So I try not to mute, but if that's what's happening, that's why you have mute powers.
I don't know why they so imagining that if Earth is flat, that you should see everything clearly always.
Yeah, they're basically saying. Yeah, they're basically
saying through the atmosphere and the layer of the moisture.
Right. They're basically saying that looking flat is. I think I got a really bad echo through your mic, but they're saying that it looking flat is not compatible with it being flat, and it's compatible with it being this globe, which it looks nothing like.
Mm-hmm.
Looks flat, not compatible with flat, compatible with a curved surface that it looks nothing like.
We should do long distance test on mountains. Like take 3 mountains at the same height almost. The third should be behind the curve.
And when it's not, they'll just say it's refraction and that it's completely compatible with the curve.
Yeah, reflection on the high up. Yeah.
We didn't see what we would see if the curve is there. So I'll just add this fudge factor, which then proves that the curve is there.
I mean, this observation should start people to think, but it doesn't sometimes.
Which I never heard. Which type of refraction did he evoke over the sea?
Made up kind.
With that black swan.
So called. Which is based on a globe radius that he said was a red herring.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's derived from the radius though, isn't it?
Sure is. Because they're talking about a refracted globe. They're saying that we're looking at their globe. The globe is refracted. Right. So that whole refraction claim is obviously based on the radius. But apparently that's a red herring.
Yeah. According to him.
Yeah, the topic of the room is off topic. Well, I guess 5 minutes was a lie, like pretty much everything else he said. Well, I can't wait around all night for this fool.
One topic I don't enjoy arguing with a guy like that.
Sophist pricks.
Yeah, well, he wasn't actually like arguing anything, and then just speaking over the top of you, but not actually making any sense. I'm sure he was making sense in his own head, but like just saying refraction,
right?
Is not an argument.
Yeah, he's just saying refraction, and then when we get him to try to tie it back to his radius, he says, "Oh, that's a red herring, and that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about refraction." But if you're just talking about
around what?
Right, if you're just talking about refraction in itself, not tying it to the radius, then everything you're talking about is a red herring, because the point of this conversation was the fucking radius.
Yeah, and how can you talk about one thing and leave everything else out when everything else is actually part of the argument?
Yeah.
Okay, refraction. All right. Well, what's it refracting around? Do we have a globe for it to refract around so that you can see things looking flat?
Exactly. That's the whole point.
Yes, it refracts around the globe. That's why it looks flat. Okay, well, prove the fucking globe in the first place.
They're getting so lost that they're at the point where they say that the point is a red herring.
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous.
I know.
But it still requires two mediums, no? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, of course. But like, I mean, I just chop them down in the face that they don't even have the globe to refract in the first place. But yeah, Snell's law is about two isotropic media, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even then, you could look at the Earth through two different isotropic media, and that wouldn't make it a ball.
Exactly.
Just prove the ball in the first place.
Yeah, and then it'll all be over and done with. Fuck refraction. Yeah. Just give me the fucking... Just some drop over distance measured. Then we can talk about it.
Yeah, because if it's there all the time, like it must be, in order to be looking at refracted images of it and to have all these other things that they claim which are dependent on the globe, then there must be this curvature drop between any 2 points. Like, can it ever be directly measured? Do you just have to make excuses for it not being able to be over and over?
Yeah, it's it's always there. It's just that we don't actually see it.
Yeah, we don't see it. We don't measure it.
Because now it's now it's not a physical horizon either. So are they copying our arguments?
Yeah. They're just inserting the assumption. Yeah.
Okay, guys, I have to go later.
Okay. Yeah, peace out.
Hey, mate. Nice to meet you.
But I'm just noticing more and more like the tactic seems to be to just avoid the topic. Just try to keep it off of the actual topic as much as you can.
Yeah. And compartmentalize each topic. Like they don't interact with each other.
Yeah. Yeah, I brought up refraction because I was going to say that it makes the radius work, but now that I've been talking about refraction for 5 minutes, what do you mean radius? That never happened. That conversation never happened. I'm just talking about refraction. Why?
Yeah, so refraction on a flat Earth?
Yeah, then he says it can happen on a flat Earth. Oh, okay, what? Are you just...
So what does it prove then?
Yeah, you're just saying there's refraction going on the flat Earth? Is that your argument for the globe now? Like, what?
Yeah, they're so dumb.
I know. Yeah, you're not supposed to say that. You're supposed to say it is working on a globe, and that's how we got that horizon to look like that.
And then they admit it works on both. You go, well, throw out your argument then. Doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, exactly. It's like everything they said works on both. Like the first thing he said is, "Oh, I see ships vanishing bottom up," and I said, "Do you need a curved surface for that to happen?" And he said, "No." Okay, well that's the end of that. Doesn't necessarily tell you curved surface, right? I guess that must be how he got on. Oh, I was just talking about a curved surface, not necessarily the globe curved surface.
What was his argument? I've driven across Australia and in the distance I see things disappear. You go, what are you driving backwards to start with? And then things, it's in the middle of Australia, the road is fucking hot. So what's going to happen to that road? You're going to get Fata Morganas and distortion and, all sorts of things. Of course things are going to disappear from the bottom up.
Right. And he goes to that after he tells us that, you don't need the curved surface in order to have that effect anyway. Ridiculous.
Crazy people. And we're the crazy ones, yeah?
Man. I mean...
Think logically, you get called crazy.
Yeah. Logic probably looks that way to a crazy person.
When I heard his voice and when he started, it's that passive aggressive Australian accent. I fucking hate. Can't stand people like that.
Yeah.
I thought, this guy, I'd love to jump in, but it's just going to make me angry.
I was going to sit back and let Spake do it, but I just couldn't help myself. It was just the whole conversation going on and on about the bottom up thing, and it was just like, okay, one simple question. Do you need a curved surface for that to happen? No. Okay, so that's globe proof number 1 out of the way. What now? Oh, and then he said, well, every single image, long distance image or whatever that I've ever seen, all of it squares up with the globe perfectly. Okay, how does it square up? Give us the parameters, give us the number, give us the range for the effective radius. Didn't know anything about any of that. Didn't know the effective radius. Didn't know he even needed to change the radius in order to get the horizon to where it went, right? Didn't know nothing about that, but knew that it all worked with the radius somehow still.
Yeah, it works perfectly, as the globe predicts.
So what he was
well, we've got different horizons. So how does that work?
exactly. So what he was exposed as is having just said that. He didn't know it. He just fucking said it. And when questioned on it and how he knew it, well,
And if they all fit with the globe, and he was before claiming refraction, then why doesn't it refract when he wants it to work, and then doesn't refract when he doesn't want it to work?
And
I don't get it.
And he was arguing the radius explicitly because what he said is it all works with the globe model, which means the radius, right? And then refraction was his explanation of how that is, right? And then a few minutes into that, suddenly it's, oh, we're not talking about the radius. You're trying to force it to that, you know? Just insanity, psychosis.
He couldn't even argue. He's just yelling at you the whole time.
I think he's like doing a lot of it on purpose. Like when he realizes, okay, yeah, I'm caught here. Like what he's going to do is just talk so that you can't get a word in, right? He's just going to just destroy the conversation at that point, right?
Yeah, just talk over the top of everyone. I was glad when you started muting him. I was like, finally.
Like, I mean, I don't want to. I try not to, but like I saw it as a tactic, and I was like, no, not going to work.
Yeah. But it was the only way that you could actually get any coherent conversation on the live stream as well. So.
Yeah, right. Because as soon as he's cornered, he's not going to just accept that, right? He's not going to just give in and admit, oh, okay, yeah, right. You have a fair point there, right? What I said didn't make sense. He's not going to do that, right? He's going to look for a way out. The way out is just to burn it all to the ground.
So you're saying you're going to go to R.
Well, that was the whole point. You said everything worked. Every single thing we've posted, it all works. It all comports with the globe model, which means R. That was his claim. We tried to get him to back it up, and then it ended up with him saying, I'm not talking about R, right, dogs? That's what happened. You said that every single observation that we posted here, it all squares up, all comports with the globe, which means R. And then in the process of explaining how that is, you ended up telling us, oh, I'm not talking about R. You're just trying to force the conversation onto that. Why are you so incoherent, dogs?
So I was correct when I said I wasn't talking about R. I was talking about a curve, and then comparing that with flat, using refraction as an excuse for the black swan. Everything works.
No,
we can talk about R now if you'd like.
If we're going to continue with this conversation, I think...
Isn't this a live stream? Do you think maybe we should go back and look at it?
Hang on, dude. I think if you guys are going to continue with the conversation, just let each other talk so we can get a coherent argument from each person, and then move. And then if you both can move on to another subject, do that. But just let one go, then one go, because talking over the top, it doesn't work. Yeah? Let's try that.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So we're not going to be able to move on because you still haven't gotten with the topic that we've been on the whole time. You started on it, but you fell off of it and seem to have forgotten where it started. So you said that it all squares up and comports with the globe, and that's why you think that you're on the globe, right? And then in the process of trying to explain to us how it all squares up with the globe, you ended up saying, I'm not talking about the globe, i.e., I'm not talking about R. So what gives?
I said I was just talking about a curve. So you asked, did I think that the Earth was curved, or did I think it was flat? And I said it's curved because I see boats go over the horizon, bottom first, and when I drive, I see things come at me top down, and then you said that was just perspective, and I said, no, perspective doesn't explain it because tops of buildings also disappear first. And I can replay the entire conversation to you.
Yeah, you can. And what you'll see is at the beginning, what Ancient World Order asked you was, so you think you're on a spinning space ball. He didn't say, you think there's just a curve, just whatever curve, maybe a double helix curve. He said, so you think you're on a spinning space ball, which obviously means the globe. He's talking about the globe model, right?
Yeah. So you desperately need me to get onto R because you realise refraction explains the black swan. That's what's happened now.
No, you need to
talk about the R value.
No, you desperately need to get onto R because that's the
thing. Why are you
that
lying, dude?
Prove in order to justify that we live on the spinning space ball. That this conversation started with you saying, "Yes, we live on that spinning space ball." So you desperately need to get R, and more specifically, you desperately need to validate it. And R means 1.2 mile. R means 1.2 mile geometric horizon in that pic I showed you with the 10-mile horizon. So prove that the 10-mile horizon is a refracted 1.2 mile horizon and go.
Yeah, sure. You just get any Earth curve calculator, you change the refractive index, and the refractive index makes the distance a square.
Yeah, just get a calculator. So that's just numbers, right?
Yeah, you know that one you mentioned before, the Walter Bislin one, the advanced one? That's the one that I have been using. Right. I just didn't know what it was called.
Cool. So when I move the refraction slider up, what happens to the effective radius in the equation?
Nothing. The radius is set.
No, that's wrong. So you don't know your claim, and you're here representing it and trying to back it and prove it to us when you don't actually know it.
No, it's a disclaimer that changing the R value.
No, you are changing the R value. That's exactly the point of what I just brought up, and that's the thing that we're asking.
Roll down on the Walter Bislin Advanced Earth Calculator. It has radius Earth. Is the radius of Earth used for calculations? Coarsen. This value can be changed and results in calculations that do not match reality. Don't change this value unless you know exactly what you were doing. So are you confusing the radius value with the apparent radius?
No, I'm not. That was what I said the entire time, and I was careful to put it like that. I called it either effective or apparent radius every single time I said it. So when I say effective...
I understand you now.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is changing the effective radius? How does that change the actual radius?
Can I just ask you something?
Well, one sec, real quick. I'll let you do it right after this, but I never claimed that the actual radius is changing. That's why every single time I referred to it as effective or apparent. Go ahead, Timbo.
So before I heard you say that this refraction could happen on a flat or a curved surface.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So what's your argument?
My argument is that the black swan, which was one of the images put forward as evidence of a flat Earth, can be explained through refraction on a curved surface. And then refraction can happen on either model, so I'm not including the R value in my argument for that. I'm just saying that independent of any R value or any curvature, refraction exists. Changing the value of refraction can make the black swan fit both models.
So you're using this as proof of your model, but you're saying it can happen on both. So don't you think that...
I'm not using this as proof of my model. That's the problem you're having.
So what are you using it as?
Yeah.
I'm using it as a defeater for the black swan being proof of a flat Earth.
It's not the claim.
It's not the claim. It's saying that the horizon is too far.
It's a refutation of the globe.
Evidence for that?
So the globe is what you have to defend.
Well, yeah, it's past 10 miles, so...
We have to go through this again, guys. Do I have to repeat back to you our conversation?
I think we have to go through it again because you're still not getting it.
What type of refraction picks up an image and puts it in front of the thing that's supposed to be blocking it?
Standard refraction?
Standard refraction. Okay, what's the formula for standard refraction? What's the formula for standard refraction?
We've already referenced it multiple times. It's in the Walter Bislin.
You need radius for it. You need a radius for that.
Standard refraction.
You don't know refraction.
He's not going to answer, so let's do it. Standard refraction, 7/6R.
Wait. I answered. I gave you a reference for it, a thing that you guys had referenced earlier. So why are you saying I'm not answering?
You said standard refraction, which is the formula. So what's the formula? 7/6R. What does R stand for?
Okay.
That's right, dogs? You just claimed standard refraction.
Oh, sorry. No, just Snell's law. Snell's law doesn't have R in it, does it?
No, you just said
refraction.
It changed. Hold on, dickhead. You're not changing it to Snell's law. You said standard refraction. The entire room heard it. Standard refraction is 7/6R. The thing you keep saying you're not bringing up and not talking about and is a red herring. What does 7/6R mean? What does that calculate to?
I said the wrong thing. I didn't mean standard refraction.
Yeah, fuck you. You said the wrong thing. Fucking bullshit. 7/6R. What does that calculate to?
Well, I said the wrong thing, so...
Yeah,
don't
nice
know
lie.
about.
What does 7/6R calculate to?
Saying that I said standard.
Oh, who cares? You're not changing it now, buddy. What does 7/6R calculate to?
So I'm saying that I said the wrong thing.
Yeah, you're trying to change what you said to something else, which is what you do every single time you say something, because it's always fucking stupid, and then you have to get off of that at all costs because you get pinned on it every time. So what the fuck does 7/6R calculate to? Do you want me to give you the radius?
So what I was talking about was the refractive index changing the value.
In relation to what? The radius? It's going to change the appearance of the radius, right? So that's why we have the 7/6R calculation, because it's going to tell us how much it changes the appearance of that radius by. 7/6 times 3959 gets us roughly 4,600. Do you think a 4,600 mile effective or apparent radius is enough to get a 10-mile horizon at a 1 foot observer height?
Definitely not. It'll take it. It will take it out to about 4 miles. That would be it.
Actually, Timbo, it's going to take it to 1. It's going to take it to 1.3.
Give me the height again, the distance, and the size.
I was going off 6 foot, but it's only 1 foot. Yeah.
Right. 6 foot. Yeah, but at 1 foot,
So
yeah.
The observer height is 6 foot, which is
No, it's 1 foot. The observer height's 1 foot.
So
You're exposed again, dogs. Okay. It's not 6 feet. You said that the globe math works with
observer height. The observer height is.
Let's give him 6
1
feet
foot,
anyway.
So that's about 30 centimeters.
It's still not going to work.
Yeah, give him 6 feet
anyway. You can have 6 feet if you want.
What's the target distance?
Well, let's call it. It's further than 10 miles, but the furthest rig is 10 miles. So just do 10 miles.
Yeah. 1 foot observer height. You seem to think it's a 6 foot observer height. You think that everything matches the globe, but you don't know the details of any of these observations, right?
Yeah, even with your standard refraction, it doesn't take it to anywhere near 10 miles. So it's just ridiculous. So now you're getting super special looming, special looming refraction. You know, like it's just You don't know what you're talking about, and you keep on tripping over your own words because you don't know what you're talking about.
No, I made a mistake one time and said standard refraction when I didn't mean to. So
you heard an argument. You've heard an argument. You're repeating the argument, but you haven't actually looked at the argument. That's the problem.
So 10 miles in. I'm doing it right now in the Walter Bislin Advanced Earth Curve Calculator.
Yeah. What radius?
Did we get all the way through this, guys?
Yeah.
What radius did he use?
Yeah, what radius did he need for that 10 miles? I've known the answer the entire time. You know, I'm just leading you into it. Obviously.
I can find it in the calculation if you want.
I mean, it was said a couple times already in this conversation, but yeah, go find it.
You want me to find it? Well, I'm trying to input the. Right now, I'm trying to input the values.
Well, look, you're trying to find it right now, but what you said earlier in this conversation is that it works. You said it works.
Yeah, we're going through that right now. We're going through that right now. So we have a target. An observer height of 1 foot. We have a target distance of 10 miles. What's the target size? What's the size of the crane?
Yeah, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the location of the horizon. So that's a non sequitur, red herring, irrelevant.
Why is this a non sequitur? We're talking about the black swan.
No,
because you're looking for a hidden height of something that's not hidden. So you can see the water line at the base of the crane, but the argument's not about the oil rigs anyway. So
that's the argument I made. I made the argument that things like the black swan always fit into
dogs. Yeah, you said they always fit. He said they always fit, but he doesn't know what the argument is even about because now he's talking about the height of the rigs. Right?
Yeah.
How do you know it always fits when you don't even know what the argument is about, dogs?
Because every time I tested it, it's fit.
Hey, the horizon is
So what is the target size? What is the size of the crane?
It doesn't matter.
This is why you think it always fits, because you don't even know what the arguments are about. They're not about the target size, or the crane's not the target. The crane has nothing to do with it other than just being a distance marker. So the height of the crane is completely irrelevant. You're just using it as a reference for where the horizon is. That's it. So now that you know what it's about,
do that. Tell me where the target is, how far away it is, and we can figure out how much of it should have been hidden, dependent on the refraction.
No, that's not what we're doing.
The horizon.
Why do you keep telling me what my argument is? Instead, just do what I'm fucking saying for
that
once, Jan.
should be blocking it is behind it.
Yeah.
So unless we live on a bumpy waterland, then it doesn't matter.
No, you just
about
don't
the
understand
crane.
apparent versus geometric. Do you understand the difference?
No, look, we're not telling you what your argument.
Man,
Yeah, we're not
you
trying to
can't
put
tell me
words.
what I don't understand. I understand more than you know. So just look. The horizon is behind the crane that you say it could be blocking. What more is there to say?
The geometric horizon is, but the light bouncing off
so
the crane
geometric
is
horizon
coming to us
behind the
distorted.
crane. That's even worse for you.
That's worse
How?
for you. Oh, it makes the ball way bigger.
The geometric horizon is behind everything and in front of everything at all times, unless something is directly in front of you on a flat surface.
What?
It's a globe, guys. The geometric horizon doesn't stop. It doesn't end. It's just where your vision intersects with.
I need to. You just said the geometric horizon is behind you and in front of you at all times. You're a fucking lunatic, man.
Is that all you have? Just weak? Are you just going to ad hom me? You're not going to explain how I'm wrong?
No, he didn't ad hom you. What he did was refute.
All right, so the platform 9.41.
Yeah, he can tack an insult onto the end of it. It's not an ad hom. He refuted you. If the insult had been used as the argument, it would have been an ad hom. Go ahead.
Yeah. You're saying the geometric horizon is behind the oil rigs, which is further than 10 miles. And so
yeah, exactly. All you did was repeat what I said and then call me a dickhead.
Yeah, I'll do that. But anyway, I'm going to get you my argument anyway. So the geometric horizon that you're saying is behind the cranes, is the geometric horizon, is past 10 miles. So what does that tell you?
What's it meant to tell me? Why don't you tell me?
It tells you that if
right
the
now I'm trying to do the advanced Earth curve calculator.
If the Earth was a globe, it would be 260,000 mile radius?
Somewhere around there. Yeah. So you got an apparent 260,000
Are you confusing apparent with geometric again?
No, you said geometric horizon was behind the cranes. You said the geometric horizon was behind
and all
the
around
cranes.
us at all times.
So why, if it's in front, why isn't it blocking it?
The geometric horizon isn't blocking the cranes because the light is hitting the cranes, going through different densities of air and curving.
What different densities?
We see. Different temperatures create different densities.
Have you got the readings?
Gradient around water. It's Snell's law. Yes, there's lots of evidence. But right now, what I'm trying to do is it's at 0.145. I can start seeing things that are a target distance of 10 miles away from an observer height of 1 foot. That's 20 meters high.
Say that again.
At 10 miles away for something that's about. I just went for 20 meters from an observer height of 1 foot. The refractive index only has to be 0.145, which is about midway through the sort of refractive index we get. So if the extreme end of the scale, the entire thing is shown.
What did you say about 20 meters?
That's the height of the object.
And what's that got to do with anything?
Well, I've been trying to go through the advanced Earth calculator using measurements from the Black Swan. So if you set it all the way up to the very end of the refractive index, the Black Swan, none is hidden.
The horizon that's supposed to be blocking it, that you called the geometric horizon, is behind the oil rig.
Yes, because the image of the oil rig is lifted up to us through the different gradient of density due to a thing known as refraction.
Okay.
So
deny refraction.
if there's different layers of density, I'm just gonna entertain it. Then why would it pick up a complete picture and deliver it to your eye? Wouldn't it refract at different rates for different heights?
Would you like to look at the Black Swan image with me?
I memorised it, mate. It's clear in my head.
So those wibbly, wobbly quanes.
Do you know how cranes run? What do they run off?
The crane arm is straight. The wibbly wobbliness in the image is not straight.
What powers a crane?
What's that thing you kept saying to me before? Red herring. That's it. It's a red herring. Great.
What powers a crane?
Can we all clap for that? I correctly said red herring.
What powers the crane?
I'm sorry.
Is it diesel?
Red herring says what?
He's telling you that the crane is a red herring, Timbo, after he brought up the fucking crane.
Oh,
so what powers the crane?
No. What powers the crane is a red? What powers the crane is a red herring?
No, it's not.
Do you understand?
No, it's not.
You don't even know.
Okay, then explain to me what it has to do with refraction.
Well,
yes, I do. It's something that takes away from the.
The heat from the engine that powers the crane is distorting the image.
Great. That's awesome. That's a really good explanation. Do you know what heat does to light?
Okay.
No.
That's enough.
It causes refraction.
Okay, refraction. Great. So we asked you where the proof of the geometric horizon is. That must be at 1.2 miles in that picture if it exists. You started talking about refraction. So clearly what you must be telling us is that there is a geometric but refracted 1.2 mile horizon in that picture. Do you have any proof of that?
You remember how this all started?
Yeah, it started with what I just said. Okay, yeah, it was just me saying what I just said like 1,000 times. So if your claim is refraction as a rebuttal for what we're showing you, which is a horizon that is way too far to be geometric on the globe with the claimed dimensions, then do you have any proof that that horizon actually is geometric at 1.2 miles but refracted?
Sure. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to explain to you the argument that I started off with, because you've forgotten it again, haven't you, buddy? So the argument that I started off...
literally just said 2 seconds ago, which is, do you have any proof that the horizon in that picture is at 1.2 miles?
The argument I started off with was not...
Okay, do you have any proof that the 10-mile horizon in that picture is actually geometric and at 1.2 miles?
What did I say when you asked me that last?
So every single time you answer with anything other than what I'm looking for, it shows that you don't have it. So any proof that the
violates the server rules.
What does?
You're allowed to violate the server rules. You're allowed to break this conversation down.
Okay, whatever. You've really lost.
Yeah, great. So can we get back to the conversation?
Yeah, can we please get back to the conversation where I'm asking you if you have any proof that the 10-mile horizon in that picture is actually at 1.2 miles? Do you?
What did I say last time you asked me? I said no. And do you remember the beginning of our conversation where I never claimed that I had proof that there was a geometric horizon based on images like the Black Swan? I said that it fit the globe model and it can also fit the flat Earth model. Do you understand that? That was my argument. And what you're doing now is a straw man to say that I am saying that there is proof that there is curvature contained in these images, which I never said. So it's a straw man. Do you understand what a straw man is, or are you just going to claim red herring on my straw man?
No, that's great. That's a concession. Right. Yeah, we don't need a globe for that image. There's no proof that there is a globe in that image. That's excellent. No problem.
Can you concede that that image can also fit a globe?
Concede? That's what you just did.
Can you concede that that image fits the globe model?
Or the globe model, which is an abstraction, which is a bunch of numbers where they inflate the radius to whatever they need it to be for it to look like however they need it to. Yeah, I can fit that.
Radius or actual geometric radius?
Yeah, you can pump up the radius and put numbers on paper that match that horizon distance.
So the Walter Bislin, calculator,
problem.
Did they inflate the radius or the apparent radius?
Same. Yeah, that's what they did. They inflated the apparent radius, which is what you're looking at. Which is
apparent one. Awesome.
Yeah.
So you concede that it fits within our model that refraction would cause the Black Swan image.
Your unfalsifiable model. Your abstractions.
I never said anything about it being...
Your numbers on paper that you just adjust to match whatever you see. Yeah, it fits those. Sure. Now, do you have any physical proof of the refracted 3959-mile radius sphere that all of this is based upon?
Why are you asking me that again? I said no.
Okay, great. You don't have any proof of the globe, which is the entire purpose of this forum, so you can't help us. Send in the next one.
Well, didn't I explain to you that when I'm driving along, I see things appear top down.
Yeah, you did. And then you also told us that bottom-up obstruction or occlusion does not necessarily indicate a curved surface, so it didn't prove that to us.
Yeah, and then you said, I said because that's due to perspective, right? Perspective could cause things to appear to disappear bottom up.
Well, it doesn't matter what was said about what it might be due to. You told us it doesn't need a curved surface, so that was the end of your curvature proof with that one.
Yes, but then I explained another observation that would require a curved surface if your previous explanation was true, which was buildings that are, say, taller than 12 foot because I'm 6 foot high, they would disappear bottom as well as top at the same time. They'd actually disappear at the top first if they were much higher than the distance between the observer and the bottom, due to perspective.
Okay, so you know what they would
do. You have an argument against that, or are you going to dodge and red herring now?
Yeah, no, I was trying to get into it, but then you started cutting me off so that I couldn't. So yeah, do you have any measurement of any curvature over the surface of the Earth that we can look at, which establishes the Earth as not flat, and therefore whatever you're talking about not being possible on a flat Earth?
Yeah, the surveying across the US.
Okay.
And spherical excess.
Okay, cool. Spherical excess. What kind?
Hey?
Do you have a method for us?
Yeah, it's in the surveying across the, is it the whatever arc of the parallel?
Particular. Okay, whatever arc of the parallel. Already sounds like you don't know much about it, but what did they do?
Well, I don't memorize the exact terms and numbers and things. I just sort of get a vague idea from reading it and then forget about the exact specifics.
Give us the methodology. What was done? What did they do to get this curvature?
So they surveyed their way across the US, across one of the parallel lines, and then in so doing, because they have to create triangles to do, there's a geodetic survey, they have to create triangles. Some of those triangles showed spherical excess, and spherical excess is what happens when you get a flat triangle and put it onto a sphere, because the sides will have to bulge outwards, causing the internal angles to be greater than 180 degrees.
So we're talking about horizontal left to right. Okay. So are we talking about putting 3 straight lines together?
So it's observation, so there's no physical like straight lines put together, but we're talking about putting different measurements together, calculating the internal angles that gives.
It's observation.
Then,
so okay, I got it. So these lines, they're lines of sight?
Yeah, that's how surveying works.
So lines of sight curve left to right?
I'm sure they do, but that's not what I'm arguing at the moment.
I'm sure they must if what you're saying is true, that you have 3 lines of sight, right, connected together, right, showing angles adding up to in excess of 180 degrees, right?
Yeah, and what's your problem with that?
Okay, so you're talking about lines of sight curving.
Well, tell me what I'm talking about.
Which is weird, but what we were looking for is the curvature of the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, they measured that because you can't measure the entire surface of the Earth in one go. Can you? You can't.
Now your measurement for that is curved lines of sight. So we're looking for physical curvature over the surface of the Earth, and you're talking about curvy, bendy, left to right, horizontal, curved lines of sight.
They're straight lines of sight. They're straight lines of sight.
Oh, they're straight lines of sight. So where the fuck is the excess? Yeah, where's the spherical excess coming from if they're all straight lines?
Angles.
Okay, but they're all straight lines. So how are you getting? Okay, so you've got 3 straight lines, right, connected together.
Yes.
Okay, so where's the more than 180 coming from?
Because those straight lines are done on a globe.
They're straight. So where's the more than 180 coming from?
They're done on a globe.
They're straight lines, you just told us. So where's the more than 180 coming from?
Angle of those lines.
Between straight lines? 3 straight lines?
Yeah, between the different... Between the different internal angles of the calculator, of the triangles.
180 degrees, okay. 3 straight lines forming a triangle will always have internal angles summing to 180 degrees, right?
Unless they're on a curved surface.
No, 3 straight lines, right? Forming a triangle will always have internal angles coming to 180 degrees. You just told us that's what you have. 3 straight lines, therefore those internal angles must sum to 180 degrees. So where's the more than 180 coming from?
So the straight is the elevation.
Okay, so horizontally they're bent. So now we're back to... Okay,
so the elevation is 1 and 1, and there seems to be some discrepancy between that 1 and 1. So it would be curved, but they drew it as straight across the what would that be?
I got it. They're curved left to right. Like you started out by saying before you changed to they're straight, but actually they're curved left to right, not vertically. I got it. So they're curved left to right. So now we're back to lines of sight are curving left to right. That's your claim now. That's a cool story. Can you prove that? And even if so, what does that do to prove that the ground is curving?
See, so are you denying the fact that they measured spherical excess in their mapping of the US? In their surveying of it?
No, I'm asking you how they did it, and it's ending up like this.
Denying that they found spherical excess?
No, I'm asking you how they did it, and it's ending up like this.
What do you mean how they did it? Do you want me to go through their methodology?
Yeah, that's what we were doing here, and this is where it ended up.
Okay. Awesome. So I can link you the full methodology if you'd like. Would you like to see that?
No problem. Yeah, I might have to have a look at it myself because you clearly have no idea what they did. So yeah, please do that.
But they set up sighting stations. I can't remember the exact name for them, but they're very tall towers. Then they used, it's not exactly a theodolite, but it works like a theodolite. They got similar elevations or elevation calculations, and then they looked at the distances between the sighting stations. And from that, they were able to calculate that there was spherical excess between those sighting stations.
Spherical excess, yeah, that's what you're calling it when you took 3 lines of sight, right?
That's what they call it. Are you denying that they called it spherical excess?
You're not calling it that, even though you just called it that. They're calling it that. I'm sorry. Okay. Correction granted. All right, fine.
Their words. I'm repeating their words because when I saw something, unlike you with your Walter Bislin source, I like to actually use them as experts. Are you just going to do semantic arguments, or are you going to actually argue against the point that there is spherical excess measured on Earth repeatedly?
Right, spherical excess. There you are calling it that again, but it's not you calling it that. It's them. But anyway, so we're back to, okay, they have 3 lines.
Don't just...
Well, they have 3 lines. Those are lines of sight. You already told us that, right? We're just going in circles.
Yeah, what about it? Stop just like...
Okay, 3 lines of sight. We were looking for physical curvature over the surface of the Earth. Now you're talking about 3 lines of sight, and you're saying those are curved, therefore the surface of the Earth is curved. So tell me more about this methodology you know all about, which gets your curvy lines of sight to curved surface of the Earth, please.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Say that again, but like an adult would say
it. You don't understand your own claim when you hear it repeated back to you. Guess you should have learned it.
You didn't. What you repeated back was, tell me the, curvy angle show.
Okay, is it just him who doesn't understand his claim? Everybody else here get it?
When they measured the angles that they used to survey the distance across the US, in that measurement there was spherical excess measured, which fit the radius.
You're going in circles. It fit the radius. Your curvy lines of sight. You told us what the lines were. You told us they're lines of sight. You told us they're straight. Then you told us they're only straight vertically, but they're curved left to right. But they're still just lines of sight. They're not lines, physical lines over the surface of the Earth. So that's a really cool claim you have about lines of sight curving. I say prove it, and then do whatever you can to tie it to the point of this conversation, which is the curvature you're actually supposed to be proving, which is that of the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, sure. So I can prove it by linking the full surveying document. Do you want that?
Yeah, let me have a look at it, because you don't know what it says. Okay, thanks.
Oh, I don't know what it says. Okay, so all the surveyors also don't know what it says?
No. Are you all the surveyors?
No, but all the surveyors use this as a trusted document.
So, does that have anything to do with you not knowing what?
You said you understood what it's. You said I don't understand what it says, but I'm just repeating what they say about it.
That means you don't understand because you're just repeating what someone else said. So thanks for agreeing with me. Okay.
No, that doesn't prove either way whether I understand or don't understand. Do you understand that? Do you even know logic, basic logic?
It doesn't really matter because you already demonstrated.
You don't know, do you? You don't.
You have no clue what you're talking about at all. You can't follow your own points at all. You don't even know what you're saying curves or what doesn't. You don't know what you're supposed to be showing me the curve of, which is the surface of the Earth, not curved lines of sight. Don't seem to really know the difference between straight and curved, and then when that's pointed out to you, you want to change it to something else that you didn't say.
Is this how you just mute me so you can ramble about me?
Yeah.
So, the transcontinental, Arc of the Parallel, the surveyors, they found that there was spherical excess, which meant that some of the internal...
I'm going to mute you because you're just going in circles. We already did this. They found spherical excess. Okay, let's break it down again. So they used 3 lines, right? Were they straight?
They were of known elevation, so they were straight vertically.
Straight vertical, and they were lines of what? Was it sight?
Yes, it was sight. Do you have a problem with that?
No. Okay.
Can you give me a way that I can measure the Earth using something other than sight?
Okay, so they took lines of sight.
So you're just going to ignore
together, right?
Ignore that? You just
added them together, and then they got angles summing to more than 180 degrees, right? So were those lines of sight curving then?
I guess horizontally they were, but vertically they had known elevation, so...
Okay, gotcha. So you have a claim of curved lines of sight. Okay, that's really cool.
It's not a claim, I just linked the document to you from the expert.
Take it at face value because it's not even what I was asking you for. I'm not looking for evidence of curved lines of sight. I'm looking for evidence of the curved surface of the Earth. Do you have that, or can you tie these curved lines of sight that you're here claiming to that?
It logically follows because it's impossible to measure an entire globe with a radius as large as this. So what you can do is you can measure small sections, and if there is something that'll...
A red herring. I'm not asking you to measure arc segments. I'm asking for any kind of measurement of... Yeah, I'm sorry, that is exactly what I'm asking for. I'm asking for measurements of arc segments, not the entire globe all in one blow.
What they did when they surveyed the United States.
Yeah, that's fine. That's what I've been asking for the entire time, which is measurement.
Awesome. I linked the document.
Okay, that's fine. I've been looking for measurements of arc segments over the face of the Earth the entire time. It's a red herring to say that anybody was asking you to measure the entire thing in one shot. That's not the case. Nobody asked you to do that, right?
But why did you keep asking me for evidence I've already given? What is wrong with you?
Because we found your evidence, and the evidence was just, well, allegedly for curvy lines of sight, which is not what we were asking for, so it was a red herring.
I never said curvy lines of sight. You said curvy lines of sight.
Well, that's what it broke down to, is what I said.
So what you did was you strawmanned it so you could claim it was a red herring, which is a notorious debate tactic.
How so? We broke down everything
because
you said. You agreed with me every step of the way.
No, I never agreed with you with this curvy line of sight business.
Yeah, you did. You said that the lines of sight...
No, I did not.
Curving. Yes, you did. You said the lines of sight must be curving left to right, horizontally. You said that, word for word, pretty much.
The lines of sight can be straight, but the measurement, the distance, the difference in elevation...
What the fuck, dude? The lines of sight can be straight. Okay, but a minute ago they were curved, and that's where you were getting the spherical excess from.
No. Do you remember what I said when you said, are the lines straight? What did I say? No? Or was it
Yeah,
yes?
you said yeah, they are, and then you amended it to
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, then you amended it to vertically they're straight, but left to right, no, they're curvy there because you realized what you did wrong. So yeah, you did that, but you still only have bent lines of sight. We're looking for the bent face of the Earth. Do you have a measurement of that?
How do I get the bent face of the Earth measurement? Can you explain that to me?
Oh, that's
You're not
too
going to.
bad.
You're going to try
You don't
to
know
move
how.
away.
Because that's your claim, right? You're the one who's supposed to know how to do that, right? So now you're going to ask a flat earther how you're going to get evidence for your claim?
Yeah, because you don't like the evidence that I gave you. The evidence I gave
No,
you shows.
I didn't say anything about disliking what you gave me. I just asked you questions about it, and it seems like you didn't like those questions and where they led.
I gave you measurements of curvature of the Earth that fits the rate.
No, you didn't. You gave me a claim of bent lines of sight. That's what it broke down to.
Gave. What measurement do you want instead of the one I gave?
I want a measurement of curvature of the face of the Earth, the one that I asked for.
What measurement? I gave you that in the surveying.
No, you didn't. It broke down to a claim of bendy, curvy lines of sight. I'm looking for a measurement of curvature of the face of the Earth. You can try again.
You're the one that strawmanned that claim. You're the one that strawmanned that claim. I never ever said those words. So now you're a liar. You're straw.
I'm paraphrasing what you did say. We broke down your claim. We went through it meticulously. We asked you what these lines were that you were connecting together, right? We asked you if they're straight or curved. You told us that they're straight. Then you told us, no, they're just straight vertically, but they're curved horizontally, and that they're just lines of sight. You agreed to all of that. So it doesn't matter how I paraphrase it. That's what you said.
No, it does matter how you paraphrase it because you're paraphrasing it in a way that I never said.
Okay.
There are straight lines of known elevations and known distances.
Okay, now he's saying
the internal angles between the triangles created from those straight lines.
Oh boy.
Go up to more than 180 degrees, which means that the surface that they're measuring using those straight lines of sight.
Oh boy.
Is curved.
Oh boy. So now we're back to this question. He says that he has 3 straight lines connected together, right? Which by definition have to sum to 180 degrees. Okay, so where are you getting the more than 180 degrees from?
So there's a difference in elevation.
They're 3 straight lines, right?
They're meant to be, like they're calculated to be elevation X between the different points
they're
of the
meant to be
straight lines.
Whatever. What does that mean? They're meant to be. Are they 3 straight lines or not?
You're doing a triangle, so if they're meant to be, that means they would fit the 180 degree, but they don't. They go on.
No. Are they 3 straight lines or not? You just said they are.
This, buddy. How many times do I have to explain the same goddamn thing to you?
How many times do you have to explain it to me? Okay, are they 3 straight lines?
Yeah, all you keep doing is strawmanning my claims and then saying it.
By asking you to clarify what you're saying, I'm strawmanning you. Okay, are they 3 straight lines? A second ago you said they were. Are you going to say they aren't now? Change it back again?
Why do you keep doing this? Why do you keep doing this?
So they are 3
straight lines.
Are 3 straight lines. Got it. Okay, they're 3 straight lines. So where's the more than 180 coming from?
The angles.
How so? They're 3 straight lines. The angles have to sum to 180.
Only if those straight lines, the lines of sight are straight, aren't measuring a surface using the elevation that is curved.
Okay, so the 3 lines that you're getting the angles from, those are straight, right?
Yes.
Okay, so where's the more than 180?
Angles?
So where's the more than 180 coming from?
Because the measuring platforms are on a curved surface.
But the lines that you're getting the angles from,
elevation.
But the lines that you're getting the angles from, you just told me are straight. So how are those angles coming out to more than 180?
My God, mate.
Explain.
Let's find a good way of doing this. So, if if you were to do straight lines between things that are of known elevation, so let's say that one line has one elevation point has a height of 20 meters and the other one has a height of 20 meters, and you were to do a straight line view between both of them, right? Then you ought to do it with, say, another 1 point. Yeah. Mm-hmm. If you were to fit all of those in together, then you should be able to calculate the I can't even explain it.
Of course not. It's nonsense.
No, I'm looking at images of it, but I can't explain it very well.
Well, you're trying to explain how 3 straight lines can come together, form a triangle, and have internal angles adding up to more than 180. Which is nonsense on its face. So don't try to do that.
Article.
You're going to have a hard time.
I linked the surveying. I linked the surveying article. Okay.
Yeah, maybe
I can't explain it very well with words right now because.
Maybe you need to spend a little more time reading it or something, because what you're saying is nonsense on its face, which is that 3 straight lines can come together, form a triangle, have angles adding up to more than 180. Obviously, that's not what happened.
You have a known distance from A to B, right? Yeah.
How so?
And then you do I don't know, you measure it out physically somehow. And then you do a line of sight above that known distance. And you measure that the line of sight is shorter than the actual measurement over that distance.
How are you going to do that?
You take measurement A, which is the actual physical measurement of the surface. Then you take measurement B, which is the line of sight measurement. And the distance between that will be, it'll be larger for the physical distance.
So you're going to have a larger physical distance, a shorter line of sight. How did you measure the line of sight?
I think they used something similar to a theodolite. It was like an early theodolite.
What'd they do?
What do you mean? Do you not know how a theodolite works?
How do you measure a line of sight? What's the method?
Do you know
How do you measure the distance of the line of sight versus the physical distance of the Earth?
Do you know what a theodolite is?
Okay, so that doesn't answer the question. How do you measure the line of sight, the distance of it?
I can't explain it to you if you don't know the tools involved.
Did I say I don't know the tools involved? I asked you a simple question. How was the distance of the line of sight?
You want in return to see if you understood the tools involved.
I don't think you do, because you can't tell me how they measured the distance of a line of sight, which you say is straight, and you say you can have 3 of them, and that they'll have angles adding up
I'd
to
love to, but you need to explain to me what.
So not only is it clear that you don't know how to measure the distance of a line of sight, you don't even know what a triangle is. So I'm not sure you're going to have any luck here.
Do you know what a theodolite is?
Do you know what a triangle is?
Yeah, it's 3 points, 3 lines.
Right, straight lines with angles summing to what?
Well, they can be curved lines. If they're curved lines, they have an internal angle of greater than 180 degrees.
Oh, okay. But that's not what you were talking about, was it? You said 3 straight lines, didn't you?
Yeah, the lines of sight are straight.
The lines of sight are straight. So we have a triangle of 3 straight lines with angles summing to what?
Greater than 180 degrees.
Okay, so we have a triangle with 3 straight lines and angles summing to greater than 180 degrees, according to Dogs Are Gods on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord right now.
Yeah, do you want me to show you an image?
Okay, yeah, show us your image of 3 straight lines with internal angles adding to more than 180 degrees, please.
It explains the maths behind it as well.
Yeah, this would be great. Yeah, he's about to debunk Pythagoras. Yeah, too bad. Actually, can a mod give him perms to post that? Yeah, you do need the image embed perm. I just can't wait to see these 3 straight lines with angles summing to more than 180. He's going to debunk Pythagoras. I can't. Can you just message it to me? Sasha, give him perms. Actually, Sasha, can he message you?
All right, so in this, you have an observer sights to point C and E from A, measuring the elevation angles. B, A, and C. D.
Yeah, you have the roll.
A.
You can just post it. You don't have to describe it like this. You can just post it now.
Okay, cool. Let's do that then.
All right.
Oh my god, you stupid hub.
No worries.
And it's all explained in the image. Is you have the elevation angles between A and D.
Okay.
A and E, A and C, and A and B.
Yeah.
Do you understand that?
So it's not 3 lines. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So not triangles.
Wait. The green one is a triangle. Yeah.
Okay, the green one's a triangle.
And then E and D are just different elevations.
Okay, but dogs.
It's 2 triangles at different elevations for the E and D and C.
Dogs, remember what I asked you? It was really specific. It was 3 straight lines, right? With internal angles summing to more than 180 degrees. That's what you said you were about to show us.
Yes.
Okay, so 3 straight lines with internal
What's the difference between E and D on this? What's the difference between E and D on this?
Well, they're not E and D. If you're talking about the 3 green lines that you just mentioned, then E and D.
I just gave you 2 letters, E and D.
Yeah, E and D are not a part of that same triangle with the 3 green lines that you just mentioned. So you said that you were going to post a picture of 3 straight lines forming a triangle with 180 degrees, excess of 180 degrees between them.
So E and D are at different elevations, even though they're at the same point.
I know. But look, that's not what you said you were about to prove, which is 3 straight lines, right?
At one elevation, and B and D is the same triangle at a lower elevation.
It's not the same triangle, clearly. These are different lines. You said that you were going to take 3 of them, stick them together, and have internal angles adding to more than 180. That was explicitly what you claimed you were going to predict.
Piece of paper, and I was to cut it into a triangle, and then I was to get one end of the triangle, pin it to the surface of something, and the other end of the triangle, and just fold it over the surface of a thing. I would still have the same triangle. They're just 2 of the points are at different elevation.
It's going to be the same triangle. Okay, so you're taking different triangles.
At different elevations.
How many lines of sight do you have in that image?
Different elevation measurement.
How many lines of sight are you using there?
2, 3. 3 lines of sight.
Okay, 3 lines of sight. So just 3 lines? So which 3 lines are we going to go?
The E and D coming from A, that's all one line. It's just at 2 different elevations.
Okay.
If I have a stick and I move that stick up slightly higher, does that mean it's not the same line?
No, that's fine. E and D. That's 1 line of sight. So a line of sight from E to D, or where do you want
A is a second line of... The line of sight is from A to E and A to D. That is the same line of sight at different elevations.
Okay, A to E.
So a theodolite has different elevation notches, right?
Okay.
So it's the same line of sight at different elevation.
Okay, those lines are all pretty straight. So let's take A to E and A to D, right? We'll take that triangle right there. right? Those 3 lines of sight, right? With that one triangle.
That's not the triangle. The triangle is the green one.
Okay,
and then
now
as you drop that down in elevation,
I don't care. Pick the triangle you want.
It's the difference between the two. How do you not understand this? You're trying so hard, desperately not to understand this, aren't you?
No, I'm trying
it
so
even
hard
spells
to
it out here. All they've done is change the elevation angle.
I'm trying so hard to get you to show us exactly what you said you were going to show us, which was 3 straight lines with internal angles summing to more than 180. I asked you over and over again for clarification that was what you were saying, and explicitly that is what you claimed was happening, right? So
they took 3 straight observation lines. 3 straight observation lines, which are the green ones, okay? Then they changed the elevation measurements for C and E, which are the exact same points. Okay, you understand that? Same points. They just dropped the elevation. If it was a flat Earth, they wouldn't record any internal diameter change for A to B and for
what would they record?
Point A, any internal angle change. But they did when they dropped observation.
Okay.
Sorry?
So what would they record on the flat Earth dropping those elevations?
Nothing. It would be the exact same internal angle. It'd be 180 degrees.
Okay. So your excess was coming from left to right horizontal curvature, right?
I think so, yeah.
Right.
Maybe.
I think so too.
Angles in the horizontal plane in the vertical reference this plane. So
right, it's in the horizontal plane.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you did say explicitly that you were going to show us 3 straight lines coming together and having angles summing to more than 180.
I did.
You showed us 3 straight lines.
The elevation. Yeah, the elevation for 2 points changed for those 3 straight lines. I mean,
those are not the same straight.
I've shown you an image that explains it. I've shown you an image that
look. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You've got at least 6 lines in this picture.
But they're all the same lines of sight. It's just the elevation.
So the one line is the same line as the other line.
Yes. Are you stupid?
Interesting. I'm stupid. That one line is the same line as the other line, but I'm stupid. Okay.
Do you have a fucking argument, or are you just going to keep repeating the same questions again and again and again? Give me an argument for why it's wrong.
Well, your argument was that
you're not going to do it, are you? You're dodging. Here's the dodge. There's the dodge. There's the dodge.
Yeah, I'm not going to let you do that. So your argument was that 3 straight lines can come together, form internal angles summing to more than 180, right? And then you showed us a bunch of lines and you tried to kind of cross them together and stuff like that. I asked you explicitly for clarification if that's what you were saying. And you said over and over again, yeah. So it's just 3 straight lines with angles summing to more than 180 that you were going to show us. That's clearly not what this is.
Yeah, your lack of understanding isn't my problem, okay?
Not even about
I've
that.
shown
Maybe
you. I've explained it to you.
Of what you're even trying to say, because you seem to be trying to figure it out every step of the way. That's why I repeated over and over again for clarification that the 3 straight line thing with angles more than 180 is actually what you were saying. And you said, yep. And then you show us more than 3 lines, so you don't seem to know what you're trying to say. But can you just
understand those other lines are just the same lines dropped in elevation, you fucking idiot.
Well, they're obviously different lines then. Otherwise,
no, it's the same
different lines. They would just be the same lines. So you're drawing different lines. They're lines of sight. They're all these different lines. Okay. So instead of all these different lines of sight that you're trying to extrapolate curvature from, why don't you just directly measure the curvature drop over the face of the Earth that you're talking about?
I remember that I asked you before how I do that in a way different to this.
Yeah, so you didn't know then? That's why you asked that?
Yeah, I asked you what measurement type would you like? Since I've given you a measurement, I think, and that the surveyors think, shows that the Earth is curved. So what measurement type would you like, and how would I go about measuring that?
Well, that's too bad. You need to ask a flat earther how you're going to go about getting your curvature measurement. That doesn't sound too promising.
I gave you a curvature measurement. You did not like it, so now I have to find one that you like.
Of what?
Which means that you have to tell me how to do it.
3 straight lines in your own words.
We're going to go through this again, buddy. We're going to go through this. You changed
lines. They were like 7 straight lines, and then they were at sometimes horizontally curved lines, but then they were back to straight. You didn't really know. And in any case, it didn't establish the surface curvature of the Earth that you were trying to get.
Why? Why didn't it establish the surface?
Because they were all lines of sight, and you were trying to figure out whether the lines of sight.
So how do we physically measure it? Since you want
whether they're curved. Yes. Okay. So now you're back to asking a flat earther how you're going to provide evidence for your claim. So that doesn't look good on you. You better figure out what you're going to do for yourself in order to provide evidence for your claims.
We can't measure something phically this big. It always has to be optics or something else because it's too big to physically measure it. You understand this? So you're asking.
It's an excellent concession. It's too big for you to measure it. So how'd you measure it?
Optically. You just don't like it.
I don't have any problem with what you did. It's fine. I just asked you questions about it. Then it seemed like you had a problem with what you did.
Okay, so you admit that they measured spherical excess, which measures a curve of the Earth.
I admit that they did what they're calling spherical excess.
Awesome. So you admit the Earth is a globe.
Right? No, I don't. So we asked you a bunch of questions about it, and then what happened is what I just said, like for the 1,000th time, what happened in that conversation. So I don't feel like repeating it again. Now your argument is to ask a flat earther exactly how you're going to go about measuring curves. So that doesn't look very good for you either.
Yeah, you understand that when someone asks you to show them something, you can show them a lot of different ways of showing them that thing.
Really? A lot of different ways. And is that why you need to ask a flat earther what way you're going to use?
Why'd you interrupt me just then to mute me?
Because I'm tired of listening to you waffle. I just want the direct drop.
You're being a little coward.
Just want the direct measurement of the curvature drop. And you're going to try to talk about anything but that. So that's why I keep muting you and trying to return it to that. I'm sorry, I don't want to do that, but that's all I'm looking for here. And you're trying to talk about anything but. So just trying to return it to the subject.
What type of measurement do you want specifically? Because I've given you one that works.
I just told you a direct measurement of curvature drop over distance on the face of the Earth.
Directly measure that.
Now you're back to asking a flat earther for your methodology.
Last time you said that to me. What did I say last time you said that to me?
Well, you just asked a flat earther again for the methodology that you need to prove your claim. Which
yeah, and last time you said that to me, what did I reply with? What was my reply? We're showing yet again you can't listen and you don't understand. You're intentionally trying to deceive.
Some neat projection.
Nope, not projection. Just repeat what I said.
Well,
it doesn't have to be verbatim.
The intention to deceive is okay. Yeah. All right. So I'll just return it to the topic again. How was the drop over distance on the surface of the Earth directly measured? Don't try to deceive anybody here. Everybody sees what you're doing. If you have to ask a flat earther how to do it, that's okay. But then you're kind of conceding your case. So whatever you want.
If someone wants something, I have to ask them how they want that thing. You understand? So if someone says, hey, get me some eggs, I might ask, how do you want the eggs cooked?
Yeah,
did you hear what I just said? Did you hear what I just said?
I'll give you
what did I just say? Repeat it back to me. Repeat it back to me. Show that you're a man. Repeat it back to me.
I don't care. I can't repeat anything back to you while you continue to steamroll the conversation. Here's the answer. I don't care. Whatever you need to do in order to directly establish this drop over the distance you claim. That's all. Just do that.
Spherical excess measured in the measurement of the arc of the parallel. So
we did that. They were lines of sight. You didn't know if they were straight. You didn't know if they were curved. You didn't know if there were 3. You didn't know if there were 7. You didn't know anything about that. And ultimately, it all just boiled down to lines of sight. Anyway, what we're looking for is the direct measurement of the drop over distance on the surface of the Earth. That's what we want.
How do you measure that without lines of sight? How do you measure that without lines of sight? Give me a way.
Well, your lines that you connected together for spherical excess were lines of sight. You said they were straight.
Yeah, how do you do it with
180? Then you said they're not straight. They're actually curved. I don't know if they're vertically curved. I'm not sure if they're horizontally curved. I don't know. Just figure out how you can directly establish this drop over distance. Like
You
take a
didn't like
straight
the
edge.
thing.
Okay. Here's a method. I'll help you. Take a straight edge and compare it to the surface of the Earth and see what happens.
Awesome. I can find you an image of that showing that left to right it curves.
That's
Do you want
fine.
to get that
It
image?
also has to curve up and down. It has to curve in all directions.
Well, no, a straight edge measures only one edge is straight.
That's fine. Measure
You
it wherever
understand that,
can.
right?
Yeah, it's fine. Get us an arc segment wherever you
Okay,
can.
I'm going to go away for 2 minutes and I'm going to find you an image of that. And then what are you going to do? Are you going to admit that the Earth is curved?
Well, it depends if it's an image of that or not. If it is, then sure. If it's not, then no. So it's up to you. All right. Hey, Martoth, how's it going? Hmm. Okay, hi dogs. Welcome back.
Just dropped. 2 are undoctored and the last one is compressed, which shows left to right curve.
Okay, left to right curve. Is that like a consistent arc horizontally that it's showing?
Have you looked at the images?
I'm just asking you the question. Have you looked at them?
Yep.
So
That's why I linked it.
It's a consistent left to right arc through the entire picture it's showing?
Have you looked at the images?
Well, have you? If you have, you should be able to answer that.
But you should look at the images before you start asking questions. So have you looked at the images?
Maybe you should look at them before you post them, because I've just asked you a really simple question about it and you don't seem to have the answer.
I looked at them, and have you looked at them?
That's a funny answer.
No, you haven't, have you? You haven't. What you're trying to do is you're trying to ask me questions in the hope that I say something incorrect because you want
so
to
he didn't look at the picture he posted. He can't even answer the simplest question about it. Well, okay, what's next?
I'm looking at it right now. Did you look at it?
Okay, so is it a consistent arc, left to right, horizontally? Kind of.
You don't seem to understand how conversations go. I don't think you've answered a single question of mine. I've tried my hardest to answer every question of yours. So along with the muting that you do constantly, the over-talking you do constantly, and the fact that you're trying to semantically run away from the actual proof I've posted, can you look at that image and sort of answer my question?
Okay, so what's
have
the
you
proof?
looked at that image?
Okay, so what's the proof? I asked you a question about it. You couldn't answer. It was a pretty basic question. So why don't you detail the proof of your image for us then, in your own words?
So when a straight edge is put up against the horizon, you can see that there is some left to right curve. And then when you compress it, it becomes extremely visible.
Oh, so you compressed it. So you added distortion to the image, and then you showed the curve.
Yes, and that's okay because we can measure the amount of distortion, and we can show that that distortion wouldn't have changed the curvature of the Earth in that image.
What curvature? Did you measure that in the first place to know that that's actually what you were distorting when you ran it into Photoshop and compressed it?
No.
Oh, no. Okay, so you don't know that you're actually looking at a distorted image of curve here. You're just saying it. Okay, so what's next?
Because we know all the values from the distortion. If we know all the values from the distortion, we can show that the original.
Okay, what are they? What are they?
The values are that the left to right distance has been reduced dramatically.
By how much?
I don't know specifically, but that doesn't change.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
That doesn't change the vertical curve change, does it?
What vertical curve change?
So the distance between the horizon in the center of the image compared to the two ends of the image. It doesn't change that distance, does it? It just means that it is along a slimmer picture rather than a wider one. Do you understand that? Or are you going to try to run away using semantics again?
Okay. So,
okay.
You've compressed the image. You've come out with distortion, which you says equals
only
curve.
Compressed it left to
You've
right.
come out with distortion that you say that you can only get if that's a curved body of water, right? That you have a compressed image of, right?
Yes.
Okay, so how do you know that to be a fact? Did you measure that curved body of water in the first place? Directly?
Because we've only compressed one
Okay, so what would it
axis.
be? Okay, so what would it be if it was a flat body of water versus the distortion that you would have in the scenario where you're claiming it's an 8 inches per mile squared curved body of water?
You would not see any difference, any bulging in the center of the image.
Any?
No, what you might see is you might see it go from slightly lower on one side to slightly higher, assuming that it isn't perfectly level, but you would not see a bulge in the center of the image.
Is that a consistent uniform arc in the center of that image that your picture is showing?
Yes,
are you sure that distortion
that's because people don't measure things perfectly.
That doesn't look... Oh, okay, so it's not a perfect image. And
did I claim it was a perfect image? Did I claim it was a perfect image? So why are you trying to dismiss it by saying I claimed it was perfect?
I asked you if it was a consistent, nice, uniform curve like you would have on a sagitta, right? And then you said, yes, it is. And then you gave me an excuse for why it wasn't. So that didn't look too good. Now what?
Did I say it was a uniform curve? Did I say that? Or did you just keep asking me and I asked if you did?
And then you gave me an excuse for why it wasn't, but it would be a uniform curve on a sphere. It wouldn't be bent and all warbly by that much. So how do you know that this distortion is actually the curve of the Earth that you're looking at?
That's not distortion that's causing that bulge.
Right, so can I point out another issue with this?
Yeah, go for it.
You can try, but it's going to be retarded.
No, it's not. I'll post this is right from your image, right? I'll upload it right now. There you go. Do you see that the green and the thing above the green is also curved? Why is that?
The green and the thing above the green is also curved.
Yeah, 2 minutes after.
Oh, yeah, that's because that's...
I posted it from the screenshot. So these are things that are actually straight.
Oh, wait, stop. I'm going to explain it to you. I'm going to explain it to you, okay?
Yeah, because what I'm seeing is that things that are straight, you're compressing it, and then they appear curved.
The green and the thing above the green are not at the center of the image. Now, what do we know about camera lenses? What do they do to images?
The horizon's not in the center of the image either. So
the horizon is in the center of the levels. Now, if there's distortion, it would distort the levels as well. But the horizon changes within that internal part of the levels. So in that gap between the levels, the horizon changes, or between the straight edge, the horizon changes in the elevation in the center compared to the sides.
What gap between the levels?
Can you not see the red lines?
Yeah, the horizon's above that. It's not in any gap.
The horizon
in the original
is in the
image,
center of those two red.
Yeah, in the original image, you have the two red things that are below the horizon. The horizon's above that, in the distance behind it.
No, in the very center, you can see the ocean between those two red things.
Yeah, so you change the orientation of the camera.
What camera orientation was changed where?
Well, here, I'll show it to you.
What's wrong with that?
This is the original
image that was changed.
This is the original image that you posted. Do you see how the horizon is above those two red things? It's not in between them. So how did you get the point of view of the horizon being in between those two red things without changing the camera?
Oh, it's the second image.
That means you moved the camera, which means that the horizon is no longer in the center of the image, right?
What? The horizon's in the center of the two red things, the two straight edges.
Yeah, but it's not.
That's the whole point. They are straight, and they are the reference to the thing behind them being shown between them. How can you not fucking understand
this? That you said. Yo, please look at the first image.
I don't care about the first image. The first image is just showing the broad setup. The second image is the one that is the actual measurement.
Okay, cool. And then you show another image that's taken from another position that's compressed, and then you're like, oh, well, that's curvature.
No, the second image isn't compressed. The second image is the same as the first image. They've just dropped the camera down so that the horizon appears between the two straight edges.
So it's no longer in the center of the image then?
It's in the center of the two straight edges, which are now in the center of the image.
Okay, so why are the straight edges also curving?
Because, again, camera lensing. And they don't seem to be curving in the compressed image.
Yeah, they do.
I can't see them curving in that second image.
So camera lensing, is that what we're looking at?
Can you show me that? Can you draw a straight line as a reference on them and show that there's some extreme distortion? Because it seems to be that there is maybe minor distortion at most, which is
your straight
consistent
edges
with
are
camera
curving.
lenses.
Your straight edges are curving.
You just need to look at it.
Can you show me that? Can you show me that? Because I'm showing you.
Sure. I just posted it. There's no straight line on it.
Behind these straight edges.
You see that the top one is curving upwards, and the bottom one is curving downwards.
Yeah, camera lensing. What's wrong with that? They're references, so any camera lensing applied to them would also apply to the
wrong
horizon.
with that is what you're showing us is obviously just a product of camera lensing then in that case, because your straight edge is curving.
It's not though.
Yeah, your straight edge is curving due to camera lensing according to you.
Yeah, look at this third the compressed image, right? You see the top of this straight edge. It is curving upwards. The bottom of the straight edge is curving downwards. The horizon in the center doesn't seem to be biased either way, even though it's equidistant.
No, it's not in the center, it's above the center.
What do you mean, above the center?
Dude, look. Do you look at the image where you're saying
the
it
right
shows
side
curvature
of the right side of the
two red
compressed
bars,
image.
yeah? Look on the left. See how the angle of the horizon is pointing downwards? Why don't you see that in the original image?
You do. It's just very, very hard for the human eye to pick out. So if you go to the second image, and if you zoom in on the far left, just stop for a sec. If you zoom in on the far left side to the very end of that gap, you'll see that the horizon behind it is very, very, very low compared to, say, the middle or the far end of the left straight edge.
Oh, so you didn't have the camera leveled, or you don't have the table leveled.
It doesn't matter because those straight edges are still straight. So if the horizon is level and straight, it would have a consistent diagonal instead of a curved change within those straight edges. But it doesn't. It has a curve and not a diagonal.
Yeah, because you compress the image. So what?
How does that change it? How does that create a curve? I can explain to you how it doesn't.
I can show you how it does. I just need to find the image. Hold on.
You can't, no, because all they've done is compress it left to right. They haven't compressed it top to bottom or compressed only certain parts of the image. They've just done it left to right, which is why that second image is so important. Because you can zoom in and you can see the individual distances within the straight edges, and then you can reference that to the compressed image to see if those distances are roughly the same.
So thousands of years of globe proof, and it comes down to you distorting and compressing images where even your straight edge is all bent and curvy? And that's the globe proof? Really? So how did you get a 3959 mile radius from this image exactly?
You don't.
Well, that's what we're looking for.
From the surveying
Why
data.
the fuck did you bring any of it up?
Here, look, a picture of straight things.
You get that from the surveying data. You didn't like the surveying data, so you asked me.
I didn't like or dislike it. I just asked you questions about it. You didn't like those. Go ahead, Martoth.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if he's seeing what I posted. Right, these are some straight objects, and then the image is compressed, and then they appear curved. So that's great.
And?
So we've established that things that are flat and straight can appear curved when you compress them. Okay, cool.
You didn't set it up the same way, though.
What same way? You mean where I tried to put a table onto the rocks and tried to claim it was level like this?
No, got a reference that we know is straight, like the two straight edges. That is straight.
Reference that you know is straight. Dude, the ruler is fucking straight. Are you high? The metal ruler, that thing is straight.
But the
so why does it look curved in the compressed image?
No, stop. In the compressed image, the red straight edges are still straight.
No, they're not.
They are. Would you like
No,
to
they're not.
Again?
They're curved. I pointed
They
this
have
out
a
earlier.
very
You
slight
agreed.
curve on one end.
You
They have a
agreed
very
that
slight curve
you
on one
agreed that the
end.
top one
A
was
very
curved
slight
upwards and the
curve
bottom one
on
was curved
one
downwards
end.
because of the
A
lens
very slight
distortion.
curve on one end. So what you showed
Yeah, so they're
isn't
not
the
straight.
same as the one I
If they're
showed.
slightly
What
curved, then
you
they're not
showed
straight.
isn't
Yeah.
the same as the one I showed.
I didn't say it was the same.
Isn't
I said that I could show you straight things.
So you showed something that doesn't apply to the image I gave.
What?
Yeah, you showed something that doesn't apply to the image that I gave because you don't have the
because
same
you're looking at
ability to
something
reference.
that's straight, and then you compress it, and you're saying, "Look, it's curved." I did the exact same thing.
So
I took a
if you
picture
want
of
to
a
look at
ruler.
this,
There's a picture
if
of a
you want
ruler.
to look, if you want to look, if you want to look at this straight edge again, you want to look
I
at it
did. Your
again.
straight edges are
that
curving,
final
and they're
image.
not level.
They very, very, very slightly curve towards the edges of the image. Now, does the image you show curve or change through compression on the edges of the
No,
image or
it
the middle of
doesn't.
the
Look,
image?
look. I'll point it out.
Awesome. So it's not analogous in any way, is it?
Yeah, it is.
It doesn't show
analogous.
the same thing. It just shows some hypothetical ability to distort images.
Well, it's not hypothetical because it happens in both, right? It happens in my image that shows a metal ruler, and it happens in your image that shows two red things that are straight that are appearing to curve.
What I'm going to do
And
now
I'll
is
tell you the reason. I'll tell you the reason
My
why you
logical
think you're seeing a curve when you compress the image, right? Because this contraption that you've taken a photo of is not level.
doesn't have to be level. If it's not level, then
Yes,
it would
it does,
show
because
the diagonal change. It wouldn't show a curve. Shut the fuck up for a second. If it wasn't level, it would just show. Shut up for a second.
No, I'm not going to shut up for a second. You're going to shut up for a second. Right.
Okay, go ahead.
So the image that you posted, if you look closely at the two red things and the horizon in between them, you see that on the left, it's not the same as on the right. And that means that the thing is not leveled, right? So the line of the horizon doesn't match the line of those two red things. So if you compress it, of course, it's going to appear distorted.
Champion, all that would cause would be it would be higher at one side compared to the other. But in this image, it is higher in the center, and it begins to drop down on either side.
Of course, the center. Look, you're looking at the center between the two red things. Yeah.
No. If you look at it,
and you put the line of the horizon in between there, and it doesn't match up. So of course, it's going to appear distorted.
If you look at this image, you start at the far left of the compressed image, okay, and you follow it all the way to the far right. It doesn't have just one diagonal, does it? Even though the straight edge on the far right of the image seems to be curving upwards.
No, what I'm looking at is the original image, where you can see that the line of the horizon doesn't go in between all the things correctly.
But that's not the one they compressed, little fella.
Are you looking
right?
for
So they changed the orientation of the camera where the thing is no longer in the center of the image. Then you compressed it, and now you're saying, "Well, look, there's a curvature."
No, they did it. They did it the other way.
You want to know what the really retarded thing is? If you're claiming
this is a setup. This is a horizon.
You must be a tiny earther.
Why?
Because how high is he? A couple of 100 feet at most?
No, I'm a tiny earther because you don't know any of the measurements. Is that the point you're trying to make?
No, you're a tiny earther because you're claiming that this setup for maybe a couple of 100 feet is showing you curvature. That's why you're a tiny earther.
Maybe. Do you know? Do you not know? Are you just making an assumption so that you can call me names? Is that what you're doing?
Well, I can see that it's not a mile up.
How? How can you see that?
With my eyes. What do you mean?
Have you plugged that into a Earth curve calculator?
You tell me what the elevation is. What is the elevation?
Why? The elevation has nothing to do with my point, but it has something to do with your point of it being a tiny Earth. It does.
Elevation dictates how much curve you would see.
It's not my point, right?
Would you like to try this again? Would you like to call me a tiny Earth with some actual evidence?
If you're at 30 miles up, you're not going to see any curvature. And you think you put a table
that your ignorance is an
on this little rock here that isn't leveled, then you change the camera, you compress the image, and then you're like, well, look, I see the curve.
Yeah, so the first image,
Yeah, so
we'll
you
go through
must
this
be a
again. The first image is to show the setup. The second image is the one that they took
Yeah, the
that
first
actually
image
showed the
showing the
curve, and then
setup
they compressed it
retarded
to
because the thing
exaggerate
is
that
not
curve.
even leveled.
It doesn't have
You
to be
don't even
level to
have the
show the
horizon
setup, you
aligned with
fucking
the red
idiot.
bars.
What part of this don't you understand? It's just showing that there are straight edges.
The part
and
where
there's a
you don't
horizon
have the
somewhere.
horizon aligned with the red bars.
Hang on, where
You
in your
don't have
picture
to.
does it?
If I take an image of a dart next to a red dot, and I say, "Oh, look, this is like a dartboard and a dart. This is great. I hope I hit the bullseye." And then I take an image of that dart in the bullseye. Does that first image mean the second image doesn't exist, or the second image is wrong and there's not a dart in the bullseye?
Your image is clearly distorted on its face anyway, because it's not showing the consistent arc that I was asking you about in the first place, which it would be on the globe that you're trying to prove. So on its face, obviously distorted. Plus, are you looking through air, which you say refracts and bends the image of everything you're looking at, by the way?
Where in your picture does it
Hold
have
on,
a curve?
Godric. Hold on. No, let's get that answer there, right there.
You've just wrecked yourself.
Are you looking
The
through...
first thing you asked was answered by the second point.
Oh, so yeah, you're looking through air, right, which distorts everything that you look at according to you, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you're looking at just distortion then. Okay, thanks. But how do you know
distortion? Have you looked at the refractive index?
How do you know that distortion is actually the curvature of the Earth and not just
Why would the refractive index change left to right?
Rick, you can go ahead now because I think you're pretty much on the same path anyway.
Anything you can do to dismiss the evidence, hey guys. You guys don't have evidence of your own
show
figure.
a curve of the Earth?
Sorry?
Where in your picture does it show the curve of the Earth?
Sure. So when that middle image is compressed, the straight edges remain relatively straight, but you can see that there is a big variance in difference between either end, so the left and the right of that image, compared to the center of the image.
I looked at it. I don't see it. Can you maybe circle it with a marker or something? What I'm looking at?
I'm not going to do that.
I see lines. It does look like the table is slanted to the left. Did you catch that?
Yes. I've explained this a couple of times. So that would mean that you'd have a consistent gradient from left to right, like a diagonal slash. You wouldn't have the far right of the image and the far left of the image both be lower than the bulging towards the center and slightly center right of the image.
Okay, so let me ask you this. How much distance from the left to the right of that picture? Are we talking miles?
I don't know.
Because we need to see if it conforms to this globe you're talking about, right? We need to have the distance and then how much is actually curving, and then we can see if it conforms to your model. Can we do that tonight?
Well, no, it falsifies your model. That's the point.
How did it do that?
Because you can't have a bulge in the center from left to right on a flat Earth.
How do you know? You just said that you were looking through a bunch of air, which distorts everything, which on its face it was distorted because in the curve that you were trying to prove, it wasn't this consistent, nice, uniform arc. It was all warbly and bent, and it was curving more on one side than the other. So we're obviously looking at distortion. So how does this the curve?
Can you confirm that it bends more on one side than the other? Can you confirm that?
I don't know if it does bend more on one side than the other. I think what has happened is, as you said, the table was on a slight lean.
How much distance are we observing? Because it has to be.
Why does that matter? Right? Why does that matter? I'm just showing that there is a curve. Again, I'm just showing there's a curve. If we know there's a curve, we can then find ways to find the other curve.
We don't know the distance we're looking at.
Like the point you're missing is that you're showing that your image has a curve. That's all you're showing.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. It doesn't have anything to do with the Earth.
Yeah, what is the curve?
Of course it does. It's an image of the Earth. If I take an image of my dog, it shows my dog is brown.
Okay, is the curve distortion or is it actually the curvature of that body of water you're looking at? What is the curve?
The curvature of the body of water.
Okay, how do you know that?
Because the temperature gradient from left to right would not change in that way.
In what way?
Temperature and pressure gradient from a distance towards you are what causes refraction.
It would not change in what way?
To make it seem as if there is a curve from left to right.
And who said
because refraction works? Refraction
You said
works.
distortion in general. I didn't exactly apply a cause to it, right? You did that.
No, of course you didn't. But that's the only possible cause, isn't it? Or do you have a second possible cause?
I'm not sure. Maybe air turbulence could cause a distortion.
You're not sure. So you can't make an argument. All you can do is ask dumb questions and then, just say, oh, I'm not sure. So you won't give me a way to measure the thing that you keep saying that I'm not measuring.
May be due to necessarily. I'm just trying to get to the root of whether or not that is actually an image of Earth curve we're looking at, or just something else, anything else, who knows what.
Yeah, it's an image of Earth curve.
It could also be distorted by density, not necessarily just temperature, but that's not even the point, right?
What does refraction do to the air? What does the temperature do to the air? What way does it change the air? Can you tell me that?
What you're seeing there specifically must be the curvature of that body of water and can't be anything else. That's the point.
Because it doesn't fit with refraction.
With what refraction?
Refraction is the only known refraction across different temperature gradients or pressure gradients.
Why specifically not fit with your concept of what refraction is?
Because refraction tends to affect images across distance towards you and not images from horizon, like left to right.
Left to right,
across the same distance. Because the horizon is always equidistant from you. Now, over water, that would mean that the refraction should be even across that equal distance. The refractive index and the change to refraction happens as the light goes between the horizon and you.
Okay, so those are...
One second. Can we have a different temperature on the left and then on the right? Not possible?
Yeah, good point.
It's possible.
So there goes the refraction.
Yeah. He also just wrecked his own point when he said the horizon was equidistant. Because if it's equidistant, that means you have the same angle to the horizon 360 degrees around you, which means you could never see it as a curve, even in principle. Thanks.
Of course you can. Because you're at one point, and the points the further
no, because then it wouldn't be equidistant. You'd have different angles. No, if you're seeing it as a curve, then you'd have different angles. It wouldn't be equidistant.
No, it would be equidistant. Everyone agrees that if the Earth is a curve, then that horizon is equidistant away from you. If you can't understand this, there's a problem with your ability to think in 3D.
No, because the horizon. Look, if you take a 360 degree circle, right? You turn, and you see the horizon, and it's equidistant. That means you have the same angle at every point in that 360 degree circle around you, which means it could never appear as a curve. It's not complicated.
You have the same angle in front of you.
Yeah, that means that it's going to be
directly towards the distance,
level, which
but
means
from left to right. From left to right.
This is why you have people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, like planetarium directors, saying that even if you get to these really high altitudes, you're still not going to see a curve because you still have an equidistant and same angle horizon everywhere around you.
Yes, you can't see it curve away in front of you, but you can see it left to right.
That means it's not equidistant and you don't have the same angle. What part are you not getting?
If I put a stick 20 meters in front of you, that is directly in front of you, okay? If I put two sticks 20 meters away on either side, that would be left and right. Mm-hmm. So something being equidistant away from you means that you won't be able to see that specific change in curve if you look frontward and just have a very narrow view. But if you look left to right, you'll be able to see the change and that curve. Okay?
Hey, dogs are gods. If you're going to argue that this horizon is showing the curvature of the Earth, how would you explain the other observations where the horizon is at a distance that isn't compatible with the claimed curvature of the Earth?
Well, what I do is I take the measurements from that observation and I'd input them to, say, the Advanced Earth Calculator and see if they fit my model.
So when you look at something like the one I'm about to post in the voice text, does this match the globe model?
Black Swan. Yeah, I just went through it actually on the Walter Bislin Advanced Earth Curve Calculator.
So for for an 8-foot observer height, the horizon geometrically is 3.4. We're seeing it beyond 10.10. Yeah?
Find a refraction value that is possible that would cause that image.
So what percentage? So what kind of refraction makes that possible?
So I found a 20-meter observer 10 miles out would be visible at, I think it was 0.2. So it's a negative 0.2 refraction.
So is there any recorded observations? Like, how would you demonstrate that level of refraction can occur in reality?
Well, we've measured it multiple times.
Measured
There's entire papers. There's things like Snell's law.
For measuring a refracted geometric horizon?
No, for measuring that refraction can distort light in that way.
But what about moving a geometric horizon?
The geometric horizon isn't moved, it's an apparent horizon.
So we don't have a geometric horizon?
So I'm going to say this one time, we can have a geometric horizon, but only ever see it optically, which would make the horizon that we have access to with optics apparent.
So we never see.
It's not physically obstructing.
So we never see the geometric horizon.
So what do boats disappear over?
The geometric horizon.
But you said we don't see that.
Remember how you started with your whole
they don't move
globe
over it.
Remember how you started with your whole globe proof being things appearing to vanish bottom up in the distance, and now you're saying the thing that they're supposed to appear to vanish over is refracted so that it doesn't appear.
I don't see the problem with that.
Well, because you have to claim that you're now seeing things disappear over something that you can't see. That's pretty silly.
No, you can see it. You can see it. It's just distorted.
So you do see the geometric horizon.
So I'm going to give you an analogy. If I look in the mirror, does that mean I don't exist?
Yeah,
no,
bro.
because
you
we
don't
see
exist.
you. We see you in the mirror. What we don't see is your geometric horizon.
You're a refracted reflection of yourself.
Exactly. You see a reflection. You see the image distortion by the bending of light coming through to your eyeballs of something that's physically there. You can still touch your face. You can still shave on.
So are you saying
the angle of light is not the same as light being reflected?
So you're saying the physical Earth curve is like a person's reflection, and you can't see it?
So the physical Earth curve is like your chin. You can't look down and see your chin unless you've got a freakishly jutting chin. You can only ever see it in a mirror or in a picture, right?
But does your chin refract?
Yes, when you look at your chin, every single time you as an individual sees your own chin, you're going to see it through something that has distorted it.
So if I look at someone's chin who's across the room, if I look at someone's chin who's like 10 meters away from me, that chin is not really there? It's refracted?
It will be refracted, but it will still exist, won't it? You can walk up and touch it, it's still there.
So if I can touch it, then it is there, it's physical?
Yes.
So not like the geometric horizon that you're talking about, which you said isn't physical. You can't see it, it's apparent.
The geometric horizon is physical. We only have apparent access to it optically.
What does that mean?
That means that we only ever see it as a light bouncing off it and coming towards you. We never can actually walk up and touch the geometric horizon because it's a sphere, which means the horizon keeps getting further away as we get closer.
Right, so when we see the horizon over 10 miles, when the geometric's supposed to be 3.4, that's not physical.
There is still a physical horizon there. It has just been distorted. So we're seeing the apparent horizon.
So how do you know that there's a physical one at 3.4 if we're seeing it beyond 10?
How do you know your chin's there? There has to be something there to be refracted.
You just said you can't touch the
But dude, do you not see the issue? Do you not see the issue of claiming that something that is physical is appearing in a different physical location?
Well, how do you know it's
no,
a 3.4 if it's seen beyond 10?
Because we can measure refraction.
I'll give you an equivalent. Right? If I look out my window, there's a hill like about a couple of 100 meters from my house. I know there are some houses behind there because I walked over there, but I can't see them from my window. Okay, but then on some days the light's bending, and I can see those houses, and the hill that's supposed to be blocking them is now behind the houses. Would you believe that?
Yes.
Really, you would.
So if
you're just
like
insane.
If it's a physical hill, like there's a hill that has risen up, it's a higher elevation, then no. But if it just kind of like the houses are very far away and they look to be gone, then I'd say that.
Yeah, no, the houses are physically blocked by the physical hill. Yeah, there's a physical obstruction, like the thing that you claim is hiding the bottom of the boats and stuff. Physical obstruction, right?
Yeah, but that's not
So
a change.
no amount of light bending.
The same.
No amount of light bending, sir, is going to change the physicality of what I see when I look out my window. I'm never going to see the hill behind the houses that are actually behind the hill. That can't happen.
Of course it does. There's no change in elevation.
Okay, so show me a demonstration of this happening anywhere other than saying that it happens to the horizon. That would be cool.
Black Swan. There have been two different images.
Other than what you're claiming is happening to the horizon. You would have to see this all the time. You would have to see this all the time because there's always refraction, right?
There have been three.
So I should constantly see things that are behind a physical obstruction.
There have been 3 different images of the Black Swan posted in VC. All of them.
Yeah, and it shows the horizon is moving.
Those same oil
from in front and
being in different spots
behind the rig. So therefore, it can't be physical.
It can be physical. It's just that whatever refraction causes. Yes, hold up for a second. It can be physical. It just means, however we look at it visually, changes. The apparent position changes.
I know.
But that doesn't mean the physical position changes.
That's not the issue. The issue is that will not change the physicality. That is also.
I'm going to give you a logical argument, okay? And you tell me if this is true or not. The apparent position of an object changing means that the physical position of that object must also change.
No, it doesn't.
Great. So that was an incorrect argument.
No.
So could you make an argument that's different to that?
No, dude, that's exactly what I said. Look, if you're standing on a road, right? You have a lot of visual effects that can happen on a road, especially if it's hot. Would you agree?
Yes.
You can have some type of mirages, you can have refraction, you can have temperature gradients across the road, whatever. Yeah. So if there's a dude standing behind this truck somewhere along that road, no amount of mirages or light bending is going to make me see the opposite of that. I'm not going to see the truck behind the guy when the guy's actually standing behind this truck. That's not going to happen.
That is true.
Right?
That's because
the light bending and mirages and refraction and all that would do is make things appear higher or lower in your observation, right? It would distort things to appear higher or lower. It's not going to change or reverse the physicality of what you're looking at. You could never demonstrate this. You can only claim that this is happening to the horizon because you need it to be physical.
I did demonstrate it because there's 3 different images of the black
phenomenon in any other case.
There have been 3 images.
If you have a demonstration of this in any other case that isn't the horizon.
There have been 3 images of Black Swan put in VC. All of those images show those oil platforms at different positions, different apparent positions. Okay? The argument I gave that you said wasn't true was that a change in apparent position doesn't mean a change in geographic position has happened.
Yeah, the rigs haven't moved. Cool.
Yes, they haven't physically moved, just the apparent position due to the optics has.
That doesn't establish the existence of the thing.
So what about the horizon? What about the horizon that's supposed to be in front of them that's now behind them? Now the physicality changed. Yeah?
The light does not refract off that horizon in the same way it does the oil platforms.
It refracts
the oil
off the
platforms
horizon.
are at a higher elevation.
So what is the horizon, Dog? I'm trying to get clarity. What is the horizon?
It is the distance at which things are obstructed by the curvature of the Earth.
But it's not where the curvature of the Earth says it should be.
Now, we distinguish it as apparent and physical because of this problem.
Right, but you can't say it's the curvature of the Earth if the curvature of the Earth has it at 3.4 and it's not there. So how can it be curvature of the Earth?
That's the geographic position, and the apparent position can change without changing that geographic position. But we know it's there because we have measured the R value based on the fact that there is curvature.
Where'd you get that?
Who measured the R value?
Well, I gave you the arc of the parallel, but you didn't like that.
It's not that I didn't like it. I asked you questions about that, and you didn't like those.
Yeah, so what's wrong with
that
the
was
PDF?
That was assuming a radius already. Who measured the radius to begin with? Where did that come from?
No, the arc of the parallel survey.
What's wrong with the arc of the parallel? I'll tell you. Is that when you look at all of the angles that they measured, like through the entire document, you'll find normal triangles, you'll find spherical triangles, you'll even find hyperbolic triangles where the angles measured are less than 180 degrees. So what kind of Earth are you living on?
One that
everyone knows that's not measuring Earth's curve.
So we can measure under 180 and at 180 degrees because there was some weighted averages added into the calculations based on incomplete data, and those weighted averages would only ever add up to 180 degrees because that's how weighted averages work.
Wait, dogs. So you're saying this horizon that is not at 3.4 and is over 10, so it does not conform at all to this assumption of an Earth curve. You're saying that is Earth curve
horizon.
because of
Are you
your
saying geographic or apparent?
Based
geographic or apparent?
What?
Geographic or apparent horizon? Because you gave me numbers there but you didn't distinguish between geographic and apparent.
How'd you establish the geographic position?
What do you mean geographic? I mean, we're just talking about the horizon. You said the horizon is
apparent or geographic?
How many horizons do you see?
We have access to it we have access to it as apparent.
How many horizons do you see, dogs?
We have access to apparent, even though it is a geographical horizon.
So you see one horizon, is what you're saying?
We see one.
So why are you asking me about two horizons?
Because you don't understand that you can have one thing that looks to be different because the light reflecting off it.
It kind of just sounds like you're talking shit, dogs.
No, it kind of just sounds like you're being willfully stupid.
What do you mean? You're saying there's
two... That's what I call the full of shit logic.
Yeah, you're saying
so again, I can explain this again, okay? I have a physical chin. My physical chin is inverted in a mirror. I can't see my physical chin outside of looking in a mirror or a photo.
What has your chin
that doesn't mean my physical chin
of Earth? What's your chin got to do with the horizon?
You might understand. Would you like to repeat back the argument I just gave? Why is it that none of you guys can repeat back what I just said?
Why, when we're talking about the horizon of Earth and curvature of Earth, would you talk about your chin?
ANALOGY.
You think your chin is analogous to the curvature of the Earth that you're assuming? Your chin.
The difference between geographical or physical and optical or apparent. Yes.
Is your chin geometric or apparent?
My chin is geometric. That's why I can touch it.
So it's not like the horizon then, which is apparent.
It seems to be apparent because I can only ever see it through a distorted mirror or a distorted photo.
What about someone else's chin? What about someone else's chin?
Well, if I'm sitting... Well, that would technically be apparent, but it would match much better to the geographic at close distance because the distortion would be almost none.
Would you be able to measure someone's chin?
Yes.
So it's not like the geometric horizon that you're claiming then?
No, we have measured it. Again,
measured what? The geometric horizon?
The radius of the Earth gives you a geometric horizon based on the height of the observer, yes.
Could I see your measurement for a geometric horizon?
It is based on the radius that we have measured.
Who measured a radius? A radius of what?
Do you want names? Like Biddle?
Well, who's measured what? What are you claiming?
At best, they've calculated the radius using other measurements.
What's wrong with that?
Calculated a radius of what?
How do you want it? Meters? Feet?
You tell me. You're claiming it. You tell me. What's your best measurement of what? A horizon? Of a 3959 mile radius of a globe Earth? What are you arguing?
I'm arguing that people have measured the radius of Earth.
Okay, who was the first person to measure the radius of a globe Earth, and how did they know that they were measuring for a radius of a globe Earth?
They didn't. They had a null hypothesis, and then they tested whether it would be a globe or flat, and they came up with a globe.
Why were they assuming that it could be a globe to begin with?
Because there are certain observations, like the ones I've listed, where, boats go over the horizon and disappear bottom up, or as you walk away from something, it'll disappear bottom up, or something will come towards you top down. Those observations led people to think maybe it could be a globe, so they tested it.
Is the only possible way that things can disappear bottom up due to a physical curvature of the surface?
No, there is also perspective. But then,
so how did they
if that were the case, it would mean things would also disappear top down if they were tall enough.
So when we see like a boat going over the horizon, that's not proof of Earth curve then?
Depends on the height of the boat.
Well, no, you just said that can appear optically as well. So if you just
and then you started talking over the second part of my sentence, didn't you? So what was the second part of my sentence?
Well, why don't you repeat it then?
Things that are tall, if it were the case that things could disappear bottom up due to perspective, things that are tall would also disappear top down. Everything would disappear from the top and the bottom towards the middle.
Says who?
Laws of perspective.
You got a citation for that?
Yes.
Okay, let's see it.
Yeah, your description of why boats disappear over the horizon.
Wait, I'm your
disappear
citation.
From bottom up. Yes.
Am I your citation?
Maybe not you, whoever I was arguing with before. So every flat earther that claims that things can disappear bottom up without going over a curve.
You're now citing flat earthers for your arguments.
Yes, I am, yes.
Wow.
You just claimed yourself that things can disappear bottom up without a curve.
Yes, but they would also then disappear top down as well.
Based on what? Give us a citation and a demonstration of that.
Your arguments of why things disappear bottom up.
I didn't tell you
your
that.
Arguments.
No, I didn't tell you that.
He doesn't have any demonstration. He has sophistry.
Yeah, let's see a demonstration or a citation of that claim, or we can dismiss it.
Do you want a picture of rail tracks disappearing off in the distance and converging?
Well, they're not,
do you not believe in the converging?
Object
I'll get you one right. I'll get you one right now.
You said a tall object pressing from the top.
It also works horizontally. The horizontal is proof of the vertical.
You said that a tall building or whatever would compress from the top down as well, right?
Yes.
Let's see the citation and demonstration for that, please.
Wait. Are you trying to demonstrate railroad tracks as evidence of somehow the Earth curving? Is that what you were going to do?
I'm going to put forth the argument again because you guys don't seem to understand it. I don't know if it's intentional. It probably is. So, my argument is that things disappear bottom up because of curvature. The only other explanation for that would be
you said it wasn't curvature. You said it could be optical.
Would be convergence into a vanishing point like railroad tracks do. Do you understand that? That was my argument.
Not just curvature then.
Yes. Okay. If they were vanishing into a central point through convergence, then that would also happen from the top as well as the bottom, wouldn't it?
Says who?
The laws of perspective.
Okay, well, can you show us a demonstration and a citation for that then?
Which law specifically?
Railroad tracks vanishing into a single point. They seem to get closer together even though the distance is the same.
No, are you saying like the way that an object will disappear bottom up on like a boat on a horizon, the same would happen for a building from the top down? Is that what you're claiming?
Exactly, yes, because they would disappear.
Can you show us a demonstration
into the
please?
Vanishing point, convergence. Do you understand these words?
Right. So where can you show us the tall building disappearing top down because of perspective?
No, because I say that does not happen.
You just said that's what was happening.
I'm saying that since that does not happen and it is entailed in a vanishing point due to convergence, similar to railroad tracks, then it removes the explanation of a vanishing point due to perspective.
Wait, so now you're saying it can't disappear bottom up optically?
It's not my fault you don't understand this.
Wait, hold on. So you're talking about railroad tracks. So wouldn't it be like the same thing, like the chemtrails, right? So chemtrails, they converge, right, to a vanishing point, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Contrails. I mean, sure, you're conned, okay, but chemtrails, whatever they are, right? I mean,
so if you have
things in the sky, right?
tracks,
now,
if you have railroad tracks,
now, wouldn't they?
And they converge to a single point,
hold on,
and then
hold on.
vanish.
If the Earth was a ball, though, right? If the Earth was a ball, wouldn't those chemtrails or contrails be curved instead of just straight like they are?
They might be. Can you show me an image of them being perfectly straight and not curvy? And what sort of curvature would you expect to see?
Expect?
You're the one bringing up contrails. So
wait.
You're the one bringing up contrails. So please, if you're going to bring it up, make sure you have some evidence.
Right? Why is it always a question asked, what should I expect to see? If the Earth is a ball, I should see it. I shouldn't be expecting anything. Okay, so exactly. See what?
You see both disappearing at glass and bottom up.
Not only just these trails, but clouds in general.
Do you have images of the trails? Do you have images of them? Do you have images of them?
I mean, you can certainly go outside and see them. So you can.
Why are you bringing up a red herring? Why are you trying to run away?
You see, they go on for miles and miles and miles, and these storm clouds are just flat on the bottom. Now, if the Earth was curving, right, and the atmosphere curving with it, wouldn't these clouds also be curving, and these lines, these chemtrails be curving? But instead, they're just straight.
I have no images to go off to give you an answer. So, if
you don't know how to use the internet.
Then that's fine.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was talking to a caveman. Who,
I know, being a stupid little coward is all fun. But what you could just do is you could engage.
You see how you're running away, right? We're trying to talk about.
What am I running away? I'm running away from your argument that you don't have images for.
You're running away from the horizon, right? Because that's what we're trying to figure out, right? We're trying to figure out how all this equates to a ball Earth. So far, there's been little given by you that indicates.
Do you want me to give you the argument again? Do you want me to give you the argument again? You want to give me? Do you want me to give you?
Guys, hold on. It's not really going to be a conversation if you both talk at the same time, right? So try to take turns so that you can actually have a coherent conversation going.
Oh, I understand exactly what you're saying. The thing is that you're not acknowledging what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
Exactly.
Tell me again.
You're not listening. So
awesome.
what's the
so
point?
what you're saying is that you're
not here to learn, right?
What you're saying is that clouds would curve away from you. Okay. See how you're over-talking me, railroading me because you don't want me to actually repeat back your argument?
Are not here to learn.
Back your argument. Your argument is chemtrails or contrails, as I like to call them, as well as clouds, would disappear off in the distance, curving away from you. That's your argument? If it was a globe? But since we don't see that,
I didn't make an argument.
Is that your argument?
I didn't make an argument. I pointed out what we observe.
Oh, do you have any images of that?
You can use your eyes. You also have the internet. You are sitting in front of a computer.
Oh, awesome. So you want me to go find evidence of your own claims?
Now, see, if you're unable or unwilling to do your own research, how are you going to learn?
I think everyone would agree that we don't see curving clouds on, like, the bottom.
Can you show me?
Do you understand the problem here, dogs? Do you understand the problem here? It's you.
The problem here is that you are being a cunt.
Think you are right.
Hey, language, dogs. Don't get salty.
I'm sorry. Someone's called me a few names.
Now, here's the thing, right? There's two ways that people typically respond to the truth. Either they laugh at it, or they become hostile.
Do you know what epistemology means?
Now you're pissed off. Why?
No, epistemology.
None of this matters. We're talking about reality.
Of course it does. Epistemology is the study of knowledge. Epistemology, good epistemology will give you truth. A bad epistemology will give you not truth, or less truth.
Since you've been here, what have you learned?
Let's see. What have I learned? Well, I've learned more about that Walter Bislin Earth Curve calculator. I've learned more about the planar surveying across the arc of the parallel and how that works.
So you've learned nothing.
What should I have learned? You guys have just asked me questions about my own position. You guys haven't put forward any arguments or any facts.
Okay, yeah, we're generally just looking for good evidence that the Earth is a globe, like verifiable by everyone. That's what we're looking for.
Awesome. So how can I learn something if you guys won't teach? All you do is you try to bring down the arguments I give instead of giving some information of your own. So give me some information to learn.
They are, right? Everyone is attempting to point out to you to use your own eyeballs, the ones that are in your head, okay, to observe the world that you're in, to figure out where you live. But you're unwilling to do that. Instead, you only want to argue the points that you think are right.
Do you remember
Things
my
that you
first
can't
argument?
even verify. You say that someone measured it. Who measured it? You don't even know.
All right.
You have no idea who measured or who told you.
I had a list of names, buddy. I had a list of names, but you refused to listen to.
And names.
I'm going to get the list of names again of people that have measured the radius. So, do you want George Biddle? Royal astronomer.
Who was the first person to measure the radius that's claimed?
I don't care about the first person. That's called the genetic fallacy. It doesn't change.
Well, how did they come up with the idea? Who was the one that came up with the idea that it was a ball with a radius that could be measured? Because you need to start there.
I don't know. Lots of people have.
No. There must have been someone who was the first to say, I think it's a ball and I'm going to measure the radius. Otherwise, what assumption are people working on after that?
Okay, let's try this, dogs.
Same. There are observations that fit a globe.
How about
so if
this?
there's observations that fit a globe, people universally have access to them.
None of the observations
it doesn't matter who the first person was.
Dogs, let's try this. Dogs.
Things disappearing bottom up.
When you look, dogs, when you use the eyes in your head, right? Okay, dogs, when you use your own eyes and your own senses, what indicates to you that you live on a giant ball?
I've already been through this. Ships disappear bottom up as I drive through the centre of Australia. As I drive through the centre of Australia, which has an extremely normal, standard elevation, like it has the same elevation for very long distances. Everything that comes towards me over the horizon comes towards me from the top down. These are my observations.
So because you see things in the distance on a flat plane, therefore ball? Is that what I'm getting?
That's not what I said, was it? That's not what I said, was it?
I'm just summoning up to caveman.
That's not what I fucking said, was it?
That's what you experienced.
Because I see things in the distance on a flat plane, therefore ball. It's very simple.
That's not what I said, was it?
But dogs,
I said things come towards me top down and disappear bottom up. That's what I said. And you said because
I experience things in the distance on a flat plane, therefore ball. Yes.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Dogs, chill.
It's not what I said, you straw manning dickhead.
Dogs, chill. But you do agree that we all experience a flat horizon and a motionless surface, right?
I just told you again that my observations fit the globe.
No, but I'm saying in general, when we're going about day to day, if we go to the coast, we look at the sea, we all experience a flat horizon and a motionless surface, right?
No.
What do you?
No,
what do
I just told you we don't see a flat horizon.
Do you see a curved horizon?
Yes.
Oh man.
Where do you see?
I just described it to you. Did you not listen? Do you guys not have headphones?
No, but horizon is called the horizon because it's horizontal, dogs.
What about it?
Yes, so that means flat.
Curved. It just means it's a left to right, not a vertical.
Yeah. That means it's an observably flat horizon. That's what I'm saying.
I just gave an observation that shows it isn't observably flat, and I've explained.
No, but I'm saying just what you observe. I'm not saying what you believe. I'm saying when you go out and observe, your experience is a flat horizon and a motionless surface, right?
As I drive through the centre of Australia, which has the same elevation over long distances, things appear from me top down and disappear bottom up.
And you see a flat horizon
he just said flat
and a motionless surface, yeah?
I don't see a flat plane. What I see is that things cannot be seen far away from me.
No, but you see a flat horizon.
Which makes me think that they're curving away from me.
No, but you don't see any curve. You see a flat horizon.
You guys, I can think in 3D.
Right. It doesn't matter what you're thinking. What you're observing is a flat horizon and a motionless surface, right?
No, I've gone through this again and again and again. What I see is not flat.
You know, it's interesting. You can think in 3D, but you're living in 2D.
So you don't see see a curved horizon left to right.
Yeah, I've got an image of it. Yeah, but that's not how I came to be a globe. I didn't.
When you go to the beach, you see a curve left to right on the horizon.
Maybe I haven't thought about it like that. So maybe next time I go, I'll think about it and go, yeah, maybe I do see it like that. Maybe I'll squint a bit harder and look a bit.
Okay, but when you've just seen it, you haven't seen the curve. You would have to squint hard to see the curve, meaning you default just see it as a flat line.
No, I don't see it as either.
But you
Have
don't
any of
see
you
it
guys
as flat
built
or
anything with
curved.
timber? Have either of you guys built anything with timber?
Oh, no. Wait, we're talking about the horizon, not building with timber. So you
when I
don't
look
see
at a piece
the
of timber,
horizon as
I can look at
flat
that piece of
or
timber and
curved,
go,
you're
that looks
saying.
kind of flat and that looks really square. And then when I get my square out and measure it, it doesn't fit. So what I do is I assume neither.
But you
I
just said
assume
you
that the
don't
timber
see it.
might be flat, but I should check it.
You said you don't see the horizon as flat or curved.
Yes.
So what do you see it as?
Oh no, the left to right, I don't see as flat or curved.
Yeah, what do you see it as, left to right?
I see it as neither.
Yeah, so how do you see it?
Neither. I see
What
it
does
as
that
something
mean?
that I can't measure accurately enough to determine whether it's flat or curved.
But does it look flat or
In the
curved?
same way, it's the same way I'll look at a piece of timber and I'll go, I can't tell if that's warped or not.
But so if you can't tell that it's warped, then it just looks flat.
No, that just means it isn't warped very much. It isn't curved very much.
So it looks flat to you, not warped.
No, it looks like neither. It looks like something that I wouldn't be able to tell.
So it doesn't look flat.
How do you not
it doesn't
understand
look
this?
curved. What does it look like? Not flat, not curved.
Neither.
Yeah.
Neither.
So what does
not
that
everything's
look like?
a false dichotomy,
If you were to draw neither on a piece of paper, what would that look like?
Do I have a ruler?
Yeah, you can have a ruler if you want, but then that would lean towards flat, wouldn't it?
Exactly. If I have a ruler, it's flat. And if I take a ruler out to the horizon, as the images that I posted before show, the horizon will be curved.
No, when you take a ruler and you put it up
it's
to the
something
horizon,
that's indistinguishable until you measure.
Flat. We're not talking about
No, I gave images.
Photoshop, dogs.
Do you
I'm
have
talking
any
about what
images
you
that
see
show
with your eyeballs?
Do you have any images that are of
No.
flat
We're talking
horizon
about how you
measured with a
experience
square or a
horizon
level?
in reality,
Yeah,
right? So
I've told you I
said it's
experience
not
it as
curved
indeterminate. In the same
and
way
it's
I
not
experience
flat.
timber as indeterminate.
No. I'm asking about the horizon, not timber.
Do you think
I'm
saying no,
asking how
no,
you
no,
observe the
and then
horizon.
repeating the same thing that I've answered again is like
No, but you
going
haven't
to change
answered
my
it.
answer?
You haven't answered it because
I
you
have
said
answered
neither.
it.
It can't be.
Yes,
it
because
can't
you
be
presented
neither
a
curved
false
nor flat.
dichotomy. Do you know?
Dogs, I'm just going to mute you for a second because listen, I know you find it upsetting for some reason to acknowledge observable reality, but you can't say the horizon is neither curved nor flat and give no explanation on what the hell you're talking about. It has to be one of them. Is it curved or is it flat, left to right, to your eyeballs when you go to the beach?
That is what is called a false dichotomy, where you have presented two
What's the
things
third option?
when there's a possible. The third option is that you cannot determine with your eyesight.
You can't determine what?
Whether it's flat or curved using your eyesight.
You don't believe your senses, is that what you're saying?
Of course, I don't believe my senses. I believe them up to a point. But again, if I look at a piece of timber, I can't tell if that timber is 2 inches or 2.148 inches. So I need measuring devices.
That's a great point because none of us.
Don't call me sir. Be a big boy. We're all adults here. I'm not some professor that you need to acknowledge with sir. Just say hi or g'day or just
Adults can usually say whether they see the horizon as flat or curved.
Better shut the fuck up right now.
Hey, chill.
Adults don't present false dichotomies.
No, I'm not going to chill.
Yeah, well, I was speaking to the guys, so calm down.
Oh, okay, Wolfgang. I'm just saying. I was talking, and the guy's going to interrupt me for 30 seconds to tell me not to call him sir. Excuse me.
Yeah, don't call me sir. That is a
don't be
preference. I would
rude.
like you not to call me
Excuse
sir.
I won't call you. All right, fine. What's your name?
Just call me Dogs.
All right, cool. Dogs. Dogs are guys. Okay, I see you now. No one in here claims to have looked at something and claimed it to be flat, right? So, I mean, I appreciate your point, and I would agree with you. So now what? Where do we go from here?
Right. So if you're just coming into the discussion now, I've presented surveying data where the surveyors say they measured spherical excess, which means we're on a sphere. And I've also presented some images that show the horizon between two levels and the horizon curved within those two levels.
Okay, can you explain spherical excess to me?
Sure. So if you change the elevation of 2 points in a triangle that you've measured using theodolites, the internal angle will change on the Earth. That internal angle will be bigger than 180 degrees between the changes, whereas they should only be at 180 degrees against the 3 points. So from that excess, we can show that the points are located on a sphere.
Do you have any some literature or source?
Do you want me to drop it back in the chat?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Where is it? So it's transcontinental triangulation and the American arc of the parallel from, I think it's like 1915 or something.
Who is McToon and what are his credentials?
So McToon is just collating like a library.
Has he got some formal education on the Earth?
He's just collating like a library. A library doesn't actually create the documents and the books. All he's doing is providing a library of the documents and books created by the American geodetic surveyors.
So what's his background to know that what he's curating is good and valid information about the Earth?
Being able to read their abstracts and opinions, and the
so he's just a guy
spherical and the spherical trigonometry contained in that paper.
Okay, so he's just a guy on the internet. That's just what I was wondering.
Yeah. So what's wrong with that? Are you going to give me an argument for why that's a bad thing?
No, just usually you guys like to appeal to authority, so I was just wondering what authority McToon has in this realm.
So what you did is you assumed that I was going to appeal to authority, and when I didn't, you then went, okay, well, I'm going to create some false authority that I'm going to say he's appealing to, so that I can call him out as an appeal to authority fallacy. That's what.
Well, you fundamentally have to be appealing to authority because no one claims to have observed or experienced globe Earth except the authority, which is the government and the space agencies, right?
No. McToon, if I appealed to him, that would be a fallacious appeal to authority. But appealing to surveyors for survey data is not a fallacious appeal to authority. Do you understand the difference between fallacious and non-fallacious appeals to authority?
So what's your claim about the survey data?
That it shows spherical excess, and spherical excess can only happen on
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You didn't read it.
Yes.
Go read page 47. Did you read page 47?
I have read page 47.
What's page 47 to say? Tell me.
I don't know. It says a lot of gibberish that doesn't say that.
What does it say about the Clark ellipsoid?
What does it say about it?
You should know. You read this.
What does it say?
What you're talking about?
You don't either. That's why all you did was you repeated a page number that you've heard someone else say.
No,
disproves it.
No, I read this.
Yeah, go on then tell me what it actually says. Give me an argument instead of you guys just vaguely pointing to a number.
I'm going to tell you, dude. It's called reduction to the horizontal direction. And do you want to know what they do?
Okay.
They take the measurements and they project them onto a sphere.
No.
Yeah. Yeah,
no.
Sorry.
They took the measurements which showed spherical excess, and then they put it on a sphere. So the measurements came before projecting it onto a sphere.
No. The measurements are reduced to a sphere, and that's where the so-called spherical excess comes from.
The measurements of what shows spherical excess, they don't take the measurements, manipulate it onto a sphere. They take the measurements which show a sphere, and then they plot it.
They give you a formula for doing it.
What's the change between the original measurement and the projection on the sphere?
You'd have to look at you'd have to read the page.
You don't know, do you? So you made an assumption of something you don't understand.
No, dude. I can look it up. You want me to just look it up? I didn't memorize the entire page, the formula on the page. Okay. But they reduce the horizontal directions. That's where the so-called spherical excess is, right? The triangle is greater than 180 degrees. That's the horizontal direction.
Yep, so that was them.
Horizontal direction is reduced onto the surface of a sphere.
So they took the spherical excess and reduced it onto the surface of a sphere.
Why would they need to do that if it already existed?
Because if you have a lot of triangles that show that they are based on a sphere, wouldn't it make sense to plot them onto a sphere at the end to see if they add up to a sphere?
You
like
already
the
have a
triangles
sphere.
say they would do?
You'd already have
exactly.
A sphere.
So in the same
No,
way,
you-
if I got
what you-
square
they wouldn't
blocks
need
and
to
I
be
tried to make a
reduced.
wall, I'd make that wall as something rectangular maybe, because I'm
great.
using square.
Why would they reduce it? Listen, why would they reduce it to a sphere if it's already a sphere? They wouldn't need to do that.
Because all the triangles fit a sphere, so they thought, okay, we'll take all these little bits of a sphere and we'll turn it into a.
So we went from a sphere to a sphere. Why would they need to do that? Explain it to me.
Because it makes sense to put things that are spherical onto spheres instead of trying to put things that are spherical onto rectangles.
You already have a sphere. You just said they measured a sphere and then they projected it onto a sphere. What would the point of that be?
Exactly.
What would the point of that be?
Put the pieces together coherently.
You answer my question. What would the point of that be? They have a sphere from measurement. They have a sphere from measurement, and then they project it onto a sphere. What would the point of that be?
So that it works. If they put it onto a flat surface or onto a rectangle or onto a square, you'd have overlap between the sides of the triangles because they bulge.
But they're just doing. They have.
So if you put it on a sphere, you don't have that overlap.
So you have measurements.
Yeah. Yes, you have measurements that show spherical excess. What do you do after that?
You just put the triangles together, and it'll make a sphere by stringing the triangulation of the triangles together. You don't need to reduce it to anything.
And how is
you don't know?
How would you say that? How would you say that in a different term? You'd say, I've got all these pieces of a thing. What am I going to do with it? I'm going to put it together
I'm going to go from
into one coherent thing, and I'm going to do it as a sphere.
Yeah, I think they do that in the ministry.
Yes, that makes sense.
Yeah, they do it in the ministry of redundant
They measure a lot of triangles that show that they turn into a sphere, and you put it together as a sphere instead of trying to put it together as a flat shape or
you
like.
You already have a sphere because you have triangles that are
no. You have a lot of
180
triangles.
degrees. You don't have a plane, dude. Right?
You have a lot of triangles. You don't have a sphere. The sphere comes by putting the triangles together. Why can't you guys think in 3D?
Yeah, good try, dude. If you have triangles if you're measuring triangles, with an x that are greater than 180 degrees, that can't be a plane. That can't be a plane.
Exactly.
Right?
So you don't map it onto a plane.
Why do they have to project them after that onto a sphere?
Because the only thing you can project them onto is a sphere.
They don't need to because they have triangles greater than 180 degrees. It doesn't need to be done because they already have that curvature, that so-called spherical axis. They already have it.
Are triangles spheres?
Dude. No,
but if you put a lot of triangles that show spherical axis together...
They have a triangulation network. If you take all the triangles, right, a bunch of triangles, there's triangles greater than 180 degrees.
And you reduce it into
another triangle
one object, it would be what type of object?
Why are you talking over me? Why are you talking over me? Because you know you're
I'm trying to explain something extremely simple.
You're wrong. You're factually wrong, period.
If I am at home with my kids and I cut up a whole lot of pieces of paper, and they're all triangles, and they're all triangles that are cut with curved sides and internal angles of greater than 180 degrees. And I say, here, kids, let's make a fun, big 3D model together. And I put them all together. I wouldn't put them all together on a flat sheet of paper, would I? I'd put them all together into a 3D model called a sphere.
Yeah, and guess what? If you took all those triangles with curved sides and you just said, I don't care about what shape it is, and you paste it to the edges together, it's going to form a sphere.
Yes.
You wouldn't need to reduce it again. You don't know what you're talking about.
You would have to use those measurements, those triangles, and there would have to be some mathematics in order to get them all into the right position and to go together to a sphere. Right?
Just tape them together. You could just tape the curved edges together, dude.
Do you think?
Do you
think surveyors are like 5-year-olds?
That we have a
no. I think you're ignorant. That's what I think.
Ignorant of what? Surveyors don't do things like get a piece of paper, cut them out, and copy them together like that.
So you ask me a question and talk over me. Does this actually work somewhere? There's like what you're doing works somewhere, because it's not going to work. Just the talking over, the baseless assertions, the nonsense.
So the victim mentality's come out. Good job.
No, there's no there's no victim.
Yeah. The flat earther victim complex. Good job.
Another gimmick. Now you're gonna, dude. Does this shit actually work somewhere?
You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah, go ahead, Elijah. I'm gonna find the thing. I'm gonna post it in here, and you can cry yourself to sleep when I post page 47.
I got it.
You've just explained page 47, and it doesn't change it.
I can screenshot it and post it here. I can read it out loud for you guys if you want. What I'm trying to get the gist of this. This is I don't know shit about this. I didn't spend any time on this. I'll be honest. Are you saying that spherical excess is de-excessed to fit a sphere? That sounds counterproductive.
No, it's not de-excessed.
So what is a reduction for that? That, like he keeps asking you.
I don't know. I'd have to look at the exact mathematics of that, but I'm fairly sure the reduction in this case would be like changing a map from a globe into a flat map. You need to do some form of projection to it.
But I thought you were putting it on a globe, though.
No, they didn't. They drew it out as a globe, right? With latitude and longitude lines, which would require some form of calculation. They didn't just get like the pieces of triangle and put them together, because then there'd be some distortion in the same way, like getting a globe and flattening it out onto a flat surface, even if it's an image of a globe, would have distortions. That's why you have like projection maps that have formulas that you need to input in order to correctly judge distances. The best thing to do would be you guys reach out to a surveyor and talk to a surveyor about this.
Yeah, we did that already. All surveyors say that they don't know anything about curvature because it actually doesn't come up. That's what they say.
That's not true. I watched a 3-hour live stream with a surveyor the other day that had it. Do you want me to link it?
Okay, but we've we've had people that have worked with surveyors, and we've just had them ask them. So,
do you want me to find the live stream where a surveyor explains exactly what happened with this spherical excess and the arc and parallel?
Check it out. I want you to run up on a surveyor that is unsuspecting of the conversation. I'm sorry, I was in the middle of speaking. You said, what'd you say?
No, you finish. My bad.
Right. Yeah. So, and maybe if you ran up on a surveyor, but the video, you can send the video, but the point is, I've already seen. We've had these conversations, we've had these arguments. People like you have sworn up and down, oh, the surveyor this, the surveyor that. Then we ask the surveyor questions, and they're like, listen. What we do have to, they assume, they think that the distances that they deal with, that they don't need to even think about it being a sphere.
I'm going to ask you one simple question. Do you have a video of this happening?
There's no corrections for it. There's nothing. No.
But we have video.
That's the cool thing. You can just call one when one of their offices open up and ask them.
And you could do that and ask to record it, couldn't you?
Of course we can.
You could do that and ask to record it.
And that will change
the reality. Stream of the surveyor
if we ask them, does that will change the reality? Because you posted the documents of the surveys, and okay, good. Let's check it now. If that is it that real? If is that match with what they are saying?
I don't want to check it.
I check it in Croatia and it doesn't match. I check it in UK and doesn't match. I check it in Croatia and doesn't match, and I check it in UK and doesn't match.
Do you have documentation showing them?
I have documentation. That's me. I was going outside and I measured and it doesn't match. Can you go outside and check it?
No, I don't claim to be smarter than surveys. I don't claim to have the same equipment they do or the same knowledge.
Did you ever check it to drop over distance in reality? You personally?
I don't believe in epistemic nihilism like you guys do.
Did you ever check it your personal?
Did you hear what I just said? Did you hear what I just said? Did you hear what I just said? Can you repeat it back to me?
What'd you say?
Okay,
what'd you say?
Cool. I said I don't believe in epistemic nihilism like you guys do.
Okay, well, why? Okay, that's an ad hom. That's an ad. Hold on, that's an ad. Hold on, that's an ad hom, bro. Because he basically brought up. Hold on, he basically brought up a specific point. Now, why is the point relevant? Because I know you guys try to make the point not relevant, but just like the video, right? Because we're talking about videos, just like the video that I pulled up yesterday that I've been talking about for a couple years now. It's called Disproving the Flat Earth Part 1, Horizon. Okay? And so when they talk about this in this video, he's talking about how, yeah, sure, you can't see curvature from left to right, but what we're talking about is the obstruction going forward.
What does this have to do with what we were just talking about? Is this just you trying to change the subject? If so, you can just say, hey, can we change the subject?
I'm about to tell you.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
You don't even know what epistemic nihilism means, do you?
Well, anyway, I'm about to tell you uninterrupted. So the whole point is Sasha's telling you that he's actually just went outside. What does that mean? Okay, well, when he says he's looking for the curvature and it's not there, what does that mean? Well, like the video I was just trying to tell you about, that guy specifically states, and we know that this is the claim because number one, it's the geometry, so anybody can, it's simple, anybody can check it. And two, you have a host of people on YouTube saying that this is the proof that there can't be a flat earth. Okay, so you go to this video, the video basically says he's on the beach, the distance to the horizon is 3 miles out. There's no if, ands, or buts. Why is he saying that? I don't know, because Google says that the formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So that's why he and most people before, 2020?
I'm sorry,
used to say that ships go over the horizon and all of this other stuff. So the bottom line is, that's the claim, that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Sasha's telling you that that's not true.
Yep. I posted the video. I posted that video, Elijah. That 1.5 minutes. You can watch it and see it. Yeah, horizon is 1.2 miles. That's sorry.
Did you include refraction into that?
A refraction cannot.
Check it out. Check it out. National Geographic didn't include. What do you mean 7/6 R? Because the calculators